Chapter 1713. A group of powerhouses marched toward the dragon's tomb with great momentum. Above the sky, the black mass of dragons noticed the abnormality below and swooped down. When they swooped down to a certain height, the dragons opened their mouths and spewed out large amounts of dragon flames. The entire sky seemed to be burning as the flames continued to spread and turned into a sea of fire, instantly engulfing the group of powerhouses. These dragon flames were almost ineffective against the powerhouses on the list. As the dragon flames spread, energy attacks would shoot out from the dragon flames and go straight for the dragons. Once this attack hit the dragons, it would leave a fatal injury on the dragons, and then the dragons would fall from the sky. One after another, attacks shot out from the dragon flames and went straight for the dragons in the sky. The dragons were pierced through one by one, and dragon blood splattered in the sky as their corpses fell from the sky. Banging sounds were constantly heard. In the distance, the native warriors who were in charge of monitoring here were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In just a few breaths, hundreds of dragons were killed. He hurriedly retreated dozens of miles and sent a voice transmission to the void. After receiving the voice transmission, Mu Shou, who had been controlling the Cosmos spell, immediately notified Zichen. "Let's go too." While speaking, Zichen headed out of the tribe. The 11 of them had been waiting for a long time, and Mu Shou appeared immediately. The group flew toward the dragon's tomb. As the dragons died, a dragon roar came from the dragon's tomb, and a black dragon appeared from it. "Let me!" With a loud shout, Yonemo rushed out from the dragon flames. He held a huge long sword with both hands and slashed at the black dragon's head. Puff! This slash instantly shattered a large number of dragon scales and deeply cut into the black dragon's body. The dragon was in pain and let out a painful dragon roar. The power in its body surged, and Yonemo took the opportunity to retreat. At the same time, several powerhouses who were not weaker than Yonemo appeared and launched fierce attacks at the black dragon. Puff! Puff! These powerhouses were ranked very high, and their combat power was very strong. They broke the black dragon's defense one after another. This time, the black dragon did not show a powerful attack. It was seriously injured as soon as it came. Finally, a powerhouse ranked in the top 10 attacked and instantly split the black dragon into two. Following a mournful cry, the black dragon died, and its corpse fell to the ground. "This dragon corpse is one of the materials to forge the 7-colored weapon. Everyone keep it," a member of the soul-devouring clan kindly reminded them. 2 lower-ranked cultivators swooped down and collected the 2 dragon corpses. The space in their interspatial bags was very limited. They were already full after only half of the corpses were placed inside. "Let's go." After that, the group of powerhouses rushed forward again, but before they reached the edge of the dragon tomb, several dragon roars rang out. A giant golden dragon, a giant blue dragon, and a giant yellow dragon flew out of the dragon tomb. Each of these 3 dragons was comparable to the black dragon from before. Seeing this scene, the group of experts was dumbfounded. They had already expended quite a bit of energy to kill the first black dragon, but now there were 3 of them. Kill! But now that things had come to this, they naturally couldn't shrink back. They could only fight to the end. All of the powerhouses, including Zan Yongxi, erupted with powerful energy. Zichen's group and the Tomb Keeper rushed here at the fastest speed and happened to see a group of powerhouses enter the dragon tomb. On the ground, there were piles of giant dragon corpses, but they were all ordinary giant dragons. "Looks like they took away the bodies of the giant dragon kings," the Tomb Keeper said as he glanced at the corpses. Giant Dragon King was the name they gave to the giant dragons of the 7 attributes. They had combat power that far surpassed ordinary giant dragons. It was not an exaggeration to call them Dragon Kings. "Let's go too." Zichen's group turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the dragon tomb. During this period, some giant dragons swooped down to block the group, but they were all killed. When they reached the sky above the dragon tomb, the group stopped and the Tomb Keeper flew toward the bottom of the dragon tomb. This was the first time he was so close to the dragon tomb after the mutation, so he was a little excited. Through the Tomb Keeper's unique secret technique, he quickly found the shortcut door. After trying to send in a trace of energy, there was no reaction. After trying a few more times, the Tomb Keeper shook his head helplessly. Although he had expected it, seeing the stone door without any reaction, the Tomb Keeper was still very disappointed. He rose into the air and shook his head at Zichen's group. This was expected, and Zichen was not surprised. Looking at the disappointed Tomb Keeper, he comforted him. "It's okay, let's go in too." As they spoke, they flew toward the dragon tomb. When they reached the top, they looked down at the dragon tomb below, but they could not see anything. The entire dragon tomb seemed to be isolated by a layer of mysterious power, and even the sound could not be heard. The thunder wings on Zichen's back automatically unfolded. With the boost of the thunder wings, he saw that the space in front of him had become very chaotic. It was this chaotic space energy that isolated everyone's vision and sound transmission. "We can't see or hear, but how did we hear the dragons roar earlier?" Some of them were a little puzzled. In fact, this was the mystery of the power of space, and this was only the power of space. If it was the power of time, it would be even more mysterious. Without stopping, the 13 of them jumped directly into the dragon tomb. It was as if they had entered an abyss, and there was only the sound of the wind in their ears, and their vision was pitch black. This situation lasted for a full 10 breaths. Then, everyone's eyes lit up, and wave after wave of blazing energy rushed toward them, and there were even sounds of energy vibrations in their ears. Everyone hovered in midair and looked ahead. They saw quite a number of colossal dragon kings and countless colossal dragons. The humans who came in earlier were divided into 2 teams. One of them had strong combat strength and defense. They stayed at the periphery, blocking wave after wave of attacks from the giant dragon kings and the burning of the dragon flames. As for the other group of relatively weaker existences, they stayed behind the crowd and constantly launched powerful attacks at the giant dragon kings. In their sight, there were many giant dragons and many dragon kings. The group of powerhouses was having a hard time resisting, and not far away, there were already 2 corpses lying on the ground. One should know that the weakest in the team was ranked around 50 on the list, and even with such combat strength, they were still killed. Zichen and the rest stood in the air and stared at the battle ahead. "Should we go up?" Wu Xia went up and asked with a solemn expression. Faced with so many giant dragons and dragon kings, everyone could feel the pressure. "Young friend Zichen, you guys came at the right time. Hurry up and come help. If we can't destroy the tunnels behind, everyone will die here." An old voice suddenly rang out. It was Zhang Yongxi. In the midst of the battle, he sharply detected the appearance of Zichen and the rest. Hearing this sudden voice, many powerhouses turned their heads instinctively. When they saw Zichen and the rest, their faces were filled with surprise and joy. Zichen remained silent. Beside him, Long Mu pointed ahead and said, "There are a few tunnels there. These giant dragons came from those tunnels." This place had a great suppressive effect on spiritual consciousness. The fluctuating power of space also hindered one's vision. If not for Long Mu's guidance, Zichen would not have been able to see the few tunnels behind the giant dragons. At this moment, a steady stream of giant dragons was rushing out of the tunnel and attacking the powerhouses. Above the tunnel, there is a light ball. That is the key to supporting the tunnel. Once it is broken, the tunnel will be closed, Zhang Yongxi said again. Zichen looked up and saw a glowing light ball. At this moment, the light ball was constantly releasing power of space to maintain the tunnel. "The entrance just now has been closed. We have no way out. We can only work together and move forward." Seeing that Zichen did not move, Zhang Yongxi spoke again. "As expected, we can't go up." Xuntian's voice rang out. Zichen looked up and saw the increasingly chaotic power of space. The power of space was extremely aggressive. If they entered rashly, they would definitely die. Zichen retracted his gaze and said, "There are a total of 7 tunnels. We can only seal one. One is good. Let's take care of the other 6. Zhang Yongxi said. Zichen only had 13 people. The strongest person, Zichen, was only ranked 30th. This team's combat power was not the best among all of them. It was already very good that they could seal one tunnel. Hearing Zhang Yongxi's words, Zichen did not say anything and led his team forward. At the same time, the two teams in front were directly divided into 6 forces. After that, these 6 forces attacked the 6 tunnels in a straight line. Swoosh! 7 colored light flashed, and the 7 colored saber lights slashed forward. The screams of giant dragons were heard. Zichen's slash killed more than a dozen giant dragons. As these giant dragons fell, the space suddenly shook. Manshur stood in this open area with a strong posture. He held the 7-colored mace tightly with both hands and began to swing it vigorously. A large area of 7-colored light flashed, and the giant dragons in front of him were swept away. Zichen and the others leaped into the air and dashed forward. Manshur followed behind them, waving the mace in his hand continuously. He did not want to kill the enemies, but only to sweep a path. A large number of giant dragons were swept away. Manshur's body was too large, like a mountain. His strength was far beyond those giant dragons. Every time he swept, he could clear a large area for Zichen and the others. With Manshur clearing the path, everyone moved forward in a straight line and went straight to the tunnel. In the distance, the other cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Zichen's team was not the strongest in terms of combat power, but they had endless tricks up their sleeves. Once Manshur's attack could not keep up, the others would launch energy attacks to knock away a large number of giant dragons blocking the way. A loud dragon roar resounded, and Manshur's body shook slightly. A giant golden dragon appeared in front of him. "Get lost!" The giant golden dragon blocked the way. Manshur roared, and the mace in his hand emitted a dazzling light. In this light, the 7-colored light kept changing, and a violent force emerged from the mace. Boom! Manshur swung the mace with force, and a sharp whistle sounded in the air. The mace hit the giant golden dragon. Bang! The entire space shook as a wave of violent energy spread out in all directions. Under the stunned gazes of the people in the distance, the giant golden dragon's body was directly sent flying hundreds of meters. He can even send a giant golden dragon flying. How strong is he? Everyone's mind was shaken by the effect of Manshur's attack. Manshur did not want to kill the enemy, but only wanted to repel them. With the cooperation of the others, Zichen's team was the first to reach the tunnel. Chapter 17-14. Among the 7 teams, Zichen's team had the least number of people. Their combat strength was relatively weak. However, there was a big guy like Manshur in this team. With the mountain spirit tyrannical body and the rainbow wolf-toothed mace, everyone was the first to reach the entrance of the tunnel. The others stood guard on both sides, unleashing waves of energy that swept away a large number of giant dragons. Manshur raised his mace high and struck forward. Boom! The energy shook violently, and the power of space twisted wildly. The giant dragons that had just rushed out of the tunnel were forced back into the tunnel by Manshur's strike. The entire tunnel was temporarily empty. Seeing this, Mu Shou's figure flashed and flew toward the light ball above the tunnel. At this moment, a violent aura emerged from the tunnel. At the entrance of the tunnel, a golden dragon head poked out. It was a giant dragon with an attribute, but its head was smaller than the other giant dragons. However, the aura that surged around its body was much more violent. The golden dragon peeked its head out and stared straight at the tomb keeper with cold killing intent in its eyes. "Oh no, Mu Shou, retreat!" Zichen shouted. The lightning wings on his back trembled, and he rushed forward in a flash. The golden dragon did not even have time to fully extend its body. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon flame at Mu Shou. The dragon flame turned into flames as soon as it came out. Within the flames, there was a bright golden light. That was the original attribute of the golden dragon, which greatly enhanced the power of the dragon flame. Mu Shou, who was moving forward, did not expect this at all. When he reacted, the golden dragon flame was already rushing toward him. He felt a strong sense of death from the dragon flame, and his face changed drastically. Swoosh! At this moment, he felt a strong wind behind him, and then his arm was grabbed by someone. It was Zichen. He arrived at the critical moment, grabbed Mu Shou's arm, and threw him behind him. At the same time, Zichen's body shone with boundless golden light, blocking the golden dragon flame. The golden dragon flame made contact with Zichen's defense, and there was a sizzling sound. The golden defensive light shield around Zichen's body was quickly dissipating. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the golden dragon flames to be so terrifying. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his blade and slashed down. 9 saber lights appeared in front of him. Each saber light contained 9 saber lights. Each saber light emitted a 7-colored light. 9 saber lights slashed toward Long Yen. The saber light flashed with 7 colors, and the dragon flames disappeared. Then, the saber light passed through the dragon flames and landed on the giant golden dragon's head. Bang! The first blade light exploded after hitting the golden dragon's head, causing its body to sway slightly. It was about to drill out of the tunnel, but its body immediately stopped. Bang! Bang! Immediately after, the second and third 7-colored saber light landed on the same spot and exploded. The golden dragon's body swayed, and it couldn't help but take a step back. After that, the rest of the blade lights all exploded. Boundless destructive power surged, directly shattering the scales on the golden dragon's head, leaving a wound on its head. At the same time, under this huge force, the golden dragon was directly pushed back into the tunnel by Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen pointed with one hand, and a sword aura shot above the light ball. Then, the sword aura exploded, and the light ball also exploded. Boom! As the light ball exploded, the power of space became chaotic. The entire space tunnel also began to distort. The power of space completely lost control, went berserk, and finally exploded. The tunnel exploded and then disappeared. The golden dragon's unwilling roar could be heard from it. One tunnel was solved, but Zichen and the others didn't have the slightest joy on their faces. Instead, their faces were solemn. Zichen's all-out attack just now was something that even the 30th on the list had to avoid. But when it landed on the golden dragon's head, it only left a wound. If the golden dragon from before could be said to be the Dragon King, then the golden dragon just now could almost be called the Dragon Heavenly King. Tombkeeper's face was still a little pale. The golden dragon flames just now seemed to be deliberately targeting him. If it wasn't for Zichen, he would definitely have died under the golden dragon flames. Zichen's side destroyed the tunnel, and the other 6 teams also destroyed the tunnel one after another. They didn't encounter the Dragon Heavenly King that was more powerful than the Dragon King. But even so, several of the powerhouses were still injured, and one died. All 7 tunnels were destroyed, and no new dragons would appear. But in this space, there were still many dragons, and there was no lack of dragon kings among them. These dragons were obviously intelligent. Like humans, they quickly divided into teams. In each team, there were several dragon kings, and then they charged at the 7 human teams. Kill! As cold shouts rang out, the powerhouses all exerted their strength and killed the dragons and the dragon kings with all their might. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the battle, the soul-devouring clan's performance was very eye-catching. They transformed into a soul attack mode and shuttled between the dragons. Wherever the soul passed, the dragons fell to the ground and died. Their bodies were unscathed, but their souls had been destroyed. Compared to the soul-devouring clan, the other powerhouses could only kill the physical bodies of the dragons. As for the souls, they would naturally leave. Vile creatures, die! In the direction of Zhan Yongxi's team, facing the siege of the Dragon Kings, there was obvious anger on Zhan Yongxi's face. A terrifying fluctuation spread out. He raised his hand and struck out a palm. A solid energy palm print appeared and struck directly at the Dragon King. Boom! The palm print hit the Dragon King's head and exploded. Even half of the Dragon King's head was shattered. With one strike he killed the Dragon King. Zhan Yongxi's combat strength was indeed terrifying. However, to strike such a blow, he obviously consumed a lot of energy. His face turned slightly pale, and then it recovered. The battle continued. During this period, several powerhouses appeared. When they unleashed their full power, they could kill a Dragon King with one strike. So powerful. They really came prepared. On Zichen's side, both sides cooperated well. The battle went on in an orderly manner. At the same time, they were paying attention to the movements around them. When they saw the powerhouses unleashing their full power, their expressions became extremely solemn. Relatively speaking, among the 7 teams, Zichen's team had the smallest number of people, and their combat strength was also the weakest. Boom! Another Lion Man unleashed his full power. The totem phantom behind him turned into specks of light and merged into his body. His body instantly expanded to dozens of meters. Then, he grabbed the Dragon King's head tightly with both hands and smashed it in all directions. Many dragons were sent flying. Seeing such a fierce scene, even Mansur's eyes widened. Obviously, after the other party unleashed this move, his strength had far exceeded his when he activated the Mountain Spirit Tyrant body. Boom! 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 In the continuous sweeping, many dragons' bodies exploded. As for the Dragon King, it was smashed until it was dizzy. In the end, its body was thrown hundreds of meters away. It was motionless. No one knew if it was dead or unconscious. Seeing so many powerful people in the other teams, everyone's expression turned ugly. Because in this way, it meant that once the benefits appeared, it would be difficult for Zichen's team to get them. Look, what's that? Mansur, who was looking around, suddenly changed his expression. He pointed his finger at a certain spot in the air. A light gate appeared there. It was another space passage. Seeing this scene, everyone had a nervous look on their faces. But when some of the soul-devouring clan saw it, their eyes flashed with excitement. Facing the Dragon King blocking their way, the soul-devouring clan's eyes flashed with coldness. Previously, they could only deal with some small guys. As for the big guys, it was the Dax tribe and the humans who dealt with them. But the moment they saw the light gate, their expressions changed. A black light appeared in the hand of one of the soul-devouring clan's members. The black light quickly transformed into a black weapon. He held the weapon tightly and slashed at the Dragon King blocking their way. Pfft. The Dragon King's originally indestructible defense was like tofu in the face of this black weapon. It was easily broken. Roar. As for the Dragon King, it let out a painful roar. Its huge body struggled for a while before it stopped moving. All the experts heard the painful roar and turned their heads. They saw the soul-devouring clan pull out the black weapon. Everyone's eyes narrowed. This is the soul-devouring clan's trump card. Zhang Yongxi's expression changed. He actually felt a dangerous aura from the black weapon. Swoosh. After killing a Dragon King, the soul-devouring clan put away the black weapon. Without any hesitation, they rushed toward the light gate in a flash. The nearby soul-devouring clan also followed immediately. Then, the nearby others also entered the light gate in a flash. When the others saw this, they all rushed toward the door of light. However, before they could reach the door of light suddenly disappeared. Damn it! Seeing the light gate disappear, many experts cursed angrily. Their faces were filled with regret and anger. Obviously, one team had escaped. The next 6 teams would have to face the other Dragon Kings. But soon, a second light gate appeared in the sky. This light gate was very close to one of the teams. After the team shook off the Dragon Kings, they rushed in. As the team entered, the light gate disappeared again. This time, the other teams were not disheartened. Because 4 more light gates appeared at the same time. But now, there were a total of 5 teams. Pft, 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 pft. Facing the 4 light gates, the soul-devouring clan and the 4 teams all exploded. Each of them took out a black weapon and killed the Dragon King in one blow. Then, they entered the light gate. Before entering, they turned back to look at Zichen's direction. At that moment, they were still killing the Dragon Kings. Obviously, there would be no more passageways. The remaining Dragon Kings and Dragon Kings would besiege Zichen's team. Facing the siege of so many Dragon Kings, they would definitely die. Everyone revealed a disdainful and mocking smile. Only Zhang Yongxi's expression was slightly complicated. Chapter 17:15. 6 light doors appeared one after another. The interval was very short. The group of soul devourers suddenly took out their black weapons and led their people in. The light doors disappeared. It happened so quickly that Zichen did not even have time to make any effective deployment before the light doors disappeared. Everything was over. They're gone. They're all gone. Manshur was a little stunned. Now, in the entire space, other than them, there were only dragons. Dragons that one could not see the head of. There was no lack of dragon kings among them. The group did not care about the number of dragons. What they were most concerned about was the previous passage. Obviously, there was a passage that allowed them to enter the next place. But now that the passage was gone, everyone had to stop here. They could not move forward, nor could they move backward. It was very likely that they would be trapped here. Everyone had no idea and looked at Zichen out of habit. Zichen's expression was still calm. His attacks were still steady. Everyone thought that Zichen was waiting. But after a full minute, no new passage appeared. Everyone was disappointed. "Kill the dragons with all your might," Zichen said in a deep voice. Everyone gathered their spirits out of habit and attacked one after another. Zichen also released the Thunder Dragon at this time. A dragon's might spread. When all the Dragon Kings felt the dragon's might, their bodies could not help but tremble. Their speed was greatly reduced. As for the ordinary dragons, they instantly prostrated on the ground. Boom! Boom! Then, the bodies of these dragons exploded, turning into pure energy that was swallowed by the Thunder Dragon. In the blink of an eye, the space that was filled with dragons became empty. Even the dragons on the ground that were killed earlier collapsed and disappeared. In front of the Thunder Dragon, these dragons could not resist at all. They were instantly turned into pure energy. As for the Dragon Kings, they could still resist the dragon's might. Their attacks were still sharp and powerful. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded in the entire space. The Thunder Dragon turned into a silver light and charged towards the Dragon King. Pfft! Its sharp dragon claws instantly pierced through the scales on the Dragon King's head and pierced deeply. Boom! As the Thunder Dragon exerted its strength, the Dragon King's head exploded. The Thunder Dragon that kept devouring the giant Dragon King had long become so powerful that it could instantly kill the giant Dragon King. This technique was not at all weaker than the soul-devouring clan's trump cards. Silver light flashed continuously, and loud dragon roars rang out. The heads of the colossal Dragon Kings shattered, and they died. In less than a minute, all the giant Dragon Kings had died at the hands of the Thunder Dragon. The space that was originally filled with giant dragons was now only left with giant Dragon King corpses. The Thunder Dragon opened its mouth and took a deep breath at the Dragon Kings. The giant Dragon King's corpse completely disintegrated, turning into the purest form of energy that was devoured by the Thunder Dragon. The devouring continued for 5 minutes, and the entire space was quiet and clean. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Unfortunately, they would never see it. After devouring all the giant Dragon Kings, the Thunder Dragon returned to Zichen's side and disappeared. What should we do now? In the space, there were no more enemies. Everyone was bored. Perhaps the only thing left for them was to wait for death. But in the next moment, the power of space surged, and a golden door of light appeared. The door of light has appeared again, Manshur shouted loudly, looking very excited. The others were also pleasantly surprised. Only Zichen was calm, as if he had already expected this scene. You knew it long ago. Mu Mu looked at Zichen. The door of light that appeared just now had different colors, and there were only 6 colors. Obviously, there was one color missing, Zichen explained. Everyone was enlightened, and at the same time, they secretly praised Zichen's sharp observation. The hall was empty, and only Zichen's group of 13 were there. Even the giant dragons were gone, so of course, no one continued to fight. The group successfully walked into the golden door of light. After that, the golden door of light disappeared. In the door of light, there was another space. This space was very large, but it was very empty. It was far from what everyone had imagined, filled with all kinds of giant dragons. To be precise, in this space, there was only one giant dragon. It was a giant dragon that was emitting golden light. Its body was less than 40 meters, just a little bigger than an ordinary giant dragon. It was far from being comparable to those giant dragon kings, but it was much stronger than the giant dragon kings. Because, in between its eyebrows, there was a wound. Golden blood appeared from the wound and slowly dripped down. At the bottom of this space, there was a small puddle of golden blood, like a miniature golden lake. Everyone recognized at a glance that this was the giant golden dragon that Zichen had forced into the passage. The wound on the giant golden dragon's forehead was caused by Zichen's all-out attack. Seeing this giant dragon again, everyone's expression changed. They did not expect it to be behind the passage. As for the endless giant dragons from before, there was no trace of them. But in the next moment, they understood where those giant dragons had gone. They saw the giant golden dragon releasing a dazzling golden light. This golden light was not pure light, but a substantial energy. This energy appeared from the giant golden dragon's body and flew around. A shocking scene appeared. These lights turned into giant dragons in an instant. With everyone's eyesight, they could naturally see that these were pure giant dragons, existences with flesh and blood. What kind of remarkable ability is this? Everyone stared at the giant golden dragon with wide eyes. They had never seen such a method of materializing energy. Even if some brilliant doppelganger techniques could create a physical body, it was still an illusory existence. The physical body created had combat power, but it was worthless. However, the giant dragons created by the giant golden dragon were all real giant dragons. They had flesh and blood. The blood could even be used to refine medicine, the flesh could increase blood qi, and the bones could be used to refine weapons. The golden light landed and turned into giant dragons. They rushed towards Zichen and the others in unison. All kinds of dragon roars echoed. Swoosh! Around the giant golden dragon, golden lights flew out again. This time, there were not many golden lights, but each of them was extremely condensed and bright. These golden lights landed and turned into giant golden dragon kings. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect the giant golden dragon kings to be formed like this. Kill! Zichen shouted. He swept past the giant dragons and rushed towards the giant golden dragon king. At the same time, a dragon's might spread and enveloped the giant dragons. The giant dragons' bodies exploded and turned into pure energy. In an instant, only the giant golden dragon king and the giant golden dragon king were left. Zichen and the others rushed towards the giant golden dragon king. A silver light rushed towards the giant golden dragon kings. Die! Zichen shouted and unsheathed the long saber in his hand. Another 9 fused 7-colored saber lights appeared and slashed towards the giant golden dragon king. Boom! The energies shook violently. A violent aura appeared. Manchur swung his mace and followed closely behind, smashing towards the giant golden dragon king's head. Swoosh! A spear appeared in obedient heavenly Tao's hand. The tip of the spear trembled. A trace of heavenly Tao power appeared and pointed straight ahead. The 13 of them ignored the giant dragons. Instead, they went straight for the giant golden dragon king, showing fierce killing intent. A loud dragon roar sounded. The giant golden dragon's body shone with golden light. A violent aura spread. Pun! 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 Many attacks landed on the giant golden dragon king and exploded. However, only a few could break through its defense. The giant golden dragon king was pushed back by a strong force. As soon as it retreated, it turned into a golden light and rushed forward. Bang! The golden light hit Manchur's mace and sent him flying with his weapon. Manchur flew backward with blood at the corner of his mouth. Wu Xia's vertical eye opened. The light of destruction shot towards the giant golden dragon king. However, the giant golden dragon king's figure flickered a few times. It was like teleportation. His figure kept disappearing and dodging the attack. A beam of golden light shot out from the golden dragon heavenly king and sent Wuxia flying. This giant golden dragon king was very powerful. It was much more powerful than the giant dragon kings. After that, a few more people were sent flying. They coughed up blood one after another. "Back off!" Zichen shouted. The thunder wings on his back flapped. His figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the giant golden dragon king. He suddenly pulled out his saber and slashed at the giant golden dragon king. Swoosh! The giant golden dragon king's figure flashed and disappeared as well. Zichen was not to be outdone. He took a step forward and disappeared as well. A man and a dragon. Their figures kept flashing in this space. At the same time, they kept attacking. The crowd could only watch from afar. They could not help. They were very anxious. On the other side, the Thunder Dragon had killed all the giant dragon kings. After seeing the battle here, it let out a dragon roar. This dragon roar was relatively not loud. However, a materialized ripple appeared. This ripple spread out in a fan-shaped state. Its target was the giant golden dragon king. Manshur happened to be enveloped by this ripple. His body trembled. A trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. He completely lost his mental state. When the ripple passed by him, he suddenly woke up. In front of him, two golden lights appeared. The ripple followed. Facing this ripple, Zichen did not feel any discomfort. However, the giant golden dragon king's movements slowed down. His shining eyes became dazed. Pfft! Just as the giant golden dragon king was dazed, the saber in Zichen's hand changed to the star illusion dragon stab. It completely pierced the giant golden dragon king's head. The giant golden dragon king was in pain. He let out a roar. The entire space trembled. At the same time, the power in the entire space became extremely chaotic. It was extremely unstable and could collapse at any time. Not good. It's trying to escape. Seeing the giant golden dragon king's body trembling and the golden light around it getting stronger, Zichen's expression changed. He did not expect that the dragon stab could not kill the giant golden dragon king after piercing the giant golden dragon king's sea of consciousness. Pfft! At this moment, the thunder dragon revealed its huge dragon body. Its sharp dragon claws pierced through the giant golden dragon king's head. At the same time, a thunderous force emerged from the claws and spread throughout the giant golden dragon king's body. It stopped the giant golden dragon king from escaping. The next moment, the Thunder Dragon King sucked at the giant golden dragon king. It was filled with golden light. However, it turned into pure golden energy liquid and was devoured by the Thunder Dragon King. As the giant golden dragon king was devoured, the world collapsed. Everyone's figures appeared in another space. Chapter 17:16. A new space appeared in front of everyone. Or rather, it was a new world. In this world, there was a terrifying pressure that permeated the air. This pressure was like 10,000 mountains floating above one's head, pressing down on one's heart. It was suffocating and made one unable to stand. Zichen and the others who had just appeared were all lying on the ground in a sorry state. The word danger immediately appeared in everyone's mind. They were on guard. Only Moo had a look of doubt in his eyes. After a short moment of loss of composure, everyone stood up against the pressure. Then, they saw the 6 teams that had left first. They were no longer divided into groups and gathered together again. Originally, there were close to 100 people in the team. Now, there were obviously more than 20 people. Some of them were even seriously injured. Seeing Zichen and the others appear, and all of them were unharmed, they were shocked and surprised. However, after the shock and surprise, some of them were gloating. Zichen saw Zhang Yongxi in the crowd. The latter smiled bitterly at him, and then pointed in another direction. Zichen's gaze followed the direction of the other party's finger. His expression changed at first. Then, he could not help but gasp. Finally, there was a strong shock in his eyes. The reason for his change in expression was that he saw the giant dragon Heavenly King again. There was not only one, but a total of 6. Their sizes were the same, but the light on their bodies was very different. It was 6 of the 7 colors from before. Only the gold color was missing. Looking at the obvious wounds on their bodies, it was obvious that they had fought with the other 6 forces. At this moment, the 6 giant dragon Heavenly Kings were looking at Zichen and the others. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Under normal circumstances, there should be a golden dragon that had retreated. However, before the golden dragon had returned, these people had arrived first. As if they had understood something from the expressions of the giant dragon Heavenly Kings, many of the experts on the other side were also in disbelief. They knew very well how strong those giant dragon Heavenly Kings were. Almost all of the experts had used their full strength, but they could not kill them. They could only retreat. However, they did not expect Zichen and the others to be able to kill one. These giant dragon Heavenly Kings were indeed strong. However, it was only enough to make Zichen's expression change. As for the gasp, it was for another reason. As for the reason why Zhang Yongxi had a bitter expression on his face, it was obviously not because of these 6 giant dragon Heavenly Kings. Looking behind the 6 giant dragon Heavenly Kings, Zichen saw a few sharp spikes. These spikes extended horizontally and were hundreds of meters long. The long spike did not emit a cold light, but a 7-colored light. It was a pure 7-colored light that was constantly changing, like a 7-colored weapon. That was a 7-colored weapon that did not need to be deliberately refined. Manshur and the others clearly saw this scene as well, and each of them could not help but gasp. Looking up along the long spike, there was a thick cylinder at the end of the spike. Round objects the size of a face were carved on the surface of the cylinder, like small shields. They were closely connected and stacked on top of each other, and they were also flowing with 7 colors. His gaze shifted upwards again. This pillar was over 1,000 meters tall and extended upwards. There were 2 such pillars. But was this really a strange pillar? When everyone raised their heads and saw the full picture, they were all dumbfounded. Above their heads there was a huge head that was emitting 7-colored light, like a small mountain. This was the head of a giant dragon that had been enlarged hundreds of times. At this moment, the pair of 7-colored eyes on the head was staring at them. What they saw just now was not a pillar, but 2 dragon legs. Above the dragon legs was a huge dragon body. This was a giant dragon, a 7-colored giant dragon. Its body was boundlessly huge. According to their previous division, there were giant dragon kings and giant dragon Heavenly Kings. Then, this giant creature that was as big as a dozen mountains gathered together was a pure giant dragon emperor. Not to mention the terrifying aura that surged around the other party. Just this size alone was enough to make everyone unable to kill it. Moreover, looking at the 6 giant dragon Heavenly Kings below, they all had powerful methods, not to mention this 7-colored giant dragon. The aura that naturally exuded from the 7-colored giant dragon was very terrifying. However, this was not the only reason why everyone felt suffocated, and it was also not the reason why Zichen was shocked. What really shocked Zichen was a skeleton floating in the air not far from the 7-colored giant dragon. Although the skeleton was not as big as the 7-colored giant dragon, it was still thousands of meters long. This was the skeleton of a dragon that had lost its physical body. The skeleton of a real Eastern divine dragon was very complete. The skeleton was obviously a divine dragon that had been dead for many years. Even without flesh and blood, the skeleton still exuded a terrifying aura. The skeleton was like jade, with specks of light constantly gushing out from it. These lights were the purest essence of the skeleton. As soon as these essences floated out, they were swept away by a 7-colored energy, and then entered the body of the 7-colored giant dragon. After absorbing these essences, the 7-colored giant dragon, which had a strong aura to begin with, became even more powerful. However, every time it absorbed some of the essence of the divine dragon, There was a seven-colored energy that floated out from its body and disappeared in this space. It's it, so it's it. Looking at all this, the tomb keeper muttered. Obviously, the changes in the dragon tomb were because of this seven-colored giant dragon. It quietly came here and stole the power of the divine dragon, causing the changes in the entire dragon tomb. The tomb keeper looked up at the seven-colored giant dragon. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he said coldly, "So it's you. Why, do you think you can transform into a dragon just because you stole the power of the divine dragon?" Hearing the tomb keeper's extremely rude words, the expressions of all the humans who had arrived earlier changed drastically. When they arrived and saw this scene, they were so scared that they did not dare to say a word, for fear of angering the other party. However, this seven-colored giant dragon seemed to be too powerful and directly ignored them. Both parties were silent, not saying a word until Zichen and the others appeared. When they saw Zichen and the others, they were very surprised and shocked, but also somewhat gloating. If everyone could not get out, then they were obviously here to die. However, they did not expect that before the seven-colored giant dragon made a move, someone on Zichen's side had already spoken, and in such a rude manner. The seven-colored giant dragon lowered its head again and looked at the tomb keeper. In fact, Zichen had a misconception that all of them had not attracted the attention of the seven-colored giant dragon, except for the tomb keeper. Just now, the seven-colored giant dragon had lowered its head not to look at them, but to guard the tomb. This was only Zichen's intuition, but he firmly believed it, because there was no fear in the tomb keeper's eyes when he looked at the seven-colored giant dragon. Even though Zichen could not understand why the tomb keeper was so confident, he did not see any madness in the tomb keeper's eyes, which proved that he was still clear-headed. "Ants." In the sky, two words rang out. These two words seemed to have been written with the sound of thunder. They were very oppressive and oppressive. The crowd, who were already unable to endure this oppressive aura, felt the urge to vomit blood after hearing this voice. Everyone resisted the urge to vomit blood, but they were in despair. The seven-colored giant dragon could speak, which proved that it had extraordinary intelligence, and it had noticed them. Obviously, they were in trouble. The human and alien race experts were in low spirits. They were in despair. However, the soul-devouring clan experts' expressions kept changing. Zhang Yongxi looked at all of this in silence. "I am indeed an ant, but how much stronger can you be?" The tomb keeper laughed mockingly, then looked at the experts in the distance, and pointed at the seven-colored giant dragon without any courtesy. He said, "Don't be fooled by its size, it can't even attack now. If you have any trump cards now, just use them. It can't fight back at all. If you wait for it to completely absorb the divine dragon's power and become a divine dragon, it will be the time of your death." When everyone heard this, their expressions changed again, and they were shocked. "Ants die." In the sky, the seven-colored giant dragon's voice sounded again. This time, it was so angry that many experts coughed up blood. The seven-colored giant dragon slowly raised its dragon claw and slapped towards Zichen and the others. "See, this guy is very slow. If you attack now, you still have a chance to live. Once you miss this great opportunity, everyone will be buried here." The dragon claw was very slow. When the tomb keeper finished speaking, it was still in the air. However, everyone saw that under the dragon claw, the power of space had become solid and solid. The entire space was like a frozen block of ice, and Zichen and the others were like ice sculptures in the middle of the ice, unable to move at all. The dragon claw was slow, but it was falling. Zichen and the others couldn't move at all. The dragon claw fell and broke the space forcefully, as if it was breaking ice with force. Boom! The giant dragon claw covered the heads of Zichen and the others, blocking their vision. No one could see what happened to Zichen and the others. They only saw that the space had completely collapsed. "This is the only..." The tomb keeper's words were only halfway through before he completely disappeared. The energy was violent, and the space was broken. The violent aura was turbulent, and all the experts' expressions changed. Not to mention that Zichen and the others didn't rank high, even someone like Zhang Yongxi couldn't survive that violent energy. Sure enough, when the dragon claw lifted again, there was no one there. There wasn't even a bit of flesh. No one believed that Zichen and the others could escape under such circumstances. Everyone firmly believed that Zichen and the others had been smashed into nothingness by the dragon claw. Everyone tensed up and looked at the seven-colored giant dragon warily. The other party was simply too powerful. No one could escape from that attack just now. However, the seven-colored giant dragon didn't attack. It completely ignored them. Everything returned to how it was before, and Zichen and the others weren't there. Everyone's expressions changed, and they didn't know what to do. Chapter 17:17. Let's try. Everyone's expression darkened when they heard that. One of the alien races said, "Those fellows wanted to try, but they were blown into nothingness." Some agreed, while others remained silent. Zhang Yongxi said, "But what he said makes sense. If he wasn't restrained, how could we still be alive?" The alien race member from before said, "That's because he doesn't want to kill us yet." Zhang Yongxi smiled faintly and said, "Since we're going to be killed sooner or later, why don't we fight for it? Is there a need to fight for it? If he insisted on killing us, the 6 colored dragons would have already made their move. But what if he thinks that the 6 fellows can't kill us? How is that possible?" The alien race member from before was stunned. Zhang Yongxi glanced at him and turned to the soul-devouring clan members. He said, "Everyone, this is a matter of life and death. If you have something good, take it out. Don't keep it to yourself." Everyone's attention fell on the soul-devouring clan members. The soul-devouring clan members' expressions changed slightly. Zhang Yongxi continued, "Since we're all allies, we should help each other. Moreover, we're in such a dangerous situation. You can take out your trump cards now, but I'm afraid you won't even be able to take them out in a moment." The soul-devouring clan members' expressions darkened immediately. The Tomb Keeper's words were his own idea. He did not communicate with Zichen and the others beforehand. As the 7-colored dragon's claw landed, everyone felt a destructive force. However, they did not lose their composure. It was not that they were not afraid of death, but it was because of trust. They had absolute trust in the Tomb Keeper. Reality proved that the Tomb Keeper would not go crazy for no reason. Everyone was still alive. The moment the dragon's claw landed, a mysterious energy appeared around the Tomb Keeper. This energy avoided the 7-colored dragon's perception and shrouded everyone. After that, as the energy was destroyed, everyone disappeared into thin air. The next moment, everyone arrived at a safe zone. To be precise, they arrived at the center of the entire dragon tomb. That's right, the center was where the dragon source was. It was the place the 7-colored dragon wanted to reach the most. Everyone raised their heads and saw Long Yuan at a glance. Compared to the previous head-sized dragon source, the current dragon source was like a huge flaming lake. Even though there was a spatial barrier between them, everyone could still feel the surging vitality emitted by the dragon source. "This is the dragon source." Everyone looked at the dragon source in the other space in the sky, and disbelief appeared on their faces. The dragon source they had seen back then was not large in size. It was like a ball of gentle flames, and within the flames was the image of a dragon. That was the flame of life, representing the dragon origin's immortality and indestructibility. But in front of him, the dragon source was like a burning lake, surging with unimaginable vitality. This made him wonder if there were any living creatures within the flames. "This is the dragon origin," the Tomb Keeper emphasized, his expression somewhat complicated. This was the place that their clan had guarded for generations. This was also the foundation of the resurrection of the divine dragon. But today, he had brought outsiders here and even wanted to refine these things, truly cutting off the resurrection of the divine dragon. But in this situation, this was the only choice. "This is unbelievable." Zichen's eyes were filled with shock. There were too many dragon origins here, far more than anyone could imagine. Once all of them were refined, everyone's cultivation realm would probably break through to the peak of level 9. What is that?" "A piece of paper." Just as everyone's attention was focused on the dragon's source, the observant Dong Qing saw something floating above the dragon's source. It did look like a piece of paper, emitting a faint light. Because the dragon's source was too bright, this piece of paper appeared inconspicuous. Without hesitation, everyone jumped into the space and looked at the piece of paper. Manshur was the closest and reached out to grab the piece of golden paper. Buzz. The paper trembled, and a mysterious force surged from it, sending Manshur flying. Zichen looked at the paper. What's going on? Wu Xie frowned and reached for the paper. Don't. Before Manshur could finish his sentence, Wu Xie was sent flying. 2 people were sent flying in a row. Although they were not injured, it was enough to show how strange and extraordinary the paper was. Zichen walked forward, his right hand emitting a golden light as he reached for the paper. Buzz. The paper trembled again, and a repulsive force emerged. Because he was prepared, Zichen was not sent flying, but his right hand was sent flying. Even Zichen could not hold it. Obviously, this piece of paper was extraordinary. Perhaps it was a rare treasure. Zichen originally guessed that this might be a page of the heavenly book, but it had a repulsive force against him. Obviously, Zichen was not right. Let me try. Just as everyone was at a loss, Mu Shou suddenly said. After that, he walked over and landed on the paper with ease. There was no repulsive force. After the paper touched his hand, it quickly melted, turning into specks of golden light and entering Mu Shou's body. Mu Shou, who was just trying to hold it, suddenly changed his expression after the specks of golden light entered his body. Then, his face was filled with ecstasy. Why are you so happy? What is this? As the leader of the tribe, Guardian Tomb was very careful to control his emotions. Expressions of great joy and great sorrow rarely appeared on his face. Today, he could not suppress his excitement. Obviously, the golden paper was something extraordinary. When the golden light disappeared, Mu Shou was so happy that he could not close his mouth. What is it? Shuntian asked curiously. The way to control the Cosmos Bell. Mu Shou was excited. The way to control the Cosmos Bell? Haven't you always been able to control it? Everyone was puzzled. Mu Shou shook his head and said, In the past, we used vitality to control it. That method is actually wrong, but we have lost the real way. We can only use vitality to control it. Everyone immediately remembered the scene when the elders died. At that time, Zichen found it strange. Why did such a treasure need vitality to activate? Now he understood. What's with the 7-colored dragon? You seem to know it very well. Also, how did you bring us here so quickly? Zichen asked. The others also looked at Mu Shou curiously. Mu Shou said, Previously, I didn't know anything about that place. The reason why I suddenly understood was because of the remnant will of the divine dragon. Through this remnant will, I know that the 7-colored dragon has no attack power before it completely refines the dragon bone. At the same time, I also obtained some authority. This authority can send us directly to the center area. The divine dragons will also said that there is something here to deal with the 7-colored dragon. Could it be the method just now? Mu Shou smiled bitterly and said, Maybe, but this space has been sealed by the 7-colored dragon. I can't control the Cosmos Bell unless the space seal disappears. Then what should we do? Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Once the 7-colored dragon completely refines the dragon bone, it will be able to station itself here and devour all of the dragon origin. Then, it will become a divine dragon and reach the emperor level. At that time, no one in this world will be its match. Hearing Mu Shou's words, Manshur stared and said, What? You're saying that the 7-colored dragon is not yet an emperor realm, but a king realm? Peak king realm is equivalent to a peak 9th tier human, said Mu Shou. How is that possible? It's so powerful. It can kill all of us with one slap. Even Zichen is no match for it. Zichen still has room to grow, right? No longer discussing the issue of combat power, Zichen said. Alright, since the 7-colored dragon's ultimate goal is the dragon origin, we can't let it get away with it. Let's start refining the dragon origin. This was an opportunity to improve their strength. Of course, no one would miss it. As for Mu's show, he had no objections and also joined in. At the same time, Zichen also released Lei Long. Lei Long had already reached the 9th tier and was currently in the early 9th tier. The dragon origin would be of great use to him. Everyone began refining the dragon origin to improve their strength. The battle outside had already begun. Wave after wave of dragon origin power entered Zichen's body, constantly strengthening his body. At the same time, it also increased the energy in Zichen's body. In the process of refining the dragon origin power, no one could feel the passage of time. It hadn't been long since they broke through to the early 9th tier. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to break through to the middle 9th tier. It might take at least 100 years. But with the dragon origin power, it greatly reduced the amount of time they needed to break through. The dragon origin power was very pure. It didn't need to be deliberately refined to be absorbed. Everyone's realm was constantly increasing. The 13 people and Lei Long were all absorbing the dragon origin power. The dragon origin power was also constantly decreasing. None of the people present were ordinary people. They needed a lot of resources. Lei Long was the one who absorbed the fastest. The dragon origin power was almost exactly the same as the energy in its body. It just needed to keep devouring. Soon, it broke through a realm and reached the middle 9th tier. After breaking through, it didn't continue to absorb for some reason. The dragon origin power had already decreased by 1/6, and it was still decreasing. In the process of decreasing, a black dot appeared in the center of the dragon origin power. At first, it wasn't obvious. But as the dragon origin continued to decrease, it slowly became visible. As the second fastest absorbing dragon origin power, Zichen's energy began to fluctuate around him. He, who was on the verge of breaking through, turned into a black hole and crazily devoured the dragon origin power. The dragon origin power was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zichen's realm was rapidly increasing. He finally reached a limit and broke through to the middle 9th tier. Stepping into the 9th tier meant that they had entered the 9th heaven. Every time they broke through a small realm, their battle strength would increase by at least 10 times. When he was in the early 9th tier, Zichen could enter the top 30 with the help of the 7-colored weapon. Now that he had broken through again, Zichen was even more confident that he could enter the top 10. In other words, he was confident that he could defeat Zhang Yangxi. After breaking through, Zichen opened his eyes with a look of joy. Chapter 17-18. After breaking through, a large amount of dragon origin was consumed. The lake-like volume of the dragon origin plummeted. When Zichen opened his eyes, he naturally saw the black dot in the center of the dragon origin. The reason it was natural was because Zichen was not far from the black dot. The light emitted by the black dot was very pure, completely different from the dragon origin. It was very eye-catching. Why is there something in the dragon origin? Zichen was clearly puzzled. He got up and walked toward the black dot. When he got closer, he saw what the black dot was. He could not help but be surprised. It was a bow-shaped weapon. There were raised carvings on the bow. It was a weapon in the dragon origin. This piqued Zichen's curiosity. Zichen bent down and reached out to grab the black bow. Roar! The moment he grabbed the longbow, Zichen vaguely heard a loud dragon roar in his sea of consciousness. A longbow appeared in front of him. The material of the bow was black. There were 2 majestic divine dragons carved on it. The 2 divine dragons were in opposite positions. They opened their mouths and wanted to swallow the bright pearl in front of them. The scene froze. The 2 divine dragons' bodies were connected by the bright pearl, forming a black bow. The bowstring was connected by the 2 dragon tails, forming a black longbow. The black longbow naturally emitted a dragon's might. This made one wonder if it was a divine dragon bow made from real divine dragons. Bang! The divine dragon bow in front suddenly shattered. The 2 divine dragons separated and danced in the sky. They were less than a meter long at first. However, as the light around them changed and their auras were released, each of them grew to 1,000 meters long. The two dragons were still fighting for the pearl. The pearl seemed to have come alive. After breaking free from the two dragons, it suddenly rushed toward Zichen. Zichen immediately felt a pain in his glabella. It was as if the pearl had pierced through his glabella. The two dragons stared at Zichen. With a loud dragon roar, the two divine dragons rushed toward Zichen and opened their mouths. Faced with such a situation, Zichen's expression changed drastically. He kept retreating. However, the constant stabbing pain between his eyebrows greatly affected Zichen's speed. The two divine dragons quickly caught up and opened their mouths to swallow Zichen. At this moment of life and death, an external force suddenly fell on Zichen's body, causing him to stagger. With a shake of his body, Zichen's eyes regained their clarity. "Why are you in a daze all of a sudden? Why are you sweating so much? Are you dreaming? And you're dreaming while standing up." Manshur widened his eyes and looked at Zichen in confusion. Manshur wasn't the only one standing beside him. There were other people as well. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zichen with suspicion and worry. Zichen reacted and hurriedly touched the space between his eyebrows, but he only felt cold sweat. The discomfort in his glabella had already disappeared. His pale face gradually returned to normal. Then, he looked down at his hand, but there was nothing in it. "What happened to you?" Seeing Zichen touch and look at his body after waking up, everyone couldn't help but worry. "Did you see a black longbow?" Zichen immediately asked. "There's no longbow." Everyone shook their heads in confusion. Manshur slapped his forehead and laughed. "It's over. Why did he suddenly become stupid? Don't talk nonsense." Dongqing glared at Manshur fiercely and walked forward. He looked at Zichen and asked, "Zichen, what happened to you?" Zichen asked again, "Do you see a long bow?" "It's black, and it's in my hand." Without waiting for Dongqing to speak, Manshur's voice sounded again. "Zichen, you're delusional. This space is only so big. Other than us, there's only the dragon's source. We're refining the dragon's source to increase our strength. How can there be a black longbow? Don't tell me you found the longbow in the dragon's source." Zichen looked at the confused and worried people around him and said, "If I really found it in the dragon's source, would you believe me?" Zichen looked at Wu Xie and shook his head. Zichen looked at Shuntian, and the latter also shook his head. At the same time, the others also shook their heads. Only the three women didn't shake their heads, but they also didn't nod. Manshur said again, "Zichen, you're too funny. You said you found a weapon, but who saw it? Lei Long was here the whole time. You asked him if he saw it." Lei Long's voice sounded. "I was distracted just now. I didn't pay attention." Manshur laughed and said, "Listen, Lei Long is so considerate of you. You even got distracted. Do you think that refining a dragon origin will make you distracted?" Lei Long said in a wrong tone, "I really was distracted." Manshur waved his hand and said, "All right, there's nothing for you to do here. Continue refining. Zichen, tell me. You insisted that there was a bow here. Did you see what it looked like?" Of course, Zichen knew about it. He immediately said, "It's black, and there are two dragons on it. It looks very realistic. The two dragons are fighting for a pearl, a very unique bowstring, and two dragon tails." Hearing Zichen's words, Manshur smiled and said, "Keep making it up. I think you're—" Manshur interrupted Zichen, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to say anything else. Because when Zichen stretched out his hands and gestured, a bow appeared in his hands. It was a black bow with two dragons fighting over a pearl. The bow emitted a dragon's aura. The two dragons were very realistic. Zichen grabbed the black bow and didn't explain anymore. He just looked at Manshur. Facing Zichen's threatening gaze, Manshur scratched his head and muttered, There really is one." Everyone was surprised. Just now, they thought that Zichen was distracted and hallucinating. They didn't expect that there really was a black bow. After feeling the dragon's aura, Musho asked, "Where did you find this bow?" Zichen pointed at his feet and said, "Here. I really found it in the dragon's source." Zichen nodded and said, "Yes, it's called the Divine Dragon Bow." When the black bow appeared again, some information appeared in Zichen's mind. It was related to this black bow. "Let's test its power," everyone encouraged. "There's no arrow." "How can we test it?" Manshur muttered. "This bow can be used even without arrows." Just as they were talking, Zichen took a step forward and bent his left leg slightly to stabilize his upper body. His left hand grabbed the bow, and his right hand grabbed the bowstring. Golden light surged around him as he slowly exerted force. As the bowstring was pulled back, the black longbow suddenly shone brightly. The essence energy of the entire space began to surge madly towards the longbow. Even the dragon origin was shaken. Pure energy was constantly flowing away, absorbed by the longbow. A shining energy arrow automatically appeared on the longbow. "Don't shoot it. It's too wasteful, too extravagant," Musho shouted. Tombkeeper shouted. There was no other energy in this space. The only energy that the dragon god bow could extract was the dragon origin. Zichen didn't release the bowstring. He slowly pulled back. Just now, he had already felt the power of the divine dragon bow from the arrow. If he rashly shot it, it would definitely pierce through the space here and bring trouble to everyone. As Zichen pulled back, the energy in the arrow was constantly being drained. In the end, it was all turned into dragon source. In the end, Zichen released the bowstring. The bowstring vibrated, causing the space to tremble. "What a terrifying weapon!" Everyone's expression couldn't help but change. The instant the arrow was formed, they all felt a sense of danger. "What a pity! There is indeed one less arrow, the dragon god arrow." After releasing the bowstring, Zichen sighed softly. After pulling the bowstring, Zichen understood more about the divine dragon bow. At the same time, some information entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. "The dragon god arrow is in our tribe," Musho suddenly said. Everyone turned to look at Musho. "In the tribe's storehouse, there has always been an arrow. The body of the arrow is black and thicker than ordinary arrows. It looks like a mini dragon. During this time, there were some warriors in the tribe who were good at using bows and arrows. There were also some who had designs on the dragon god arrow. Unfortunately, it was useless. When placed on the bowstring, it was inferior to scrap metal. That is a treasure passed down in the tribe. It is called the dragon god arrow. It has been passed down from generation to generation. I never thought that I would be able to see the divine dragon bow that matches the dragon god arrow today." Musho sighed emotionally. "I think that the thing that the divine dragons last will said that can deal with the seven-colored giant dragon should be this." With a breakthrough in his realm and the divine dragon bow, Zichen was very confident. "We can give it a try." There were still many dragon origins, but killing the seven-colored giant dragon was more important. Musho nodded and said, "Let us see what they are doing." As he spoke, Musho waved his sleeve forward. Some dragon origins floated out from below and formed a light screen in midair. On the light screen, there were many figures. They were the people from before. They had already started an all-out battle with the seven-colored giant dragon. Everyone saw the seven-colored giant dragon open its mouth and spit out a large amount of seven-colored light. Then, it turned into many dragon shadows. These were all giant dragons with attributes. In other words, they were all giant dragon kings. Normally, these giant dragon kings were extremely powerful existences. But today, facing so many experts who had revealed their trump cards, these giant dragon kings were obviously not enough. Poof! Among them, several members of the soul-devouring clan were constantly shuttling around the giant dragon kings. The black weapons in their hands were easily inserted into the heads of the giant dragon kings. "What kind of weapons are these? They are so sharp." The sharpness of these weapons had already surpassed the seven-colored weapons in everyone's hands. Musho looked at these weapons and said, "Those are weapons refined from dragon bones." "What? Dragon bones? Mu Shou nodded and said, The dragon bones of a divine dragon. Half of the soul-devouring clan's purpose here is for the dragon origins, and the other half is for the dragon bones. Facing so many experts, these giant dragon kings were obviously not enough. Soon, large amounts of giant dragon king corpses appeared on the ground. Swoosh! The seven-colored giant dragon still could not launch an attack. Its body began to shine with seven-colored light. After this light appeared, it forcibly separated and turned into 7 giant dragons of a single attribute. These were all giant dragon heavenly kings. With 7 of them appearing at once, their combat strength was much stronger than the giant dragon kings. Before everyone had a breakthrough, except for Zichen, everyone would have to die in a one-on-one battle. Just as everyone thought that those guys on the light screen were going to be unlucky, they saw a member of the soul-devouring clan suddenly take out a long spear. The long spear looked very similar to Zichen's dragon soul spear. Then, he pointed the spear. The shadow of a divine dragon appeared with this spear and rushed towards one of the giant dragon heavenly kings. The dragon's roar resounded as the divine dragon's shadow rushed forward. Poof! A big hole appeared on the head of the giant dragon heavenly king. Its soul was destroyed, and its huge body collapsed. Chapter 17-19. Everyone knew how powerful those smaller giant dragon heavenly kings were. Back then, when Zichen joined forces with Lei Long, they only managed to kill one with the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Those existences not only had strong defense, but also knew how to teleport. Ordinary methods could not kill them at all. But now, the soul-devouring clan, who were not proficient in energy attacks, had easily killed a giant dragon heavenly king with a single spear strike. And all of this was not the end. It was merely the beginning. In another direction, another dragon shadow appeared. However, this dragon shadow did not turn into a spear light, but a saber light. A dragon shadow flickered in the saber light. This attack was launched by a black saber in the shape of a dragon. Wherever the saber light passed, a dragon roar resounded. Another giant dragon heavenly king was cut in half. His soul was destroyed and he died. A dragon spear had appeared earlier, and now there was another dragon saber. Immediately after, several powerful attacks appeared in other directions. Undoubtedly, the attacks all had dragon shadows. They were all very powerful and carried terrifying might. A total of 7 weapons appeared, just enough to deal with the 7 giant dragon heavenly kings. They were instantly killed. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the soul-devouring clan to have such weapons. They were almost on par with the divine dragon bow in Zichen's hands. I know! Tombkeeper suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention again. I know! Tombkeeper shouted, attracting everyone's attention. The soul-devouring clan is not only aiming for the dragon bones and dragon origin, but also the divine dragon bow. I think they must have obtained those weapons from other dragon tombs. Everyone nodded in agreement. In that case, it was understandable why the soul-devouring clan dared to encourage others to come in despite knowing the danger. Whether it was the dragon bones, dragon origin, or the weapons, they were all enough to make them take the risk. Relatively speaking, the dragon origin was the least valuable. Because Zichen did not believe that the dragon origin could allow them to break through the 9th layer barrier and reach the Sector Lord level. If that was the case, the soul-devouring clan would have had several Sector Lords over the years. Fortunately, we came this time. Otherwise, after these guys killed the 7-colored dragon, they would definitely take away the dragon origin and the divine dragon bow. At that time, we would lose more than we gain. Manshur snorted and said, That's fine too. We'll watch the show from here and wait for them to kill the 7-colored dragon. Then we'll go out. Tombkeeper shook his head and said, Right now, the rainbow dragon doesn't have any means of attack. That's because it doesn't want to give up the dragon bone. However, once its life is in danger, it will give up the dragon bone. When that happens, it will destroy everyone. When Manshur heard this, his eyes lit up. He said, Isn't that perfect? We can go out after they die. Those dragon weapons are all good stuff. If they die, we won't be able to live either. Zichen snapped. That's right. Let's hurry out. While the rainbow dragon is hesitating, we'll give it a good beating. Tombkeeper nodded. Manshur turned around and looked at the dragon origins with some reluctance. How should we deal with these dragon origins? The remaining dragon origin was enough for everyone to break through to the late stage. Zichen said, Keep them. If we can kill the rainbow dragon, these dragon origins will be useless. How could the dragon origins be useless? Zichen left these dragon origins behind for Tombkeeper and the entire tribe. Tombkeeper looked at Zichen gratefully. Tombkeeper paid the price of his life and told everyone that the rainbow dragon couldn't attack at the moment. After that, everyone listened to Zhang Yongxi's suggestion. Whether they succeeded or not, they had to fight for their survival. As expected, the rainbow dragon didn't continue to attack. However, it created many dragon kings. Facing these dragon kings, the soul-devouring clan took out a black weapon. This weapon could kill a dragon king instantly. In other words, an expert like Zhang Yongxi, who could only kill a dragon king with a full blow, could be easily killed by the soul-devouring clan with the black weapons. Moreover, the soul-devouring clan had such a powerful weapon. This was obviously the soul-devouring clan's trump card. It was much more powerful than Zichen's seven-colored weapon. With so many black weapons, the soul-devouring clan could kill the dragon kings instantly. But immediately after, the giant dragon heavenly kings launched their attacks. Facing such an existence, it was a little difficult for everyone to deal with. They were almost unable to fight back and could only retreat in defeat. At this moment, the soul-devouring clan took out another dragon-shaped weapon that was even more powerful. This dragon-shaped weapon was so powerful that it could kill a dragon king with a single blow. Moreover, it was in the hands of the soul-devouring clan, who were not good at energy attacks. There were many true experts present, such as Zhang Yongxi and Mingda of the mutated clan. These were all true experts. In their original understanding, as long as they were strong enough, any weapon would be the same, unless it was an emperor-level weapon. However, today, their understanding was completely overturned. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that these dragon-shaped weapons were only royal weapons. They were even of the same grade as Zichen's seven-colored weapon, which was the highest grade of king level. However, these weapons were undoubtedly powerful, far surpassing the seven-colored weapon. They were a little annoyed and wondered why they didn't find a powerful weapon. They also had some strange thoughts in their minds. They even wanted to immediately take away those dragon-shaped weapons. It was too wasteful for these weapons to fall into the hands of the soul-devouring clan. It was also on this day that they truly felt that levels didn't mean everything. They also had weapons in their hands, which were also of the highest grade among royal weapons. However, they had already been destroyed. Zichen's seven-colored weapon was also of the highest grade of king level. The first time the soul-devouring clan took out a black weapon, it was also of the highest grade of king level. However, the dragon-shaped weapon now was still of the highest grade of king level. The four weapons were of the same grade, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. It was like everyone was at the peak of the 9th level and was only one step away from becoming a sector lord. Suho was of the same level, Yongemo was of the same level, Zhang Yongxi was of the same level, and Longfei was of the same level. Recognizing the lack of weapons, Zhang Yongxi had secretly made up his mind to find a good weapon. Even if he couldn't get the dragon-shaped weapon, he had to get a black weapon. The white jade dragon bone looked extraordinary. He had to find a way to break some of it, and refine a good king-level weapon. Kill that seven-colored dragon first. Only by killing it can we be safe. As Zhang Yongxi blocked the attacks of the giant dragon kings, he observed the battlefield. Seeing the endless stream of giant dragon kings and giant dragon heavenly kings, he shouted. Unfortunately, ever since the soul-devouring clan took out all their trump cards, Zhang Yongxi's words had no weight at all. Because at this moment, in order to preserve his strength, he could only block the Dragon King's attack. He wasn't like the other soul-devouring clan members who could instantly kill the Dragon King. Not only Zhang Yongxi, but the other people, including the other races, had no weight at this moment. Even if they had powerful techniques, even if the dragon-shaped weapon was in their hands, they could unleash even more power. You guys should preserve your strength and wait for the final battle. A soul-devouring clan expert sneered. If we don't attack the seven-colored dragon now, there will be endless trouble in the future. Zhang Yongxi said unwillingly. Can't you see that we're exhausting it? But it's still absorbing the dragon bone's power. That aboriginal kid said that once it completely absorbs the dragon bone's power, everyone will die. Zhang Yongxi was still insisting on his point of view. The others also agreed with him. Unfortunately, the soul-devouring clan didn't agree, so everything was useless. Zhang Yongxi said in a deep voice. Lend me a dragon-shaped weapon. I'll deal with the seven-colored dragon. As he spoke, Zhang Yongxi stretched out his hand. Unfortunately, no one came forward to give him a weapon. Even the soul-devouring clan ignored him. This made the expert ranked 11th on the list feel extremely awkward. These guys are too selfish. I guess they can't wait for us to die here. That way, no one will snatch anything from them. Yong Nemo gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Zhang Yongxi was very awkward, but he also felt helpless. The other experts felt the same. The so-called alliance was actually bullshit. In the face of real benefits, the only thing that could guarantee benefits was strength and combat power. But now, the initiative was in the soul-devouring clan's hands. Everyone could only feel anxious and helpless. Swoosh. With the black weapon, the soul-devouring clan's dragon's slaying efficiency was very high. But how could they compare to the seven-colored dragon? It only needed to open its mouth casually, and the large number of dragon kings that appeared was enough for the soul-devouring clan to kill for a while. The soul-devouring clan intended to use this method to exhaust the seven-colored dragon. They kept killing, but they never really tried to touch the seven-colored dragon. As if they were afraid of angering the seven-colored dragon, they even deliberately controlled their energy attacks. When they were still a distance away from the seven-colored dragon, they automatically dissipated. No one could understand the soul-devouring clan's thoughts. Everyone felt helpless, angry, and even regretful. Obviously, the soul-devouring clan came prepared, but they came without any preparation. At this moment, they suddenly felt that the worldly essence in this space had changed. The essence was being sucked out and gathered in a certain direction. In addition to the essence chi of heaven and earth, even the corpses of the dead giant dragons emitted waves of energy, following the direction of the essence chi. Experts at Zhang Yongxi's level quickly felt the abnormality of the worldly essence. They immediately looked in the direction where the essence was drifting. At the end of the worldly essence, they saw a group of people who were supposed to be dead. The leader was Zichen. There were 12 people behind him, all of whom were present. Seeing these people, their eyes widened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They clearly saw that these people were already dead. Even their corpses were gone. How did they come back to life? The essence in this space was gathering in the direction of Zichen. To be more precise, it was on the dragon-shaped longbow in Zichen's hand. The longbow was like a bottomless black hole, madly absorbing the essence around it. The essence condensed on the longbow, turning into an energy arrow. As the arrow solidified, the energy in the entire space began to distort wildly. A terrifying aura burst out from the longbow. Buzz! Chapter 1720. Zichen and the others appeared. As soon as they appeared, Zichen shot an arrow at the seven-colored giant dragon with the divine dragon bow. The arrow left the bowstring and spun, forcibly tearing apart space. The arrow left a mark in the air as it passed. In an instant, the arrow was in front of the seven-colored giant dragon, piercing its eyes. The speed of this arrow was extremely fast. A dragon roar shook the sky. The motionless seven-colored giant dragon felt threatened by the arrow. However, the arrow was too fast and too sudden. It was impossible to dodge it completely. Poof! At the last moment, the seven-colored giant dragon avoided its eyes. The arrow hit its face and went in completely. 7-colored blood immediately spurted out from the wound. After the arrow entered its body, it continued to spin and go deeper, trying to penetrate the 7-colored giant dragon's body. The 7-colored giant dragon was in pain. It roared angrily. The roar kept echoing in space, shaking everyone's sea of consciousness. Several people fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Zhang Yongxi and the others were stunned when they saw this scene. They never thought that Zichen, who appeared again, would have such a skill. He broke the 7-colored giant dragon's defense with one strike. They had tried to attack the 7-colored giant dragon before, but their attacks fell on the 7-colored giant dragon's body from afar. They could not break through its defense at all. It was like scratching an itch. They were ignored by the 7-colored giant dragon. "It's that longbow. It's also a dragon-shaped weapon." The astonished crowd quickly noticed the longbow in Zichen's hands, and their eyes began to burn with excitement. It could hurt the 7-colored giant dragon and had a dragon-shaped weapon. It was obviously the same as the soul-devouring clan's 7 weapons. Only such a weapon could really threaten the 7-colored giant dragon. Why does Zichen also have a dragon-shaped weapon? No, look at their cultivation level. Middle stage 9th level. How is this possible? How long has it been? They've all broken through. That's right. It's not just one person breaking through. All of them broke through. What did they just experience? They soon noticed the cultivation level of Zichen and the others. They could not help but cry out in surprise. It had only been an hour since the 7-colored dragon had attacked, but Zichen and the others had all broken through during that time. In fact, the flow of time in the deepest part of the dragon tomb was different from here. Because of the rainbow dragon, the flow of time here was very slow, but because of the dragon source, the flow of time in the deepest part of the dragon tomb was relatively fast. Compared to the cultivators who had lost their composure, the soul-devouring clan was both shocked and furious when they saw that someone had suddenly injured the 7-colored giant dragon. When they retreated, they saw Zichen and the dragon-shaped bow in his hand. Others might not understand what it was, but they, who had looted several dragon tombs, knew very well what it was. That was the dragon soldier from the depths of the dragon tomb. Being with the dragon source was one of their goals for this trip. Now that Zichen had obtained the dragon weapon and everyone's realm had increased by 1 level, it meant that Zichen had already entered the depths of the dragon tomb and taken everything. As for why such a situation had occurred, it was naturally because of that aboriginal. The 7-colored giant dragon was still roaring. The space around it began to distort wildly, and the soul-devouring clan retreated. As they retreated, their gazes shifted between Zichen and the divine dragon bow. Their expressions changed, and killing intent appeared in their eyes. They did not deliberately hide their killing intent, so everyone present could clearly feel it. This made Zhang Yongxi and the others in the distance change their expressions. Zhang Yongxi said unhappily, "What are you doing? Preparing for an internal battle. Can't you see that a great enemy is right in front of us?" A soul-devouring clan member holding a dragon-shaped saber looked at Zichen and snorted. "Attacking the 7-colored giant dragon? What are you trying to do? Idiot, if we don't attack it now, it will kill everyone once it condenses the dragon bone." Zichen replied with disdain. He drew the bowstring for the 3rd time, and the essence of heaven and earth gathered again, forming an arrow. Bang! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot out. Another arrow hole appeared on the 7-colored giant dragon's face, and 7-colored blood flowed out. Zichen's attacks were very tricky. Every time he shot, he would aim for the 7-colored giant dragon's eyes. Just as Zichen attacked, the 12 people behind him also moved. They all took out their 7-colored weapons and rushed toward the giant dragon kings. Bang! Manshur raised his 7-colored wolf-tooth mace. With a powerful swing, a giant dragon king's head was smashed. Pfft! The spear in Shn Tiandao's hand also pierced through the giant dragon king's head. After breaking through to the next realm, everyone's combat power had increased greatly. With the help of the 7-colored weapons, everyone could now kill the giant dragon kings in an instant. When he attacked, Mumu said loudly, "Now is our only chance. When it abandons the dragon bone, everyone will die. Swoosh! Zichen shot out another arrow, and a fourth arrow hole appeared on the seven-colored giant dragon's face. Its body was twisting and rolling, but it still did not abandon the dragon bone. Seven-colored light shone around its body, and rays of energy rushed out from it. These energy rays were changing colors. When the seven-colored energy rays fell, they immediately turned into 7 giant dragon kings. The 7-colored giant dragon kings emitted 7 rays of energy. In an instant, there were 49 giant dragon kings. Bang! 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 Looking at these giant dragon kings, Zichen was expressionless. The divine dragon bow in his hand was drawn 7 times. With the sound of the bowstring vibrating, 7 giant dragon kings were shot in the head. They fell to the ground dead. Don't hesitate anymore. Attack with all your might. After killing the 7 giant dragon kings, Zichen glanced at the Soul Eater clan. His indifferent voice rang out. The Soul Eater clan had not attacked since they retreated. Now that they heard Zichen's words, they still did not move. There was anger on Zichen's face. He said coldly, "The 7-colored giant dragon is much stronger than you think. Now is the best time to kill it. At this time, we must cooperate and form a united front." Just as he spoke, another 3 giant dragon kings were killed. As for the other giant dragon kings, they rushed toward Manshur and the others. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, Manshur and the others felt great pressure. The Soul Eater clan was still indifferent. The others wanted to help, but they were powerless. Zichen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He, who was attacking the giant dragon kings, suddenly turned around and aimed the divine dragon bow at a Soul Eater clan expert. "What are you doing?" Looking at the dragon-shaped bow that Zichen had drawn, the Soul Eater clan expert felt a strong sense of death. His face changed and he became very nervous. As for the others, they also stared at Zichen with unfriendly eyes. Zichen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, "If you don't attack, I will kill all of you with all my might." "You can try," the Soul Eater clan expert said coldly. Bang! Zichen released the bowstring in his hand. The black longbow vibrated and an arrow shot toward the Soul Eater clan expert. "Zichen, you are really daring." The Soul Eater clan expert's face changed drastically. His body kept changing as he shuttled through the space. Unfortunately, the arrow had locked onto him. No matter how he dodged in the space, the arrow was still locked onto him. Slash! Helpless, he shouted and slashed forward with his saber. Pfft! The saber missed. The arrow hit his shoulder and penetrated it completely. As for why the Soul Eater clan expert did not die, it was not because Zichen had shown mercy. It was because the arrow had been blocked by the other Soul Eater clan experts several times during its journey. Its power had weakened significantly. "I am a man of my word." Zichen glanced at them coldly. Ignoring the Soul Eater clan's ugly expressions, he shot out another arrow to kill the giant dragon kings. The Soul Eater clan experts looked at the injured man beside them. Although he was not the strongest in the team, his combat strength was definitely in the top 3. However, such an existence was injured by Zichen in one blow. If they had not sensed Zichen's intention and attacked with all their might, this expert would have been killed. "Kill the 7-colored giant dragon first." The injured man gritted his teeth and said coldly. He really did not want to continue experiencing the danger of death just now. Originally, Zichen and the others were the weakest in terms of combat strength. However, after they had broken through and obtained a long-range dragon-shaped weapon, their combat strength was undoubtedly the strongest. The Soul Eater clan had no other choice. Hence, they all rushed forward to kill the giant dragon kings. After killing the giant dragon kings, they rushed toward the 7-colored giant dragon. The 7-colored giant dragon roared and shot out another ray of 7-colored light. However, this time, the 7-colored light did not turn into 7 giant dragon kings. Instead, it turned into a small 7-colored giant dragon. It looked like a clone. The aura surging around this clone surpassed that of the giant dragon kings. Pfft! However, as soon as it appeared, Zichen locked onto it. From afar, he drew his bow and formed an arrow. The arrow pierced through the opponent's head. Immediately after, the other dragon-shaped weapons landed on the 7-colored giant dragons clone one after another. In an instant, the clone's body was cut into several pieces. When the 8 dragon-shaped weapons worked together, the power unleashed was unprecedentedly strong. Next, everyone focused on attacking the 7-colored giant dragon. The wounds on its body increased. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. The aura around the 7-colored giant dragon went completely berserk. The light links between its body and the dragon bones were breaking one by one. It's going to abandon the dragon bones. It's at its weakest now. Everyone, give it your all. When Moo saw this, he shouted loudly. Everyone worked even harder. One after another, powerful attacks were launched. At the same time, the other Soul Eater clan members also attacked with their black weapons. Zichen, who saw this from afar, could not help but shake his head. These Soul Eater clan members were good at killing souls. However, their energy attacks were too weak. If these weapons were in the hands of others, the effect would be more obvious. However, everyone had their own selfish motives. Under such circumstances, it was obviously impossible to get them to hand over the dragon-shaped weapons. The 7-colored giant dragon had completely broken free from the dragon bones. It had completely abandoned the dragon bones. Its gaze was fixed on the group of people. It said coldly, "Lowly ants, you've completely infuriated me. Today, all of you will die." Looking at the dragon bones that were thousands of meters long, Zichen's eyes flashed. Beside him, a silver light flashed. Chapter 17:21. To the 7-colored dragon, the dragon bone was truly a good thing. Once it completely refined and absorbed the essence within, it could transform again and even break through. The dragon bone was also very useful to others. The most basic knowledge was that it could be used to forge top-grade royal weapons. Its power was second only to dragon-shaped weapons. Once the dragon bone was transported out, it could be used as a material to forge royal weapons. Its value was immeasurable. The same principle could be applied to the lightning dragon. As a lightning dragon, it was a true dragon. In everyone's eyes, it was a divine dragon. A divine dragon was not a true god. It was just a name given to the dragon race. Relatively speaking, the dragon bone was from the same race as the lightning dragon. The dragon bone was more useful to the lightning dragon. The 7-colored dragon was already so powerful, but it could transform after absorbing the dragon bone. Once the lightning dragon absorbed the dragon bone, its innate weakness would be completely eliminated. After all, it was once only a weapon spirit. The lightning dragon turned into a ray of silver light. It avoided everyone's attention and quietly approached the dragon bone. It seemed that the dragon bone's consciousness had not truly dissipated. It also seemed that the dragon had great resentment towards the 7-colored dragon. This time, the lightning dragon's approach was very smooth. After that, it completely attached itself to the dragon bone. There was no rejection. As if they were of the same origin, the dragon bone completely accepted the lightning dragon. The dragon bone, which was originally emitting a white jade light, now had traces of lightning on it. Unfortunately, everyone's attention was focused on the rampaging 7-colored dragons. No one noticed this scene. Boom! The 7-colored dragon abandoned the dragon bone and exploded. Its dragon claw fell with world-destroying power. A part of the space completely exploded. Before the space exploded, Manshur and the others fled. Pfft! Zichen shot another arrow. Die! The 7-colored dragon was completely enraged. It raised its dragon claw and slashed it at Zichen. Immediately, a shadow appeared above Zichen's head. The power of space pressed towards him from all directions. Looking at the terrifying dragon claw, Zichen did not flee. Instead, he drew his bow and shot an arrow at the dragon claw. Poof! Zichen's arrow completely pierced through the dragon claw, causing the descending dragon claw to tremble slightly. Pooh! Pooh! Zichin shot a few more arrows. Streams of 7-colored blood spurted out from the descending dragon claws. The 7-colored dragon was in pain, and its dragon claws descended even faster. The spatial energy surging in from all directions made it hard for it to breathe. The 7-colored dragon wanted to use the same move to deal with him. Swoosh! At the last moment, the thunder wings on Zichen's back vibrated. The instant the dragon claw came crashing down, he forcefully squeezed through the compressed space and fled at top speed. After leaving, Zichen continued to shoot arrows. At full power, Zichen was able to injure the rainbow dragon with every strike. Not far away, the soul-devouring clan's attacks were much weaker. They could only leave shallow wounds on the 7-colored dragon's enormous body. For the 7-colored dragons that were over 10,000 meters long, these wounds that did not go deep into the bones and flesh were almost negligible. The 7-colored dragon's attack missed, and it let out a roar, opening its mouth to spit out a large expanse of dragon flames. These dragon flames were actually emitting 7 colors. When the 7-colored dragon flames appeared, they seemed to be able to ignite even space, spreading out in an instant. In an instant, dozens of people were enveloped by the dragon flames. Then, cries of alarm and shrill screams rang out. The 7-colored dragon kept spitting out dragon flames, wanting to fill the entire space with dragon flames. This was a large-scale attack with strong destructive power. Suddenly, a dangerous aura attacked. Its body disappeared instantly, then reappeared. Poof! Its body disappeared and reappeared again, allowing it to dodge that fatal arrow. That human with the bow was really annoying. The 7-colored dragon wanted to kill him first, but as soon as it raised its head, it saw him teleport away. Its spatial pressure was no longer effective on Zichen. Zichen's attack caused the 7-colored dragon's dragon flames to pause. The dragon flames in the sky gradually dissipated. A few charred corpses fell from the sky, and there was even a black weapon among them. Under the 7-colored dragon flames, 2 humans, one of the mutated tribes, and a member of the Soul Eater clan died. Just the dragon flames alone had such power. It was obvious how powerful the 7-colored dragon was. Swoosh! Before the 7-colored dragon could launch another dragon flame attack, Zichen shot another arrow. However, the 7-colored dragon dodged in advance and did not hit the target. Ants, all of you must die! The 7-colored dragon's body suddenly began to glow. Then, rays of 7-colored light rushed out. These rays of 7-colored light turned into 7-colored dragon avatars. These 7-colored dragon avatars scattered in all directions, attacking the others. After manifesting so many avatars, the light around the 7-colored dragon did not diminish. Instead, it became even brighter. Its huge and cumbersome body suddenly began to shrink. 10,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters. In the end, it shrank to 1,000 meters. As its body shrank, its aura did not weaken at all. Instead, it seemed more agile. Swoosh! Its 7-colored eyes were filled with hatred. It looked around and saw Zichen. Zichen felt something was wrong. His body flashed, and he teleported away. Poof! Zichen teleported 1,000 meters away. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. There was a bloody hole on his shoulder. Golden blood was flowing out of the wound. And where Zichen had been standing, the 7-colored dragon's 1,000-meter body appeared. One of its dragon claws had golden blood stains on it. The 7-colored dragon grinned at Zichen. But soon, its grin turned into anger. Zichen shot another arrow. It teleported and disappeared. The energy arrow disappeared with it. Somewhere in the void, there was a roar. Bang! After being hit by Zichen's arrow, the 7-colored dragon reappeared. It happened to be in front of a member of the Soul Eater clan. Its dragon claw slammed down and killed him in one hit. At the same time, the others were also locked in a fierce battle with the 7-colored dragon avatars. Poof! As if it could see that these members of the Soul Eater clan were a greater threat, the 7-colored dragon's 1,000-meter body kept flashing. It appeared in front of the members of the Soul Eater clan one after another. Soon, it killed 3 more people. The golden dragon was too strong. Each time it attacked, it killed in 1 hit. Bang! One of the members of Zichen's team was hit. His body immediately collapsed, and he flew out. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Swoosh! Tombkeeper pointed his finger at the other party. A mysterious energy fell on the other party's body, and his body disappeared. Then, the 7-colored dragon appeared in front of Dongqing. Dongqing launched a spiritual thought attack. But it was useless. He even suffered a backlash. Just as the 7-colored dragon's claw was about to hit him, a beam of energy fell on Dongqing first. It took Dongqing away. Tombkeeper's body flashed. He dodged the other dragon's attacks. At the moment, his attention was on the 11 people. As long as the 7-colored dragon attacked them, he would send them into the depths of the dragon's tomb with a beam of energy in advance. But there were dangers everywhere. Tombkeeper couldn't take care of everyone. Poof! The 7-colored dragon's tail slammed heavily into Mansur's body. When Mansur flew out, his body was beaten back to its original form. He coughed up blood. Tombkeeper's energy arrived just in time. The 7-colored dragon's second attack missed. It successfully sent Mansur away. A few people disappeared inexplicably. The 7-colored dragon charged at Tombkeeper. But in the next moment, Tombkeeper disappeared too. It had no choice but to kill the others. In the field, including Zhan Yongxi, few dared to fight the 7-colored dragon head-on. Even Zichen couldn't. Its body shrunk to 1,000 meters. The 7-colored dragon showed an invincible aura. One after another, the powerhouses died under the 7-colored dragon's claws. In the blink of an eye, the number of people killed had reached 20. If this continues, everyone will die here. You guys hand over your dragon-shaped weapons to the others, Zichen said to the members of the Soul Eater clan who were fleeing in panic. Their attacks were too weak. The dragon-shaped weapons could only protect themselves. They couldn't kill the enemy. The 7 members of the Soul Eater clan held their dragon-shaped weapons tightly. They were silent. Zichen was furious. He said loudly, "It's already come to this. Which do you think is more important? Your weapons or your lives? If you insist, I can only take the others to a safe place. When you are dead, we will come back to pick up the weapons." The expressions of the members of the Soul Eater clan changed drastically. They seemed to be hesitating and struggling. "I promise that as long as we kill the 7-colored dragon, the weapons that are yours will be returned to you." Actually, promises were useless. But at this moment, if they didn't want to die, the best choice was to hand over their weapons. As Zichen said earlier, if they didn't hand over their weapons, Zichen would take the others away. He would bring them back after they were dead. During this time, they all saw how Tombkeeper sent the injured people on Zichen's side away. "Here. I hope you will keep your promise." The members of the Soul Eater clan threw the dragon-shaped weapons in their hands. These guys weren't stupid at all. They threw their weapons to Zichen at the same time. Obviously, if something unexpected happened, they would ask for their weapons from Zichen. Zichen didn't hesitate. After receiving the 7 weapons, he threw a spear to Shuntian Dao and a long sword to Hidden Mist. Then, he threw a long saber to Zhan Yongxi and a weapon to the foreign race expert Mengde. As for the remaining 3 weapons, Zichen gave them to a foreign race expert and a human. When there was only 1 black staff left, Mansur suddenly jumped out and said, "Give it to me! Give it to me!" Mansur, who was injured earlier, was now full of energy. Obviously, he had refined some of the dragon origin. Zichen threw the staff to Mansur. Mansur took the staff and felt it. He was very satisfied. The 8 of them all had dragon-shaped weapons in their hands. Zichen glanced at Tombkeeper. The latter nodded. "Follow me." Tombkeeper waved his hand and shot out a light of energy. This light swept everyone away. Because there was still dragon origin in the depths of the dragon tomb, he naturally wouldn't bring these guys there. With the dragon weapons in hand, everyone was very confident. Chapter 1722. There were only 8 people left in this space. Zichen held the divine dragon bow and retreated in a flash. Completely different from Zichen, Manshur took a step forward and stood at the very front. The others also supported him from the sides. In Zichen's hand, the divine dragon bow was drawn, but it could not be drawn to the full moon. This was not because Zichen was not strong enough, but because he was restricted by some rules. Even so, the divine dragon bow was still very powerful. The essence of heaven and earth gathered toward the bow, and an energy arrow materialized. This arrow was aimed at the 7-colored dragon's eyes. However, Zichen did not shoot immediately. He chose to wait. Boom! Energy surged as Manshur unleashed the mountain spirit tyrant body, transforming into a mountain giant. The dragon-shaped staff in his hand glowed with a dark light. Following that, the staff expanded, transforming into a long black pillar, until it was completely in his hand. He raised the weapon high, and smashed it down. Space continuously twisted, and this attack carried with it a powerful might, heading straight for the 7-colored dragon's head with unstoppable force. Bang! The black staff smashed on the 7-colored dragon's head. Its surface defense was instantly broken. Many of the scales on its head were shattered. Its body shook slightly, and it retreated involuntarily. Manshur's attack had caused such an effect. However, the people watching from afar could not cheer because Manshur himself was sent flying hundreds of meters by the recoil of this attack. Obedient Wei summoned a trace of the power of the heavenly path and strengthened the long spear in his hand. He rushed toward the 7-colored dragon. Poof! The long spear was completely buried in the dragon's body. Obedient Wei pulled the spear out. A stream of 7-colored blood spurted out from the wound. Slash! Zhang Yongxi held the long saber with both hands. The energy in his body went berserk. He slashed down. A long and deep wound appeared on the 7-colored dragon's body. 7-colored blood flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. The others also attacked one after another. They were already strong. With the dragon-shaped weapons, they were like tigers that had grown wings. The 7-colored dragon had more wounds. This effect was much more powerful than the soul-devouring clan's previous attacks. Among the 8 people, 5 of them attacked the 7-colored dragon. Zichen still hadn't fired his arrow. As for the hidden mist and the other alien, they didn't attack the 7-colored dragons. Instead, they wandered around and killed the clones of the 7-colored dragons. Swoosh! A ray of 7-colored light shot towards the hidden mist shadow, instantly piercing through his body. However, the hidden mist shadow's body flickered, and like a shadow, he was unharmed and continued to move forward. When he arrived in front of his opponent, he raised his dragon-shaped sword and instantly pierced the head of the giant dragon clone. The hidden mist shadow was useless against the 7-colored dragons, but it could restrain these clones. In just a few breaths of time, several dragon clones were killed. This was also the main reason why Zichen had given him a dragon-shaped weapon but not a more powerful one. The 7-colored giant dragon was in pain. Its body tumbled in the sky, but its tail whistled and shattered the space. Everyone immediately dodged, not daring to face it head-on. Swoosh! The 7-colored giant dragon's body disappeared. It had used teleportation. Zichen's eyes were fixed on the 7-colored giant dragon. After seeing it disappear into the space, he suddenly turned around and aimed the divine dragon bow at a certain spot in the void. Bang! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow was shot. At this moment, there was no target in front of the arrow. It seemed that Zichen's arrow had missed. However, as the arrow moved forward, a ray of 7-colored light appeared. It was the 7-colored giant dragon. As soon as it appeared, it happened to meet the arrow. A look of shock appeared in the 7-colored giant dragon's eyes. At this critical moment, it naturally formed a defense in front of its body. At the same time, it closed its eyes. Puff! This arrow first broke through the defense, then shot into the giant dragon's eyelid, directly piercing through one of its eyes. The 7-colored giant dragon roared in pain. Its body tumbled, and the space around it began to collapse. Waves of destructive aura surged and spread in all directions. Facing this violent power, no one dared to go forward. They could only attack from afar, but the effect was greatly reduced. Only Zichen continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows, continuing to deal damage. Puff! The seven-colored giant dragon was hit again. However, this time, it did not roar in pain. Its body stopped trembling. Instead, it raised its head. At this moment, there were more than a dozen arrow holes on its head. Seven-colored blood flowed out from the holes. The most shocking injury was the eye that Zichen had shot blind. "All of you must die!" There was no roar. Only a cold voice echoed in the space. For some reason, when everyone looked at the seven-colored giant dragon again, they felt fear. It was no longer teleporting. Instead, it moved forward in a straight line. Everywhere it passed, the space was forcefully shattered. Compared to before, its speed was even faster. Bang! Manshur raised his long staff and smashed down. However, this time, not only did it not work, but he was also sent flying, coughing up blood. Manshur, who was sent flying, was shocked. This seven-colored giant dragon was much stronger than before. Swoosh! After hidden mist killed all of the giant dragon avatars, he turned into a shadow and rushed over. Boom! The void shook and shattered. The dragon claw slammed down on the hidden mist shadow. The dragon claw hit his illusory body as if it had hit a real body. He coughed up blood and flew backward. The weapon in his hand had already fallen. Whoosh! Zichen shot another arrow with a powerful force. However, this time, the seven-colored giant dragon did not dodge. Instead, it took the initiative to meet it. After that, a shocking scene appeared. The seven-colored giant dragon actually shattered Zichen's arrow without any damage. So strong! Zichen's expression changed instantly. Die! Zhang Yongxi jumped out from the side and slashed down. A giant dragon phantom rushed out from it. However, it was useless. Facing the completely crazy seven-colored giant dragon, Zhang Yongxi was sent flying. After falling to the ground, he could not stand up for a long time. Now, the seven-colored giant dragon displayed extremely strong power. This power could completely wipe out everyone. Except for Zichen, who could still fight from afar, the others were sent flying one after another, and were seriously injured. How did it suddenly become so strong? The spectators watching the battle from afar felt their hearts palpitate, and their faces were filled with worry. These 8 people were definitely the strongest in the team. If even they could not kill the seven-colored giant dragon, then everyone would die here. Master, it won't be able to maintain this state for long. Hold on a little longer. I will soon finish refining the dragon bone. Lei Long's voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. So fast. Zichen was a little surprised. One had to know that the seven-colored giant dragon had taken a long time to refine the dragon bone. How could Lei Long be so fast? I have the dragon bone's approval, so I just need to fuse with it. When the seven-colored giant dragon is refining the dragon bone, it still needs to resist the dragon bone's will. Naturally, it will take a lot longer. You can deal with it. It should be fine after I completely fuse with the dragon bone, but it will take a long time. I can only fuse the dragon bone into my body temporarily. However, I can break through the space here. When the time comes, I can still leave. Alright. After a short exchange of spiritual thoughts, Zichen continued to shoot arrows. At the same time, his body constantly changed position under teleportation. However, ever since the seven-colored giant dragon erupted, Zichen was no longer a threat to it. On the contrary, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Swish! Swish! Zichen's footwork flashed. Rays of light lit up. Together with the lightning wings on his back, his explosive speed reached a real limit. The distance between the two was instantly pulled apart again. After repeating this several times, the seven-colored giant dragon said coldly, "You can run? Let's see if they can run." With that, it charged at Manshur and the other 7. Die! Zichen yelled and shot out an arrow, but his speed was intentionally slower. Pooh! The seven-colored giant dragon instantly teleported and left a wound on Zichen's body. Looking at Zichen, who appeared a few thousand meters away, it smiled sinisterly. Following that, Zichen was completely at a disadvantage. Wounds appeared on his body one after another, but none of them were fatal. Zichen's speed was getting slower and slower. Let's see how long you can last. The seven-colored giant dragon sneered and continued to attack Zichen. How much longer? Zichen dodged and gritted his teeth to transmit his voice. It's done! As the thunder dragon transmitted its voice, the dragon's skeleton in the distance suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the white jade-like dragon skeleton erupted with dazzling lightning. The entire space began to resound with the sound of thunder. The dragon skeleton that was thousands of meters tall was completely drowned by the lightning. Such a change attracted everyone's attention. When everyone looked up at the dragon skeleton, their faces were filled with shock. On the surface of the dragon skeleton, the shadow of a dragon appeared in the lightning. It was a dragon shadow that flashed with lightning. The divine dragon has been resurrected. Looking at the shadow of the divine dragon in the lightning, everyone was shocked. However, Zichen's friends knew that it was the thunder dragon and not the resurrected divine dragon. Damned reptile! The seven-colored giant dragon let out a deafening roar. It ignored Zichen and rushed toward the dragon skeleton. Stop it! Zichen shouted and shot another arrow. Manshur, Shudao, and Hidden Mist did not hesitate to rush toward the seven-colored giant dragon's path. They all launched powerful attacks. Pun! 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 The three of them were sent flying. Zan Yongxi and the others hesitated for a moment before rushing forward. However, they were also sent flying. However, this delay allowed Lei Long to completely fuse the dragon bone into his body. Although he had yet to completely refine it, a tyrannical aura was emitted from his body. This aura was no weaker than that of an advanced 9th-level expert. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded. A ripple visible to the naked eye rushed out in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, the power of space distorted and trembled. Then, a shattering sound came from the depths of space. The seven-colored giant dragon's spatial seal had been broken. The moment the space shattered, Zichen felt the divine dragon bow vibrate. The situation where he could not draw the bow to a full moon disappeared instantly. Zichen's body shone with golden light. He directly drew the divine dragon bow to a full moon. The surrounding spiritual energy madly gathered toward the bow. At the same time, Zichen felt a trace of energy fluctuation from the bow. Chapter 1723. Because of Zichen's intimidation, the entire tribe of the natives was now quiet and peaceful. The natives and the other races really lived in peace in this world. The trading ground was still being renovated, and trading shops appeared one after another to allow rogue cultivators to trade with other factions. The cultivators in the tribe often went out to hunt dragons. The dragons in this world were still huge, but the natives could clearly sense the abnormalities in these dragons. They seemed to be irritable and easily angered, and their combat strength had increased a lot. In just a few days, several people had been injured. The warriors who returned were worried because they knew that the chief and Zichen had already entered the depths of the dragon's tomb. The abnormalities of the dragons in the outside world should be related to the dragon's tomb. Wang He was a warrior in the tribe, an ascetic with strong combat strength. He was also the son of the dead elder Wenhua. The first time he came back, he provoked the 11 people and was defeated by Manshur. In the following days, the gap between the two sides didn't shrink, but widened. The misunderstanding caused that day had become something for Wang He to brag about. In the entire tribe, only he had provoked Zichen and the others. Bragging again. Hearing Wang He's loud voice from afar, a smile appeared on Viper's face. Viper, you came at the right time. Have the chief and Zichen returned? Seeing Viper walk over, Wang He stood up and asked. The other warriors also stood up. Viper shook his head and said, Not yet. But as soon as he finished speaking, they felt a wave of energy coming from the tribe, and then the entire tribe trembled. This wave was like some kind of signal wave, released frequently. The waves were filled with dragon roars and emotions, as if the warriors were eager to go to the battlefield and drink the blood of their enemies. They were full of desire and fighting spirit. "What's going on?" The warriors all stood up and looked around. "It's the direction of the armory." Viper immediately sensed the source of the wave and flew in the direction of the armory. When Viper arrived, many warriors had already gathered here, and they all looked in front of them in surprise. The wave came from the armory. Usually, weapons were placed here, some good and some damaged. They were all very ordinary weapons, and there wasn't even a dragon weapon, so their value wasn't high. But today, why was there a disturbance in the armory? No one understood. Now that Viper had arrived, they all looked at him, waiting for him to make a decision. "A few of you, follow me in and take a look." Viper furrowed his brows, looking nervous and cautious. He could feel a strong sense of danger from this wave of energy. "I'll follow you in." He stepped forward, and at the same time, a few other ascetics stepped forward. With Viper in the lead, everyone cautiously approached the armory. The others stayed a distance away, their faces full of vigilance in case of any sudden changes. Buzz! There was a tremor in the armory, and then the armory began to vibrate. After that, everyone clearly heard a loud dragon roar. The next moment, a tyrannical aura surged out of the armory. Pun! The heavy door of the armory, which was specially made, exploded in an instant, and a black light flew out from it. After circling around the tribe, it turned into a stream of light and flew away. That is, all the warriors saw the black light clearly, and their expressions changed drastically. Their faces were full of disbelief. Any warrior who had been to the armory knew that it was called the Dragon God Arrow. It sounded very domineering, but it was useless. Although it was a treasure passed down from generation to generation, in the eyes of many warriors, it was almost useless. It was a pity to throw it away, and it had no power. During this period, some people tried to melt it down and make a new weapon, but they failed. But today, this useless thing changed on its own. It was activated on its own, and floated away. As for its power, everyone knew it by looking at Viper's abdomen that was pierced. In the moment just now, the Dragon God Arrow was shot, and Viper was the first to be hit. His body was not weaker than a dragon's, but it was easily pierced through. This was under the condition that no one was controlling it. The Dragon God Arrow only showed its sharpness. If someone was controlling it, Viper would be dead. Viper was covered in cold sweat, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. This was not because of his injuries, but because of pure fear. This arrow happened to hit his abdomen and penetrated his body, but what if it had hit his head? It would have penetrated his head in an instant, destroyed his soul, and floated away. He saw Viper's appearance, and thought that he was seriously injured. He hurried over to support him, but he did not know that Viper was too frightened. That Dragon God Arrow, why did it leave on its own? Viper raised his head and stared in the direction where the Dragon God Arrow left. He was very puzzled. The wound on his abdomen slowly stopped bleeding. Who knows? Maybe someone called it away. He was also very puzzled, so he said casually. Someone called it away. Could it be the Dragon God Bow? Viper's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. What Dragon God Bow? He was puzzled. Everyone in the tribe knew about the Dragon God Arrow, but not everyone knew about the Dragon God Bow. The Dragon God Arrow can only be called away when the Dragon God Bow is born. Could it be, the Dragon God Bow is born? Viper muttered to himself, his face unreadable. In fact, he did not know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Looking at the shattered door and his wound, he could see how terrifying the Dragon God Arrow was. If it was obtained by the enemy, it would be a disaster for the tribe. Call a few people to repair this place. Viper seemed to be worried, but the other warriors did not care. They were just curious. After all, the dragon god arrow was not very useful to the tribe. They knew that it was not something valuable. It was not a big deal to lose it. But at this moment, the whole tribe trembled again, and another wave of fluctuation spread out. This fluctuation was even more powerful than the dragon god arrow. It directly caused the entire tribe to tremble. Moreover, during the trembling process, the restrictions that were set up around the tribe were revealed one after another. Is there an enemy attack? The warriors jumped up and looked around, but there was nothing outside the restrictions. Over there, it's the universal bell. The universal bell is changing. A warrior shouted, pointing at the universal bell above the center of the tribe. Everyone looked up and saw the universal bell trembling. It was trembling on its own, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. Then, the whole tribe resounded with a melodious bell sound. This bell sound seemed to come from ancient times, passing through the endless years. It was melodious, with a sense of desolation and tragedy. The bell's sound reverberated, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared, shaking the surroundings. These ripples swept across the people, and everyone felt that their minds and bodies were out of control. They were in a mess. In an instant, they seemed to have experienced several kinds of time flow, and their bodies were in discomfort. These ripples carried the power of time, and when they swept past them, they felt extremely depressed. It was as if time had accelerated, stopped, and even reversed in a short period of time. The chaotic power of time fell on their bodies, and many people could not withstand this power. They fell down and vomited. Everyone get down, don't fly. Viper, who had fallen to the ground, shouted. But his voice spread out, and through the layers of ripples, it formed several different sounds. Some were tender like children, some were clear and loud, some were old, some were weak and powerless, and some were like thunder. The power of time spread, changing the flow of time in the tribe. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dangerous to fly. It was possible that an accelerated power of time would land on a certain part of the body, and then the vitality of that part would quickly fade away, while another part might encounter a time stop, maintaining its original state. Everyone obeyed Viper's words, and immediately got down and sprawled on the ground. Dang! 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 The frequency of the universal bell's vibrations increased, and the surrounding time became even more chaotic. Everyone covered their ears and sprawled on the ground, unwilling to hear the sound of the universal bell. However, this voice sounded directly in everyone's sea of consciousness. The universal bell that was vibrating at a high frequency seemed to be attracted by an external force, and began to slowly rise into the sky. With it as the center, the restrictions set up by the tribe were lifted, manifesting thousands of chains of light. Pa! Pa! Following that, the chains of light were forcibly broken by the universal bell. After the last restriction around it was broken, the universal bell tore through the air. The power of time dissipated, and the entire world fell silent. Viper released his hands and slowly looked up, looking around. Everything was fine, and that made him very relieved. Boom! But in the next moment, many buildings collapsed and were reduced to dust. These buildings seemed to have been eroded by the passage of time, and had already decayed. After that, Viper turned his head again, and there was a look of shock on his face. Beside him was an elder. This elder resembled Wanghua, but he had Wangha's aura. It's you, Wangha. Viper was shocked when he saw the aged Wangha. You are Viper. The aged Wangha beside him also widened his eyes as he looked at Viper in disbelief. Viper hurriedly touched his face. That was close. There were no wrinkles. Clearly, he wasn't old. Wait a minute. What happened to his hands? Viper looked at his hands, a pair of fair, slender hands. He could not help but scream. Due to the universal bell's unforeseen event, the entire tribe seemed to experience a huge earthquake. The restrictions outside the tribe had disappeared, and the tribe was completely exposed. More than 90% of the buildings had decayed and collapsed. And situations like Wangha and Viper were not rare. The tribe suddenly had many more elders, youths, and children. It's over. The universal bell is gone. His appearance had changed, but his cultivation level had not dropped. Although everyone had a grudge against him, they would not die. What worried them the most was that the heaven and earth bell was gone. That was the foundation of their tribe and the foundation of this world. Everyone was very worried. Fortunately, the flow of time in this world had not changed, which proved that the universal bell was still in this world. Now, everyone was looking forward to the tribe leader and Zichen returning quickly to deal with this unexpected situation. At this moment, in the dragon's tomb, opposite the seven-colored dragon, Zichen, who was emitting a dazzling golden light, pulled the dragon god's bow into the shape of a full moon. Then, a wave of energy spread out from the dragon god's bow. Then, an arrow came from the west, broke through space, and landed on the dragon god's bow. Chapter 1724. The dragon god's arrow returned to its original position, and the dragon god's bow merged into one. This power was closely linked to Zichen. At this moment, Zichen felt that he had perfect control over the dragon god's bow and the dragon god's arrow. Even if he didn't understand what was going on, he was deeply shocked that the dragon god's arrow could return to its original position. But at this moment, Zichen was in danger. This was the first and only thought in everyone's mind when they saw the current Zichen. If Zichen wanted to kill someone now, he only needed one arrow. No one present dared to be confident that they could take Zichen's arrow. The dragon god's arrow returned to its original position. The essence of heaven and earth here was still in a violent state, and was constantly being absorbed by the dragon god's arrow. The seven-colored dragon that was rushing toward the lightning dragon had stopped. It immediately turned around and stared at Zichen, staring at the bow and arrow in his hand. At this moment, it clearly felt a sense of impending death, a thick sense of impending doom. Its pupils suddenly widened, and for the first time, the thought of running away appeared in its mind. Unfortunately, it couldn't run away. Zichen released the bowstring. Bang! The bowstring vibrated, and the dragon god's arrow shot out. A black arrow left a black arrow mark behind as it moved forward in a straight line. That was the sign of space being pierced by an arrow. If this arrow was released in the outside world, it would definitely cause heaven and earth to lose its color, and the wind to blow. There was no heaven and earth in this world, so it naturally wouldn't lose its color. But still, something strange happened. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have stopped because of this arrow. In the entire space, everything disappeared, leaving only this arrow and its target, the seven-colored dragon. The seven-colored dragon didn't run away. It wasn't that it didn't want to, but that it couldn't. Its body was constantly changing, appearing and disappearing. When it appeared, it entered the real space, and when it disappeared, it entered the illusory space to avoid the pursuit of the dragon god's arrow. Unfortunately, it was useless. The dragon god's arrow only moved forward. It kept moving forward. It pierced through all the space in front of it until it hit the target. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Puff! The spinning dragon god arrow instantly shot the seven-colored giant dragon. The arrow feathers once again shot into the blind eye, and then pierced through the back of the seven-colored giant dragon's head. The seven-colored dragon let out a miserable cry. Its 1,000-meter-long body was blown away by the power of the arrow. The huge dragon body flew for a few thousand meters before landing on the ground. After rolling a few times, it stopped moving. Was he dead? Everyone was still in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Everything had actually ended just like that. Thinking back to that arrow, it was simply too powerful and terrifying. Phew, this guy is really hard to kill. Manshur heavily exhaled and heaved a sigh of relief. If Lei Long had not coincidentally broken through the spatial seal, Zichen would have summoned the dragon god arrow and they would have been in danger. Dead? He's really dead. Looking at the seven-colored dragon, everyone's expression changed. Some were excited, while others were worried. Now that the seven-colored giant dragon was dead, it was time to divide the loot. However, almost all the loot here had been taken away by Zichen and the others. Only the 7-colored giant dragon's body was left. The most valuable thing was obviously the bow and arrow. Just the bow alone was comparable to a dragon-shaped weapon. Now that he had the arrow, no one was Zichen's match. A whistling sound came from the horizon. The dragon god arrow flew back and floated beside Zichen. "Be careful. He's not dead yet," Lei Long's voice sounded. This time, it was not a voice transmission. Everyone's expression changed. They stared at the motionless 7-colored giant dragon. They knew very well how powerful Zichen's attack was, but it still could not kill the 7-colored giant dragon. "Die! How can I die before I kill all of you ants and worms?" The 7-colored giant dragon was still motionless, but a cold voice filled with endless killing intent sounded. It was indeed not dead. Those who were about to step forward retreated one by one. However, there was one person who did not retreat. It was Moo Moo. Not only did he not retreat, he sped up and rushed over. He rushed to Zichen's side and stopped. He looked at the 7-colored giant dragon quietly. His eyes were extremely calm. "Man, sure, you guys back off first." Zichen turned around and looked at Moo Moo. The latter nodded at him, his eyes filled with confidence. Zichen understood Moo Moo's intention and signaled Manshur to back off first. Manshur and the other two retreated. The other 5 people's expressions changed slightly. Zichen said again, "You guys back off too. Leave this big guy to us." "You guys." Including Zhang Yongxi, the 5 of them were shocked. If it was Zichen, they would have believed him. After all, they had seen Zichen's methods. However, what methods did this aboriginal have to restrain the 7-colored giant dragon? "With just you 2 ants." The 7-colored giant dragon stood up completely. Its single eye stared at Zichen with resentment. Its other eye was completely destroyed. It pierced through its head. At this moment, one could even see the soul in the 7-colored giant dragon's mind through its eye socket. There was a surge of power that was trying to repair the hole in its head. However, the arrow's energy still remained in the wound. The repair was not successful. Moo Moo looked at the 7-colored giant dragon without fear. He said confidently, "The 2 of us are enough to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the space trembled again. Then, another object came through the air. The first thing that broke through the air was the dragon god arrow. With the dragon god arrow, Zichen was able to severely injure the rainbow dragon. This time, it was a golden bell. There were runes flashing on the bell. As the runes flashed, time began to become chaotic. "That's a time weapon. It's the Aboriginals' time treasure." When the people in the distance felt the power of time on the surface of the golden bell, they could not help but exclaim. They had never entered the tribe and had never seen the bell of heaven and earth, but they could tell at a glance that it was the thing they almost got last time. Didn't they say that the time treasure could not be attacked? After the event, they concluded that the time treasure could not be used in battle. But now, Moo Moo had taken it out. It was obvious that their prediction was not accurate. Was their prediction not accurate? Looking at the ugly faces of the soul-devouring clan, they could tell what was going on. As people who often raided, they knew why. Zichen and the others must have found a way to use the time treasure in battle in the depths of the dragon's tomb. That was why they summoned it so confidently. After figuring this out, they were really regretful. If they had known that there were so many good things in this world, they would have gathered all their forces long ago. Seeing the bell of heaven and earth, the 7-colored giant dragon's resentful expression faded. It gradually became serious. "How is it?" Moo 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 looked at Zichen with the bell of heaven and earth floating above him. "Begin," said Zichen. "Roar." The battle began with a loud and clear dragon roar. The dragon roar was very loud, spreading throughout the entire space and then the entire tribal world. Hearing the dragon roar, the 7-colored giant dragon turned around and looked at Lei Long in disbelief. It had never had such an expression before, but now, after hearing the dragon roar, it lost its composure. Because the dragon roar represented everything of the original divine dragon. It was not only the dragon roar, but also the remnant consciousness of the original dragon bone. These consciousnesses were very strong and tenacious. They had been fighting with the dragon for many years. But today, these consciousnesses chose to dissipate. Once they dissipated, there was no possibility of resurrection. This also represented a kind of inheritance and gift. The consciousness of the dragon bone dissipated, leaving everything to Lei Long. The dragon roar reverberated throughout the tribal world. When the indigenous people heard the dragon roar, they did not know why, but they felt very sad in their hearts, as if they were about to lose something. The dragon roar spread throughout the tribal world, but it did not stop. It was still spreading out of this world and into the battlefield of despair. Resounding, melodious, loud and clear, tragic, without regret. It represented the fall of a true dragon, but also the rise of a true dragon. Similarly, it also represented some kind of call. In the battlefield of despair, many people heard the dragon roar. Among them, more than 99% did not understand the meaning of the dragon roar. But the rest, after hearing the dragon roar, instantly changed their expressions. There was nervousness, worry, excitement, and anticipation. They did not care whether the true dragon in the dragon roar would rise or not. What they cared about was whether the final call would succeed or not. The dragon roar reverberated, spreading to several regions, and at the same time, into one unfamiliar space after another. This sound seemed to have endless power. It kept moving forward, into one unfamiliar space after another, and even into nothingness. Finally, it reached a unique space. In that space, a lonely ancient warship was slowly moving forward. On the warship, war drums resounded, as if singing a sad summoning battle song. It was an ancient dragon boat, but also a skeletal dragon boat. It kept moving forward, never stopping. But as the dragon roar resounded, the dragon boat suddenly stopped, and the war drums and battle song immediately disappeared. Another call came from the warship, echoing the dragon roar. Then, the dragon roar disappeared, and the summoning also disappeared. The entire space returned to silence. Then, the warship began to descend, entering the space where the battlefield of despair was. After landing, it caused a huge tremor that spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, as if telling the world that the ancient dragon boat had reached the shore. The dragon roar stirred up a storm that swept through the entire battlefield of despair. Both Lei Long and Zichen hadn't expected this at the start of the dragon roar. Lei Long's original intention had actually been to stop the seven-colored dragon for a moment. And the remnant will in the dragon bone also told Lei Long that this could indeed stop the seven-colored dragon. As the dragon's roar spread, the seven-colored dragon was startled and slowed down. Gravekeeper pointed a finger at the cosmos bell. With a clang, it flew toward the seven-colored dragon. The bell of heaven and earth arrived above the seven-colored dragon's head. With another clang, the power of time poured down and landed on the seven-colored dragon's body. "Time seal!" At the same time, Tombkeeper shouted. Chapter 1725. First, there was the thunder dragon's roar that shook the land of despair. Then, there was Tombkeeper's time seal. The rainbow dragon's movements were greatly slowed. Under such circumstances, it couldn't even put up an effective defense. The energy in its body also flowed at an extremely slow speed. Zichen stood in the distance. Golden light shone as he activated his Thunder King physique. 9 Xingqian stars shone brightly. 9 stars aligned. With all his strength, the dragon god bow in his hand was drawn to a full moon. The dragon god arrow naturally appeared on the bowstring. The essence of heaven and earth madly gathered toward the dragon god arrow. Nearby, the corpses of the giant dragons had even exploded. This was because all of their essence had been sucked away. This time, Zichen used all his strength and poured his own energy into the dragon god arrow. Then, the entire dragon god arrow changed. It turned from an arrow into a dragon. From afar, Zichen's bowstring was no longer an arrow, but a true dragon. It coiled around the bow, its entire body glowing. An extremely powerful aura was emitted. Buzz! Zichen released the arrow. The dragon's roar resounded throughout heaven and earth. The true dragon rushed forward. As it rushed forward, the true dragon suddenly grew to 1,000 meters long. The rainbow dragon felt a strong sense of impending death. It roared at the sky. Its body trembled non-stop. The light of the rainbow continued to shine. The time seal around its body became unstable and was on the verge of collapse. Pung! In the end, the rainbow dragon erupted with all its strength and shattered the time seal. In the distance, Tombkeeper coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock and anticipation. The dragon god arrow arrived in an instant and charged toward the rainbow dragon. Pfft! The true dragon turned into an arrow again and pierced through the rainbow dragon's head. In everyone's eyes, the true dragon's entire body pierced through the rainbow dragon's head. The dragon god arrow whistled into the distance and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The rainbow dragon's 1,000-meter-long body suddenly expanded to 10,000 meters long. Its single eye was filled with resentment and despair. The huge dragon's body flew backward from the impact just now. In the end, it crashed heavily into the ground, causing the space to tremble. The world fell silent. This time, there would be no more miracles. The seven-colored dragon had completely lost its vitality. The tomb guardian waved his hand, and the heaven and earth bell turned into a golden light and disappeared in front of him. The dragon god arrow that had disappeared returned and floated in front of Zichen. Zichen grabbed the dragon god arrow with one hand and the dragon god bow with the other. The golden light around his body gradually receded. The rainbow dragon was dead. Everything was over. The Soul Goblin clan quickly approached from afar, but they did not approach Zichen. Instead, they stood far away. One of the Soul Goblin clan members said respectfully, "Lord Zichen, you are truly capable." Zichen glanced at the other party with a disdainful smile. Of course, he knew what the other party meant. Sure enough, the Soul-Devouring clan's second sentence said, "May I know if Lord Zichen still remembers the promise you made earlier?" "What promise? How come I don't remember?" Before Zichen could speak, Manshur glared at him. The Soul Goblin clan members' expressions changed slightly. Hearing Manshur's words, it was clear that he wanted to renege on the debt. One of the Soul Goblin clan members was furious. He was about to speak when he was stopped by an expert beside him. The Soul Goblin clan members were all silent. They were waiting for Zichen's reply. "Give them the weapon," Zichen said lightly. "What? Give it to them? I'm good with it." Looking at the dragon-shaped staff in his hand, Manshur was reluctant to part with it. He looked at the Soul Goblin clan members and asked, "Name a price." The Soul Goblin clan members were stunned. "How many spirit crystals or dragon crystals is this thing worth? Name a price." "Are you afraid that we can't afford it?" Manshur said unhappily. The Soul Goblin clan members were embarrassed. As a large robber clan in the battlefield of despair, they already had 7 dragon-shaped weapons. How could they lack money? Fortunately, it was Manshur who spoke. He was on Zichen's side. If it was someone else who spoke, they would definitely take it as an insult. If they were happy, they would mock them. If they were unhappy, they might kill them. "All right, give it to them," Zichen said again. He had a dragon-shaped weapon on him. He knew very well that if the other party was unwilling, no one could take it away unless they were killed. The Soul Goblin clan members did not use special methods to take away the weapons because they were afraid of Zichen. After all, Zichen's arrow just now was too terrifying. Everyone guessed that even if a Sector Lord was here, he would probably turn and run when he saw that arrow. The 7 of them were reluctant, but they had no choice but to hand over the weapons. After the Soul Goblin clan members took the weapons, they heaved a sigh of relief. Next, it was time to split the spoils. Speaking of which, the expedition to the Dragon Tomb this time was really dangerous. They almost all died here. The Soul Goblin clan members who took back their weapons seemed to be very anxious. However, when they cleaned up the battlefield, they discovered that the black weapons of their dead companions were missing. In an instant their faces turned ugly. One should know that those black weapons were all made with dragon bones and some other materials. Their power was only inferior to the dragon-shaped weapons. Losing any one of them would be a huge loss to the Soul Goblin clan. But now, the weapons of those dead Soul Goblin clan members were all gone. One should know that there were a total of 8 of them. Lord Zichin. The Soul Goblin clan members turned around and looked at Zichin. There's something. Zichin frowned. Our weapons are missing. Didn't we give them to you? They're black weapons. They're made with dragon bones. There's a total of 8 of them. When Zichin heard that, he said unhappily, What do you mean? You think I took them? If I really wanted to take them, why would I take the black weapons? The Soul Goblin clan members all looked embarrassed. However, at this moment, the only one who could speak was Zichin. He said, I hope that Lord Zichin will uphold justice. When Zichin heard that, he sneered and said, You lost your weapons, and you want me to uphold justice? Then, more people will die because of your selfishness earlier. Who will uphold justice for them? As he spoke, Zichen's gaze swept over them. He discovered that a few of them had strange expressions. Zhang Yongxi was among them. He was slightly surprised. Clean up the battlefield, Zichen said indifferently. We hope that Lord Zichin will help us recover our weapons. At most, we won't take any of the spoils this time. The Soul Goblin clan will owe you a favor. A Soul Goblin clan member clasped his fist at Zichin and begged. He also knew that only Zichen's words mattered now. This was because if Zichin wanted to, he could kill all of them. Zichin glanced at the Soul Goblin clan members and said, I'm not interested in your favor. As for the spoils this time, we'll divide them fairly according to their combat strength. You can take whatever you kill. At this moment, not only did Zichin not like these Soul Goblin clan members, but the others also did not like them. Obviously, these guys had not told the truth before they came. They had deliberately set everyone up. Zichin had come this time to destroy the 7-colored giant dragon. If Zichin had not come, then the Soul Goblin clan's real goal might have been to use the dragon-shaped weapons to kill all the explorers in the end. Everyone began to clean up the battlefield. In fact, there was not much to clean up. They just needed to see what kind of giant dragon's body they wanted. Would it be the 7-colored giant dragon clone, the giant dragon heavenly king, or the giant dragon king? Zichin could let everyone take whatever they wanted, but their storage pouches were limited. They could not take much. The most precious thing on the battlefield was naturally the 7-colored giant dragon's body. However, at this moment, with Zichin here, everyone was too embarrassed to go up and share it. Sure enough, the Thunder Dragon said, I have great use for this 7-colored giant dragon's body. I can't leave it all to you. Everyone was very regretful. However, if it were not for Zichin, they would have lost their lives. Now that Zichin had taken the 7-colored giant dragon's body, they had nothing to say. The Thunder Dragon took the 7-colored giant dragon's body and disappeared. Zichin and the others collected the other giant dragon corpses. The weakest among them was the giant dragon king. Gathering 7 of them would be able to condense a 7-colored giant dragon weapon. Of course, the best would be the 7-colored giant dragon clone. Just one would be enough. Moreover, it would be more effective. In just a short while, all the giant dragon corpses were collected. Of course, the biggest share went to Zichin and the others. Next, Zichin and the others sat down. However, they did not take any further action. Isn't there still the dragon origin? A cultivator could not help but ask. Didn't you see that their strength has increased? They must have refined the dragon origin. This trip to the dragon tomb ends here, a soul devourer said. This time, they were the ones who suffered the greatest loss. They did not obtain anything useful. However, they lost 8 black weapons. After a short while, the Thunder Dragon appeared again. A large patch of 7-colored light appeared in front of it. The light was the disintegrated 7-colored giant dragon material. Other than the soul devourers, all the other races and humans had a set placed in front of them. Facing the astonished crowd, Zichin said, These are the materials from the 7-colored giant dragon. It's enough for everyone to refine a weapon that is not weaker than a black weapon. I still have some dragon origin left. I plan to leave it for all the forces who came here to explore. Next, this is a forbidden area. No one is allowed to enter. However, naturally formed giant dragons are not restricted from being hunted. When the crowd heard this, they repeatedly nodded their heads, and their gazes towards Zichen contained a wisp of admiration. Zichen and the others had not broken through to the limit of their cultivation. Obviously, the dragon origin was still very useful to them. However, they had given up on it. Instead, they let the dragon origin continue to create giant dragons and let the forces continue to develop here. Why isn't there a share for us? A soul devourer asked unwillingly. After all, they had also contributed. Zichen smiled and said, "You are all rich and overbearing. How could you care about such a small thing?" With that, Zichen led the others forward. The Thunder Dragons stayed behind to set up some restrictions passed down by the Dragon Bone's consciousness. At this point, the Dragon Tomb was completely abandoned. The dragon origin inside would cooperate with the 7-colored giant dragon skeleton and slowly turn into giant dragons one after another until all the dragon origin disappeared. This time was uncertain. However, if an existence comparable to the 7-colored giant dragon clone did not appear, it would take thousands of years for all the dragon origin to disappear. After all, the remaining dragon origin was an extremely large amount. It was enough for Zichen and the others to continue to break through. Chapter 1726. Listening to Wu Xie's muttering, Zichen couldn't help but laugh. There were a total of 8 black weapons, and he took 4 by himself. How could he complain that the number was too little? The group successfully walked out of the dragon tomb. When the giant dragons hovering in the sky saw them, not only did they not attack immediately, but they fled in panic. Because they had all participated in the process of killing the dragons, everyone exuded a murderous aura, which could only be produced by killing high-level giant dragons. The originally dark sky instantly became clear, and the giant dragons who sensed the murderous aura fled far away. The group didn't care about these details. Zhang Yongxi came to Zichen and said, "Young friend Zichen, goodbye. When I have news of the dragon boat docking, I will inform you." "Thank you." Zichen nodded. After that, the alien races and the soul-devouring clan also came over to greet Zichen. After the matter of the dragon tomb was over, everyone had enough materials to refine a top royal weapon. What attracted them next was naturally the ancient dragon boat. If they wanted to board the boat, they had to build a good relationship with Zichen. Zichen didn't mean to deliberately threaten them. After nodding at the group and chatting briefly, the group left one after another. They didn't know when the dragon boat would dock, but before that, they still needed to make some preparations, such as strengthening the 7-colored weapons in their hands again. The return journey was very smooth. The group flew to the sky above the trading ground, which had begun to take shape. Zichen learned from Shangguanhong that a mere trading ground was expected to become a huge trading empire, so he was very curious. After Shangguanhong talked about the future prospects, Zichen also intended to help this matter. He had gained enough in this world, and it was time to give some back. If they refined all the dragon origins, the remaining giant dragons in this world could only last for 100 years, and then this world would be completely abandoned. But now, they deliberately left some dragon origins and some backup plans. The giant dragons here might not be able to be killed in thousands or even thousands of years, and such a long time was enough for this trading ground to develop to a certain scale. When the cultivators and outsiders saw Zichen, as well as some of the natives, they began to cheer loudly. An unforeseen event had occurred in the original residence. The tribal buildings were almost completely destroyed. Time energy would surge from time to time, and they urgently needed to be dealt with. Furthermore, with the return of these people, the tribe once again had a backbone, so they could feel more at ease. Without these backbones, these allies might instantly become enemies. A group of people passed through the trading area and headed to the tribe. They saw a wasteland from afar. That was where the tribe had been previously. At that moment, there were still many people busying themselves in the wasteland. What's going on? Someone is attacking this place. Why are the restrictions gone? Wu Xie stared ahead. It could be the Cosmos Bell. Tomb Keeper smiled bitterly. Two figures flew over. One of them was an old man, and the other was a young man. It's Wan Hyak and Viper. How did they become like this? Mansur's eyes widened when he sensed their auras. Tribe leader Zichen, something bad has happened. Viper came closer and said hurriedly. The dragon god arrow disappeared, and then the Cosmos Bell disappeared too. Zichen looked at the two of them and couldn't help but chuckle. That's the dragon god arrow. Wan Hyak stared at the protruding object on Zichen's back with his eyes wide open. At that moment, Zichen was carrying a black longbow on his back. Beside the longbow was a black dragon-shaped arrow. It was the dragon god arrow that they had lost earlier. Tomb Keeper took out a small palm-sized bell and waved it in front of the two of them. The bell rang clearly, but the two of them felt dizzy. The feeling of time being disrupted appeared again. What's going on? Looking at the smaller Cosmos Bell in the tribe leader's hand, the two of them were puzzled. We'll talk about this later. First, tell me what happened, Tomb Keeper said after keeping the Cosmos Bell. Then, the two of them told him what had happened. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. They didn't expect the treasure of time to be so powerful. We're trying to restore the seal, Viper said. No need. Remove the seal. We'll live on this land from now on. Tomb Keeper smiled confidently. Now, not to mention Zichen's combat strength, he was not afraid of anyone because he could control the Cosmos Bell. The warriors of the tribe no longer needed the protection of the seal. After returning, Tomb Keeper first restored everyone to their original state. Then, he dispersed the power of time floating above the tribe and rebuilt the entire tribe. The first thing he built was not everyone's residence, but a treasure vault. It was several floors high and had many seals. These treasures would be stored in the Giant Dragon series, including the Giant Dragon King, Giant Dragon Heavenly King, Giant Dragon Avatar, and even the Rainbow Giant Dragon materials. These would be left for the future warriors of the tribe. In the process of rebuilding the tribe, Zichen and the others also needed to make some preparations for the trip to the ancient dragon boat. In addition to consolidating their strength, what they needed to do was to refine the weapons in their hands. Although they didn't dare to say that they would reach the level of dragon-shaped weapons, they would at least be comparable to the black weapons refined from dragon bones. A month passed quickly. The warriors of the tribe were still busy. An old man came to the tribe. After the warriors reported, Zichen quickly met the old man. Two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhang Yongxi went straight to the point. Listen to the good news first. The ancient dragon boat has reached the shore, Zichen said in surprise. It's indeed good news. What about the bad news? Zhang Yongxi said. The dragon boat has reached the shore, but it's not in our region. It's in the Xintian region. Xintian region. Zichen had heard of this place before. It was from the entrance of the dragon tomb. It was very far from the Imperial Sky region. Looking at Zhang Yongxi's worried expression, Zichen asked, Why? There are still experts in the Xintian region? If you go to the Xintian region, you'll have to pass by the Azure Sky region. There are experts in both regions. How strong? Very strong. Their battle strength can enter the top 10 of the king ranking. Top 10 of the king ranking? What kind of ranking is that? Zichen had only heard of the soldier, general, and commander rankings. He had never heard of the king ranking. Moreover, with his battle strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become the first on the commander ranking. Looking at Zhang Yongxi's nervous expression, it seemed that the king ranking was even stronger than the first on the commander ranking. It's a ranking more important than the commander ranking. It covers all the experts in the 7 regions. A region represented 7 prefectures in the outside world. A continent had 49 prefectures, representing 7 regions. Among them were the Imperial Sky region, the Xintian region, the Azure Sky region, and so on. Next, Zhang Yongxi explained the importance of the king ranking to Zichen. There were only 10 of them, and every one of them was the number 1 expert on the martial leaderboard. It covered a wide range. Not only did it include the human race, the soul-devouring race, the Dax race, the centaur race, the winged bird race, the skeleton race, and many other races. Each of these races had a first on the king ranking. Only the first on the king ranking had the qualifications and ability to enter the top 10 of the king ranking. Zichen, who originally had absolute confidence in his battle strength, actually hesitated when he heard this. No wonder he needed to form an alliance with everyone. It turned out that he had the intention to fight against the other regions. What was Longfei's ranking back then? Zichen suddenly thought of a question and couldn't help but ask. As a legendary figure of the Imperial Sky region, Zichen believed that Longfei must be on the king ranking. Moreover, his position might not be low. 8th. Only 8th. A trace of astonishment appeared in Zichen's eyes. Zhang Yongxi glanced at Zichen and said, Zichen, don't look down on this 8th. It's already not easy to enter this ranking. This isn't an ordinary ranking. To put it lightly, it's the 8th strongest expert among all the domains in our martial sky continent. To put it more seriously, it's the 8th strongest among all the humans and other races. Although his realm is still in the domain realm, he can definitely fight against an ordinary domain lord. You should know that there are many first-ranked experts who haven't even entered the king ranking. As if worried that Zichen still didn't understand the importance of the king ranking, he explained. That 7-colored dragon we encountered earlier, if it was someone on the king ranking, they could have dealt with it alone. Zichen sucked in a cold breath. He was very clear on how powerful the 7-colored dragon was. If it weren't for their sharp weapons, they wouldn't have been its match. However, someone on the king ranking was actually able to kill the 7-colored dragon in a one-on-one battle. Zichen was moved. How many experts like that are in the other 2 regions? Do we need to work together to deal with them? Asked Zichen. Deal with them? Oh no. Zhang Yongxi immediately shook his head. We can't deal with them at all. The only thing we can do is negotiate. Plus, we have a dragon soul on our side. Maybe they'll let us send more people. Zichen understood the meaning behind Zhang Yongxi's words. In other words, they might steal our dragon souls. We can't rule out that possibility. Zichen sank into contemplation. After a while, Zhang Yongxi said, We received the news too late. The experts from the other regions might have already gone there or reached some kind of agreement. If they don't have a dragon soul, then it's fine. If they do, then we'll have trouble. Zichen could understand this point. The true dragon soul wasn't unique in this world. Just because he had it didn't mean that others didn't have it. But the bigger problem is still the people from the Azure Sky domain. Back then, Longfei was ranked 8th, and he didn't get along with the Existence who was ranked 10th in the Azure Sky domain. Longfei left, but the other party has been waiting for the dragon boat. Maybe they'll vent their anger on us because of what happened to Longfei and deliberately embarrass us. What was thought to be a simple matter had now become complicated and even dangerous. Zichen had to consider it seriously. Chapter 1727. Zichen needed to renegotiate the Dragon Boat Alliance, which was actually within Zhang Yongxi's expectations. He was not surprised, nodded, and left. Before entering the Dragon Tomb, Zichen did not have the strength to command all the powerhouses. But now it was different. Zichen not only had a breakthrough in strength, but also had a dragon-shaped weapon, which made him very powerful. Under such circumstances, Zichen was indeed qualified to summon everyone. Moreover, they were discussing the matter of forming an alliance with him as the leader. As soon as Zhang Yongxi left, Zichen gathered everyone and then told them what he had just learned. After the martial ranking, it's the king ranking again. This is endless. What's the king ranking? When my mace is fully mastered, I will kill anyone who dares to find trouble with me. Manshur was still as fearless as before. Wu Xie curled his lips and said sarcastically, They are all existences comparable to Long Fei. Each of them is first on the martial ranking, and some are even stronger than Long Fei. You, who is only 50th on the martial ranking, can kill them, Manshur said discontentedly. That was before. Now I can enter the top 10. Humph! Wu Xie curled his lips. Zichen interrupted the two's argument and said, What's the use of talking here? Let's go and try. Manshur thought that Zichen was angry, so he smiled awkwardly and said, Just kidding, just kidding. Zichen said, I'm not kidding. This time I called all of you here to improve the ranking of the martial ranking. I have asked Sang Yongxi to inform the forces and powerhouses who are interested in the dragon boat to meet here. Before that, of course, we have to show enough attitude. Attitude naturally referred to strength. If you were not strong enough, who would know you? Hearing that Zichen was serious, Manshur immediately became spirited and said, Well, we will do what you say. The others nodded. Mu Shou will open a gap in this world to communicate with the outside world. You will show your strongest means. Mu Shou now had full control of the bell of heaven and earth. Opening a gap was just a small matter. He nodded first, then waved his hand, and a gap opened above the small world. I'll go first. Manshur shouted and flew up into the sky. At the same time, he activated his mountain spirit tyrant body and a wolf-tooth club appeared in his hand. Boom! He gripped the mace tightly and smashed it down. Space instantly exploded, and a huge black hole appeared. Violent energy surged out in all directions. The warriors of the tribe below raised their heads and looked at this scene in shock and doubt. They really didn't understand why Manshur would suddenly attack. Could it be that there was an enemy? Just as Manshur's attack landed, the human martial rankings began to tremble. Golden light illuminated the entire city. This was a sign that the martial rankings were changing. During this period of time, everyone was already used to the changes on the list. Because there were many experts on the list, their names disappeared as the golden light flashed. No new names appeared. The disappearance of old names meant that the experts on the list had died. As for those who died, their names would not appear on the list. However, this time, there was a change in the rankings. It wasn't that the experts died and disappeared, but rather that someone's ranking shot up. It was Manshur, who jumped from the 50s to the 20th. His ranking was even higher than Young Mo's. After that, the list continued to flash with golden light. Wu Xie's name jumped to the 22nd place, below Young Mo. The two changes on the list attracted the attention of many level 9 experts in the city. Seeing such a big change in the rankings, there was an uproar in the city. Look, it's Manshur and Wu Xie. Both of their rankings shot up by more than 30 places. Did they have a fortuitous encounter? Their rankings shot up so much? Look, it changed again. It's the fortune-telling. Amidst the exclamations, the fortune-telling changed again. It jumped up by more than 10 places and directly entered the 9th place. Looking at the dazzling golden name in the 9th place, the entire city fell into an uproar. Top 10. They had entered the top 10 directly. This was unbelievable. The other strong cultivators who had received the news all rushed to the bottom of the ranking list. Looking at the 3 names that had improved greatly, one of them said, Aren't these people following Zichen? Did they have a fortuitous encounter recently? An expert next to him who had been to the dragon tomb said, If breaking through is considered a fortuitous encounter, then they did have a fortuitous encounter. The previous person obviously noticed the abnormality in the words and asked, Them? Yes, it's them, the 12 people. When that person and the surrounding experts heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, didn't it mean that the rankings had changed this time, not only these 3 people, but a total of 12 people? As a follower of Zichen, the fortune-telling had entered the 8th place. Then what would Zichen's rank be? 5th, 4th. Sure enough, the following 11 followers all entered the top 10 rankings one by one. It's Shangguan Hong. She's actually ranked 25th. Oh my god, I've seen her once. She's very beautiful. I didn't expect her to be so powerful. A cultivator exclaimed. Jin Qingqing's rank has also moved up. She's ranked 23rd, second only to Wu Xie. Oh my god, she's a real beauty. She's so beautiful. Another cultivator pointed at Jin Qingqing's rank and said, Dongqing is ranked 28th. I didn't expect the quiet woman who has been following Zichen to be so extraordinary. If I can marry her, I'm willing to stop my cultivation for the rest of my life. Every time there was a change in the list, it would attract a lot of cheers. Among them, the ones who received the most attention were the three beautiful women among Zichen's followers. In terms of appearance, Jin Qingqing was the most beautiful of the three. However, the other two women had other temperaments. For example, Dongqing was very quiet and calm. That kind of gentle and unique temperament was very attractive. As for Shang Guanhong, she was lively, bold, and willful, which was also very attractive. With your current appearance, stop dreaming. Goddess Dongqing isn't someone you can just spout nonsense about. The cultivator who spoke just now was soon surrounded by saliva. One by one, his followers made the list. In the end, Zichen was the only one missing. The lively scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone held their breaths and looked up at the list. Destiny Telling was ranked 9th and Heavenly Tao was ranked 8th. In everyone's opinion, Zichen should be ranked 4th or 5th. Therefore, they stared at the 4th and 5th positions, held their breaths, and did not say a word. At the same time, in the small world, all the warriors of the tribe also looked up at the sky and stared at Zichen. The shock on their faces did not disappear for a long time. It was not because Zichen had made a move. He had not made a move yet because of the 11 people from before. For some unknown reason, after Manchu struck out a blow into the air for no apparent reason, everyone else struck out their strongest blows into a certain spot in the air. Everyone was puzzled, but they subconsciously thought that they were demonstrating their combat power to them and encouraging them. Therefore, they all looked very seriously and carefully. Everyone finished their demonstrations one by one. Everyone was deeply shocked. Next was Zichen. Compared to the others, everyone was looking forward to Zichen more. This was not only because Zichen was recognized as the strongest among the 12, but also because of the dragon god arrow on Zichen's back. It was something that all the warriors who entered the armory recognized. It had been in the armory for a long time, and it was placed in a very conspicuous position. Even if it was covered in dust, even if many people who entered the armory did not bother to look at it, it was still in the most conspicuous position after all these years. It was still the most precious treasure of the tribe. Even if many people treated it as a joke, considered it useless, and even wanted to refine it, it was still the most precious treasure of the tribe. Today, this most precious treasure of the tribe was finally going to show its power in front of them. How could they not look forward to it? Since Zichen intended to show his combat power, of course he would use his full strength. Therefore, he naturally took out the dragon god bow from his back and slowly pulled the bowstring to its fullest. The essence of heaven and earth flowed wildly and was absorbed by the divine dragon bow. The dragon god arrow automatically appeared on the divine dragon bow. Then, an extremely powerful aura was released from Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen became one with the bow and arrow. Looking at the true dragon formed by the arrow, all the warriors were deeply shocked. The true dragon was very small, but it was very majestic. Although the dragon's eyes were looking forward, in the hearts of the warriors, the dragon's eyes seemed to be staring at them with a mocking smile. It seemed to be saying, "How could you not recognize such a precious treasure? How could you be an idiot and want to refine it to create a new weapon?" Zichen released the bowstring, and the bowstring trembled. A true dragon flew out from the divine dragon bow. Buzz. The martial ranking shook, which meant that the ranking changed again. Golden light illuminated the entire city. This was the 12th change, and it should be Zichen's. However, there was no change in the 4th and 5th positions. Look up, it's the first position first. Just as they were puzzled, a cultivator cried out involuntarily. Everyone raised their heads and saw Long Fei's name light up. For a moment, they were all dumbfounded. First place, Zichen pushed Long Fei down and became the first on the martial ranking. Long Fei's name lit up, and Zichen became the first without any surprise, causing a huge shock. Then, Wan Yuanshan's name lit up, but it was not because someone had reached the second place. It was because he, who had left this world long ago, had finally reached the time to leave the ranking. Then, the fourth and fifth positions also lit up. Their situation was the same as Wan Yuanshan's. Zichen's ranking did not jump up again and again. Instead, he directly entered the first place and replaced Long Fei. This proved that Zichen's current combat strength had reached a level comparable to Long Fei's back then. He forcefully changed the ranking. As for Wan Yuanshan and the others, they were pushed down. When Zhang Yongxi returned and saw the expert who was once ranked 6th, he directly explained Zichen's meaning. "Okay, I got it. When are we going?" The other party's straightforwardness made Zhang Yongxi very confused and puzzled. Chapter 1728. As the 6th person on the list, Kan Chen was definitely a true expert, and also an extremely proud person. Zhang Yongxi had actually informed him about the trip to the small world but was rejected. In his words, a mere 7-colored weapon was nothing in the end. However, it was such a proud existence that not only did he not show any dissatisfaction when he heard Zichen ask them to renegotiate the matter of the dragon boat, he even agreed without asking for the reason. His attitude was simply too cooperative. This made Zhang Yongxi, who had prepared a speech, a little confused. Seeing Zhang Yongxi's expression, Kan Chen immediately guessed the doubts in his heart. He pointed at the martial leaderboard and said, "Go there and take a look. You'll understand." Zhang Yongxi's figure flashed and went as expected. Then, he quickly returned. He naturally understood why Kan Chen had such an attitude. Kan Chen, who was originally 6th, had now become 2nd. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th had all disappeared. The first place had now been replaced by Zichen. Even he, who was 11th on the list, had entered the top 10 because Wan Yuanshan and the others had left the list. Kan Chen looked at Zhang Yongxi with a bitter smile on his face. "Congratulations on entering the top 10. Zichen had entered the list and pushed down Long Fei and the others who had left long ago. Kan Chen's ranking had advanced to 2nd. This was a great honor. Logically speaking, he should be happy. However, he couldn't feel happy at all. Zichen's rise was too fast. It was so fast that they couldn't accept it and suffered a huge blow. How many years had it been since Zichen came to the battlefield of despair? However, he had already pushed down Long Fei 3 times and stood at the peak of the Imperial Sky region. One must know that they had worked hard for far too long to enter the list back then. Zhang Yongxi sighed and said, "The new generation of the continent surpasses the old. This is also a great fortune for us humans. Zichen still has a lot of room for growth. In the future, he will definitely be able to intimidate the other races." Kan Chen nodded with deep understanding and said, "In the future, this world will belong to these young people." Then, he asked, "Zichen and the others have broken through again in a short period of time. Did they encounter an opportunity?" Zhang Yongxi told him what had happened in the small world. When Kan Chen heard about the black weapon and the dragon-shaped weapon, he was immediately shocked. In the end, his face was filled with deep regret. Zhang Yongxi could completely understand Kan Chen's current feelings. After all, back then, when he saw those weapons with his own eyes, the regret in his heart was even stronger than Kan Chen's. He could also understand the reason why Zichen did this. Just like in the Dragon Tomb, Zichen needed complete authority to speak, or to be more precise, complete control. Before that, he needed absolute power. Afterwards, Zhang Yongxi met with the original 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th experts and conveyed Zichen's intentions. These people's attitudes were the same as Kan Chen's, and they didn't refuse. The change in the rankings made Zichen an absolute powerhouse among the humans. No one could refuse Zichen's invitation. After that, Zhan Yongxi went to the soul-devouring clan and conveyed Zichen's request for a trade to the strongest expert of the soul-devouring clan. This was an expert ranked first on the rankings. He didn't go to the small world in the Dragon Tomb last time. The reason why he appeared this time was because he heard that the dragon boat had docked. In the entire Imperial Sky region, there was no major matter that could be concealed. After Sydney heard Zhan Yongxi's intentions, he asked, "It's Zichen who just entered first place on the martial rankings." "That's him," said Zhan Yongxi. "I've heard about him. He's a very good young man. He's persistent and has principles. I think it'll be a pleasant thing to trade with a young man like him," said Sydney. "Clearly," he agreed. Zhan Yongxi nodded. As expected, the face of the first person on the martial rankings was more useful. He indeed admired Zichen's way of doing things. However, all of this was built on pure power. Without absolute power, everything would be nothing but bubbles. Zichen didn't say when he'll go. The sooner the better. As for the others, they can go later. "All right, I'll go as soon as possible." Zhan Yongxi nodded and left. This expert ranked first on the martial rankings was usually a lofty and important figure. Now, he had completely become a messenger. He quickly went to the Dax tribe. As expected, he also saw the existence ranked first on the martial rankings. These people wouldn't normally appear, so it was extremely difficult to see them. The reason why it was so easy was because of the ancient dragon boat. This was also the reason why they were unwilling to leave the battlefield of despair. The other tribes had no reason to refuse Zichen's invitation. They all nodded in agreement. Due to the flow of time, Zichen had to wait for another month before the experts of the soul-devouring race arrived in this world. During these 2 months, the construction of the tribe had already begun to take shape. Sydney stood outside the tribe and looked ahead. Beside him stood Casey. He was Zichen's former enemy. During their first battle, he'd posed a considerable threat to Zichen. However, the difference in their battle prowess had gradually increased. Now, the gap between their battle prowess had become boundless. "Ancestor, this is where Zichen is," said Casey respectfully as he stood beside Sydney. "I heard that you fought before." "Yes, back then, we were both at the peak of the 8th level. During that battle, I was on the brink of death, but I broke through at the crucial moment, and then escaped. I had a chance to kill him in that battle. However, after that, it was impossible." Keith recounted the events of the battle. There was nothing embarrassing about saying that he couldn't defeat Zichen. After all, it was Zichen, the number 1 on the martial rankings. He was comparable to Long Fei when he was only at the middle stage of the 9th level. His future was limitless. He's not afraid of your soul-devouring divine ability. Interesting. Sydney looked ahead and smiled. Casey had awakened his bloodline and was now an expert on the martial rankings. If it wasn't for Zichen, his name would definitely shake the entire Imperial Sky region. However, Zichen was too stunning, and his rise was too fast. Compared to people like Zichen, Casey wasn't very eye-catching. Casey said, "His soul is very special. Both of us are at the same level. I admit that I'm no match for him. Should I call him out now?" Sydney said indifferently, "No need. He will come out himself." As he spoke, a surge of energy surged out from Sydney's body. Casey, who was nearby, instantly paled under the pressure of this aura. However, in the next moment, the uncomfortable feeling around him disappeared. Instead, a loud shout came from the tribe in the distance. As expected of the number 1 on the martial rankings. His means were indeed terrifying. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Casey saw Zichen again. It had only been a few months since the last time, but Zichen had broken through again. This made Casey, who was still at the early stage of the 9th level, feel ashamed. Sydney's aura was still surging, without any intention of suppressing it. Zichen's body began to shine with golden light. The dazzling golden light was like a golden sun. A golden barrier, with Zichen as the center, expanded for thousands of meters, blocking Sydney's aura. The panicked tribe regained its calm. One figure after another appeared. Looking at those familiar figures, Casey's expression changed again. Thinking back, if he fought alone, he could confidently say that he could kill any one of the 11 people. But now, Casey shook his head and felt bitter. Not only had the gap between him and Zechen widened, but the gap between him and these people had also widened. Casey concluded that it was not that he did not work hard, but that these people had improved too quickly. Sydney's aura immediately retracted and he praised. As expected of the number 1 on the martial rankings. Your soul is perfect. Zechen smiled faintly and the golden light around him dissipated. When Casey heard this, he was very surprised. The next moment he sighed. Facing a perfect soul, his loss was not unjustified. My name is Sydney. Sydney and Kos walked forward. Zechen. Zechen replied faintly. The two of them were acquainted. Zechen did not beat around the bush and said directly, Senior, since you are here, you must be the strongest person in the soul-devouring tribe. You should be able to make decisions for the soul-devouring tribe. Sydney shook his head and said, I dare not accept the title of senior. Little friend Zechen, you can call me Sydney or Old Man Sydney. As for the soul-devouring tribe, since I am here, you can rest assured. As long as your request is reasonable, I can do it for you. That would be best. Come with me. The two of them arrived at Zechen's residence. After the women of the tribe served tea and snacks, Sydney asked, Zechen, what kind of deal are you going to make with the soul-devouring tribe? I have a dragon soul. If you want to board the ship, I can guarantee that some of you will board the ship. You need to provide me with some materials. You can also say that you are paying the ship fare in advance. Hearing Zechen's words, Sydney said, This request is not too much. What do you need? Zechen looked at Sydney and said, Dragon bones. Divine dragon bones. I don't want defective products. I want the best. A complete set would be best. Sydney stared into Zechen's eyes and said, You are very greedy. The enemy is too strong. I have no other choice. Zechen smiled faintly. There was no helplessness on his face. Sydney said, Although we've had some opportunities over the years, we definitely don't have a complete dragon bone. If your original intention is to refine some weapons, I can still provide some support. Oh, it's a ship ticket in advance. Zechen said, 14 sets of materials for 14 people. Sydney said, I will give you 20 sets of materials for 100 people. Zechen shook his head and said, That is impossible. Sydney said again, At most 30 sets of materials. Before boarding the ship, you have the right to use 6 dragon-shaped weapons. Deal. I hope to see them as soon as possible. 2 days later, 30 sets of materials will be here. The strongest human cultivator and the strongest cultivator of the soul-devouring tribe reached an agreement just like that. Next, Zechen needed to discuss the upcoming alliance. 2 days later, the people of the soul-devouring tribe delivered the materials. The people of the other forces had already arrived and started to discuss the alliance. The tribal warriors had already built a conference hall. The hall could hold hundreds of people, but there were only 32 seats. Chapter 1729. The humans, the Dax race, and the soul-devouring race were all gathered here. There were over 100 of them. These people were either the big shots of a faction or experts on the ranking. It could be said that all the experts of the Imperial Sky region were gathered here. Zechen sat at the head of the table. He was the one who had called this meeting. There were 15 people sitting at the tables on both sides. These 30 people were the most important existences among the 3 races. The Tomb Keeper sat across from Zechen. As for the others, they stood in the middle of the meeting hall. The Heaven's Path and the Fortune Teller, who were in the top 10 of the ranking, didn't even have a seat. They stood behind Zechen. I'm sure everyone knows that the dragon boat has already docked. This time, I've called everyone here to discuss how to board the boat successfully. I think some of you might have already received Zhang Yongxi's promise to bring everyone along. I can still guarantee this. Zichen changed the topic and said, "However, the dragon boat docked here isn't here. It's in the distant heaven-shaking region. Right now, what we need to consider is how to successfully reach the dragon boat and how to board the boat." Everyone fell silent. They were all clear about the current situation. In the entire Imperial Sky region, there was only one dragon soul, Zichen. If the dragon boat docked in the Imperial Sky region, they would have the home advantage and naturally wouldn't fear any faction. However, now that the dragon boat had docked in the heaven-shaking region, they had lost their home advantage. Naturally, they would have to face competition. "Zichen, since you've called us here, you should have a plan, right?" a Dax race individual asked. Zichen knew this person. Back in the dragon tomb, Zichen had lent him a dragon-shaped weapon. The two of them had fought side by side. Zichen swept his gaze over everyone and said with a faint smile, "Actually, I don't have a good plan. It's just that we have an extra 100 years. We need to use this time to do something." 100 years? Lord Zichen, you must be mistaken. The time we have to prepare now is at most half a year. Using the current flow of time, it's only 40 years. What can we do in 40 years? An expert voiced his doubts. A mere few decades indeed wouldn't be enough to accomplish anything. Zichen smiled and said, "When I say 100 years, I naturally mean 100 years. 100 years won't help us break through, but we can rely on some external objects to increase our combat strength." Everyone looked at Zichen with doubt in their eyes. Zichen turned his head slightly and looked at Manshur behind him. Swoosh! Manshur took out the wolf-tooth club, and the hall immediately shone with a 7-colored radiance. At the same time, an austere aura surged. Seeing this 7-colored weapon, everyone's expression immediately changed. Before coming here, they had clearly done their homework. They knew almost everything about Zichen, including the 7-colored weapons. With the appearance of the 7-colored weapon for the first time, Zichen, who was in the early 9th tier, jumped into the 30th place. This was also the first time they had seen a 7-colored weapon. "Our strength may not be able to increase, but we can rely on external objects to increase our combat strength and defense. This is a 7-colored weapon. Everyone should be aware of its power, so I won't demonstrate it here. Of course, I can't sell you ready-made weapons because I don't have any. However, I can provide you with materials to refine the 7-colored weapon. Of course, it's not free. You have to exchange for it. The exchange must be materials, special materials or emperor-level materials. I don't want other things like spirit crystals. Among your forces, you should have trained refiners. You can bring them to this pocket world and refine these weapons in a specific area where time is accelerated. I think 100 years is enough to refine the 7-colored weapon that everyone needs." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, there was a clamor of discussion around. These experts were very envious of the 7-colored weapon. One should know that when they first saw the power of the 7-colored weapon, even Zhan Yongxi was tempted. As for the leaders of the forces, their minds were more active because not only were they experts, but they also had big families behind them. If they could mass-produce the 7-colored weapon and bring it to their families, the improvement of their family's combat strength would be unimaginable. For a moment, everyone agreed with Zichen's exchange method, especially the leaders of the forces. They might not have the materials to refine Emperor-level weapons, but their families had them. In order to refine the 7-colored weapon in batches, they certainly didn't mind taking out some. Zichen waved his hand, and the discussion immediately stopped. Everyone looked at Zichen again. Zichen said, "This is to improve everyone's combat strength. Next, you need to arrange the number of people who will go, but the prerequisite is that the people who go must do as I say." The meaning was obvious. Zichen was the leader. Naturally, the crowd didn't object to this, especially when they hadn't boarded the ship yet. "What should we do if we meet someone on the king ranking?" someone asked. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "If someone on the king ranking appears, I will be responsible for negotiating. If the negotiation fails, we will be responsible for killing them." Everyone's expression immediately changed when they heard this. Responsible for killing? Could it be that Zichen's current combat strength was enough to enter the king ranking? The meeting ended here. Next, everyone went back to prepare the materials. When the forces were preparing the materials, they would also move their weapon workshops here. This time, they could still make a lot of profit by refining weapons for the experts. The forces dispersed one after another. On the way back, Keisai, who knew everything, asked in confusion, "Ancestor, is Zichen deliberately targeting us?" "How?" Sydney was in a good mood today and asked with a smile. "If he's not targeting us, why did he only ask for the tickets from us? Moreover, he limited the number of people to 100, but not the other forces." Keisai was very puzzled. Logically speaking, Zichen should have asked for an exorbitant price from all the forces. "We gave the tickets, so we are protected. However, Zichen and the others only have 12 people. How can they protect everyone? As for why they didn't ask for the tickets from the other forces, firstly, they can't give that much. Secondly, they need to fight and die when necessary. In other words, they are cannon fodder. If Zichen can successfully board the ship, we don't even need to do anything." Keisai quickly understood the ancestor's meaning. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, after boarding the ship, we will still have a full complement. We can also guarantee the strongest combat strength." Sydney smiled. The entire Imperial Sky region began to bustle. Many cultivators and foreign races took out some of the special materials they had collected and prepared to trade in the small world. In addition, the major forces also quickly sent people back to inform them of everything that had happened here. At the same time, they also sent some people to bring in the materials. Emperor-level materials were used to refine Emperor-level weapons. Naturally, they could be exchanged for more materials of giant dragons. It was a win-win trade. Many major forces moved their workshops to the small world and invited genuine master refiners to begin refining the 7-colored weapons. Zichen held the 30 sets of dragon bone materials, but did not smelt them immediately. Instead, he continued to wait for the other materials. This time, he was determined to refine a supreme quality royal weapon that was superior to the black weapons. If supreme quality royal weapons were divided into grades, then dragon-shaped weapons would be the true first-grade supreme quality. However, the black weapons could only be ranked 3rd or 4th grade. Zichen believed that with Cauldron Spirit's help, he would be able to refine a 2nd-grade weapon that was second only to a 1st-grade dragon-shaped weapon. It took Han Shui an entire month to gather the materials. Of course, that was only the time in the small world. After that, Zichen went to look for the major forces and negotiated with them to refine 12 pieces of 7-colored armor. The materials that Zichen provided for the 7-colored armor were materials from the 7-colored dragons. There were dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon skin, and some other special materials. After learning of Zichen's request, the major forces joined forces and invited the master refiners to discuss for an entire week before they came up with a forging plan and began refining. It took them an entire year to refine the 12 pieces of 7-colored armor. A year later, the 7-colored armor was completed. Its quality had reached supreme quality. The master refiners were very satisfied with their masterpiece. Due to the suppression of the edict, it was already a miracle that they were able to refine supreme quality king-grade armor in batches within a year. However, Zichen wasn't satisfied with the quality of the armor after it was handed over to him. After adding so many materials, the armor could only be classified as a 9th-grade armor. Following that, Zichen placed the 12 pieces of armor into his cauldron for the next step of refining. Actually, the refining process was to compress all the materials again and remove the impurities within. As Cauldron Spirit did not know how to refine weapons, it could not refine the armor to its appearance. However, during the process of removing the impurities, it could ensure that the armor's exterior and internal structure would not be damaged in the slightest. After refining the armor, the grade of the defensive armor was clearly raised by several grades. Following that, Zichen took out some more Emperor-grade materials and had Cauldron Spirit refine them. At the same time, he added them into the armor according to their attributes. All of this was carried out under the cover of the Cosmos spell. Gravekeeper had fully activated the Cosmos spell and accelerated time by more than 100 times. Zichen and the others had plenty of time. The process of refining the Emperor-grade materials was very slow. They had to wait patiently. In addition to the defensive armor, they also had to refine their weapons and add in all kinds of attribute materials. After handing over the transaction to Gravekeeper, the 12 of them went into seclusion to prepare for their breakthrough to late ninth heaven. They had quite a lot of dragon crystals on them. Not only did they have the dragon crystals of the Colossal Dragon King, but they also had the dragon crystals of the 7-colored dragons. As for the dragon crystals of the 7-colored dragons, they were devoured by Lei Long. After lightning dragons each infused with the dragon bone, it went into a deep slumber. Zichen would rather lose some opportunities and go later. On one hand, it was to refine his weapon, and on the other hand, it was because Lightning Dragon had gone into a deep slumber. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. During the 100 years, Zichen and the others who had been refining the dragon crystals had made some progress in their cultivation. However, there was still a long way to go before they could break through to the next realm. Without that kind of pure dragon origin, the time taken to break through to the next realm had obviously slowed down. Chapter 1730. Under the Cosmos spell's acceleration, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zichen and the others had finally finished refining their weapons and armor. It had taken them 100 years, and the Cauldron Spirit had not slept or rested during that time. After calculating the time, Zichen decided that it was time to board the ship. He began to gather the crowd. In just one day, the crowd had all arrived. Aside from the Soul Devourer clan, who had limited the number of people to 100, the humans and the Dax tribe each had more than 200 people. Every one of them was either at the late or peak of the 9th firmament realm. Zichen looked at the 500 experts. He had never been to the ancient dragon ship, so he knew very well that it was impossible for all of them to board the ship. Some of them would die in the process. Some might even die in the infighting on the ship. Whether or not any of them could really reach the depths of the world and successfully break through to the realm of Sector Lord was another matter altogether. Zichen withdrew his gaze from the crowd and looked at Sydney. He asked, "How are the preparations?" He had been in seclusion for the past 100 years, but that did not mean that he had done nothing. He had already arranged for the Soul Devourer clan to build a convenient transportation channel. Sydney replied, "The transportation channel has been completed. However, it can only be built in a remote area of the Azure Sky domain. It will be detected if it gets too close to those forces." Zichen nodded and asked, "What's the situation now?" Sydney shook his head and said, "Our people have gone to investigate, but not a single one has returned. I don't know the specifics, but according to the usual practice, the dragon ship will not leave so early." Zichen nodded again and said, "All right, let's go." Under Zichen's lead, the crowd prepared to leave the tribe. "Good luck." Before leaving, Musho gave Zichen a bear hug. The small world had just stabilized, and the tribe needed a guardian. Musho, who had too many things to worry about, decided to stay. "We'll meet again if fate wills it." Manshur and the others also hugged Musho and said goodbye. The warriors of the tribe watched as Zichen and the others left. Their faces were filled with gratitude and admiration. Zichen and his team had contributed a lot to the tribe being able to survive the crisis and develop to this point. The starting point of the soul-devouring clan's teleportation formation was in this small world. Because they had started building it 100 years ago, it was a very stable and special teleportation formation. It was capable of extremely long-distance teleportation. Furthermore, it was permanent. Originally, the teleportation array was built for the ancient dragon boat. Unexpectedly, after a few years, it became an important trading channel. Everyone stepped onto the teleportation array and disappeared one after another. When they reappeared, they were already in the Azure Sky domain. This was a very large forest. There were only some 7th grade beasts living in it, and very few humans and non-humans. It was relatively safe. Everyone arrived without a hitch. Then, they followed the soul-devouring clan's guidance and headed outside. Zhan Yongxi came to Zichen's side and said, "The expert on the king ranking from the Azure Sky domain is Gustin, rank 10th. He is extremely powerful and his weapon is a hammer of the highest quality. He is also the first on the martial ranking. The second is Tyli, the third, 9th is Galu, and the 10th is Bulin. They have been on the ranking for more than 10,000 years and are unwilling to leave just for this trip to the dragon boat." Zhan Yongxi explained the ranking of the human experts in the Azure Sky domain to Zichen. As for the non-humans here, he didn't know much about them, so he didn't explain. Zichen heard this and smiled faintly. "The top 10 are all here. Interesting. Actually, the experts who continued to stay in this world were all here for the ancient dragon boat. As for Long Fei and the others who gave up on this opportunity, they were completely different in their eyes. It was impossible for more than 500 people to hide their tracks. After traveling at top speed for 6 hours, they saw the people from the Azure Sky domain. There were only 100 people on the other side, but they blocked their way. Each of them was surging with a murderous aura. The group of more than 500 people stopped and looked ahead. "Friends from the Imperial Sky domain, we have been waiting for you for a long time. You came later than expected, but there are quite a lot of you. You surprised us a little." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. When Zhan Yongxi saw him, he whispered in Zichen's ear, "He is Bulin, rank 10th. The one beside him is Galu, rank 9th. The rest are unfamiliar faces. They are not in the top 10. Zichen's lips curled into a smile. A mere 9th and 10th place wanted to stop them. They were overestimating themselves. Manshur took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Why are you waiting for us? Guide us to the dragon boat." Bulin, who was ranked 10th, glanced at Manshur, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said faintly, "You guessed right. I am indeed guiding you. However, there are too many of you. The dragon boat can't accommodate all of you. All the top 20 of the list can pass through smoothly. As for the others, please return." The top 20 of the list, the three forces added together, only had 60 people. However, there were 560 people here. Hearing this, there was a small commotion at the back of the crowd, especially among the soul-devouring clan. It should be known that Zichen had promised that they could all board the dragon boat. Zichen glanced at Manshur. The latter understood and said loudly, "What if we all go? Then let's see if we can prove it." Bulin sneered. The group of 100 people surged with murderous intent. Manshur also responded with a disdainful expression. He said, "You are just looking for death if you dare to make a move. Get out of here, or you will all die." Everyone was furious and reprimanded Manshur, but no one stepped forward. Sydney took a step forward. His body was surrounded by black light, and a wave of soul pressure swept forward. Feeling this pressure, the group of 100 people changed their expressions. Galu, who was ranked 9th, said, "Sydney, our Lord Gustin has specifically said that we can let you go. What do you mean by this?" Sydney looked at these people and said with a cold smile, "Either get out of here or die. I believe that I can easily send someone to destroy your team." Galu, who had a gloomy expression, asked coldly, "If you don't listen to Lord Gustin, are you openly provoking Lord Gustin?" Gustin was not weaker than Long Fei. He was an expert on the king ranking. Before answering this question, Sydney looked a little hesitant. Manshur ignored all of this and said disdainfully, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Are you trying to provoke your Lord Man? Who the hell is that Justin? Lord Manshur doesn't know him. Now either get out of here or die." Galu and Bolin's expressions became very ugly, but they did not dare to step forward rashly. It seemed that things were a little different from what they had expected. The Imperial Sky region's team seemed to be very united. Zichen waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Kill those who block the way. Kill those who block the way." Behind Zichen, a group of experts shouted in unison. Their fighting spirit was high. Seeing a group of more than 500 people coming, Gulu and Bulin were not as stubborn as they had imagined. Both sides had not officially come into contact, but they had already spread out to the sides. That's all. Manshur curled his lips at the two of them. The group continued forward. During this time, no one in the Azure Sky region dared to make a move. The only reason why the two of them were here was because of the Lord Gustin that they had mentioned. As for battle strength, there were too many people in the team who could kill them. Especially those from the soul-devouring clan. One powerful one could destroy the entire team. Lord, they've left. What should we do? A cultivator asked from behind Gulu. Gulu smiled coldly and said, They can't have gone far. Lord Gustin should have received the news. What had just happened had been sent to Gustin through a secret method. Gustin was a middle-aged man like Long Fei. His aura was very stable and he wore a blue robe. If it wasn't for the hideous scar on his face, he would look like a gentle and kind person. He smiled lightly. The scar on his face was like a centipede crawling around. It looked very hideous. Touching the scar left behind by Long Fei, Gustin said indifferently, Since you're not afraid of death, second brother, bring the others to meet those people. Beside Gustin stood a man in armor. He was the second strongest on the Azure Sky region list, Tylee. He nodded and said, Are we going to fight? Gustin smiled sinisterly. There are too many people this time. The dragon boat only needs true experts. Why would so many people join in the fun? Understood, I'll go arrange it now. Tylee turned and left. Long Fei, you ran fast. But I promise you that this time, I won't let anyone from the Imperial Sky region board the boat. When I successfully break through to the Sector Lord realm, I'll come back to find you. Gustin touched the hideous scar on his face. His eyes were filled with resentment. Tylee quickly gathered a few hundred people. There were late-stage and peak-stage 9th level experts. Other than humans, there were many other races. As expected, for the dragon boat, the existences of each region temporarily gave up their race and worked together to deal with the other regions. Both sides quickly met. Seeing Tylee in front of the group, the second on the martial board, many experts on Zichen's side couldn't help but frown. They felt that things were getting troublesome. Tylee had been following Gustin. Although his battle strength wasn't as strong, he was comparable to the first on the martial board. Sydney, I heard that you don't put my elder brother in your eyes, Tylee said coldly the moment he appeared. Beside him, Jello and the others had already come through the secret passage. What do you mean? Sydney frowned. He wasn't afraid of Tylee but was wary of Gustin. Anyone who could enter the king ranking was a true powerhouse. They had very strong means in terms of physical body, soul, and energy. It could be said that they had almost no weaknesses. The soul-devouring race had strong soul attacks. But in front of Long Fei, they were suppressed badly. Because Long Fei's soul was also very strong. It wasn't weaker than theirs. Similarly, Gustin, who could enter the king board, wasn't weak either. At least Sydney wasn't confident in dealing with him. Chapter 1731. Gulu pointed at Manshur, looking very arrogant. In front of Tylee, Sydney was clearly terrified, not even daring to say a word. In his opinion, that big guy was also scared to the point of pissing his pants. After all, Tylee was Gustin's little brother, and also the person he trusted the most in the battlefield of despair. If Tylee heard someone being disrespectful to Gustin, that person would definitely die miserably. Looking at Gulu's smug expression, Manshur was very unhappy. He didn't care about the rankings. Even if he caused trouble, even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Subconsciously, he looked at Zichen and found that he wasn't even taller than him. Thinking about it, even if the sky collapsed, Zichen would hold it up. Thus, he pointed at Gulu's nose and said, "Grandpa Man said you're an idiot." Gulu's face twisted in anger, his eyes spitting fire, but he didn't explode. Instead, he mocked, "That's not what you said just now." What bad things did you say about my family's Darren? Big guy, could it be that your brain isn't working well, or that you're scared and don't dare to say it? Mansur revealed a mocking expression. What are you trying to prove by asking this? Prove that your grandpa man just said some dirty words. Since you want to hear it, then I'll repeat it again. All of you better clean your ears and listen carefully. You're an idiot, you're all idiots, your whole family is idiots, even that dog fart Darren you just said is also an idiot. Alright, that's it. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, scram. Galoo smiled coldly, knowing that his goal was achieved. He secretly glanced at Tylee. The latter's face was twisted. As expected, he was angry. Tylee nodded. He was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. I want to see where you get your confidence from. I was planning to leave some spots for you, but I'm going back on my word now. Kill them all. Kill! Behind him, Tylee let out a furious roar. Hundreds of experts rushed over, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Seeing these people not afraid of death, Zichen, who had been silent all this time, was a little surprised. In terms of numbers, there were more than 500 on one side, and only 300 on the other side. In terms of battle strength, there were 300 experts on the rankings, but the other side? It was less than 200. With a single glance, he could see the difference in strength between the two sides. Zichen really didn't understand where they got the courage to take the initiative to attack. Could it really be because Mansur had insulted Gustin? They could defend Gustin's dignity without fear of death. If they were humans, it would be understandable. However, there were still many foreign races in the team, and there was no lack of them who could enter the rankings. No matter how Zichen looked at it, these people looked like they were here to die. However, Zichen would never have guessed that Tylee had sent them here to die. Zichen put this question aside for the time being. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "Kill." With that, the group of soul-devouring clan members retreated. As for the humans and foreign races, they took out their weapons and charged forward. In an instant, the entire battlefield began to shine with seven-colored light. After 100 years of preparation, almost everyone had a seven-colored weapon. Seven-colored light flashed, and the chaotic battle began. Pooh! Pooh! Unexpectedly, the seven-colored weapons were sent into the enemy's body. Then, terrifying energy surged and cultivators fell one after another. As soon as the battle began, the situation was one-sided. What? Seeing the scene before them, Jello and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Damn it, they came prepared. Seeing that several experts on the rankings were killed in an instant, Tylee's expression turned ugly. He could allow others to die, but he would never allow the experts on the rankings to be killed. Because those were the real experts, the real main force after boarding the ship. Tylee turned into a ray of light and charged forward, with a powerful aura surging around him. Jello and Belin saw this and followed suit. Then, the other top 10 cultivators also attacked. Outside the battlefield, Zichen saw this and shouted, "Dragon-shaped black rod!" As he shouted, Mansur stepped forward. The mountain spirit tyrant body flashed, and a powerful aura surged around him. At the same time, a dragon-shaped black rod flew out from behind and landed in Mansur's hand. Ha! With the black rod in hand, Mansur couldn't help but laugh at the sky. Powerful auras surged in all directions. Boom! He smashed down with the rod, and the void shattered. The black rod turned into a dragon shadow and rushed toward Tylee. Ha! As expected of the second on the martial rankings, Tylee shouted and raised an energy barrier in front of him. Pun! The black rod fell, causing a tremor. The world trembled, and the energy barrier caved in. A powerful force surged, and the nearby cultivators were all sent flying. However, the black rod didn't slow down. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the energy barrier, and then it exploded with a boom. Tylee's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. The black rod brushed past his face and fell to the ground. Boom! The ground caved in, and dust flew everywhere. A ripple of energy sent the surrounding cultivators flying. After repelling Ty Lee with one strike, Galoo and Bulin's eyes almost popped out. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, the two of them felt a chill in their hearts, because Mansur's eyes had landed on them. The black rod danced again, and another black dragon's shadow appeared. The two of them were shocked. Their figures flickered, and they dodged Mansur's powerful strike. Facing the powerful Mansur, they were helpless. They could only avoid Mansur and attack others. However, there were a few people from the Imperial Sky region who were difficult to deal with, which made them suffer quite a bit. Moreover, everyone from the Imperial Sky region had a top-grade royal weapon in their hands, which gave them a great advantage. Pfft! Ty Lee dodged Mansur, and his figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of a late-stage 9th Heaven cultivator. After killing him with one strike, he snatched his 7-colored weapon and shouted, "Retreat!" Before retreating, he turned around and looked at the edge of the battlefield. There were more than 100 people who hadn't made a move yet. Other than those from the soul-devouring clan, there was a young man in a black robe and 3 women. Looking at the position that the young man occupied, he was actually in front of Sydney, as if he was the leader. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Ty Lee decisively retreated. "Hey, stay!" Suddenly, Ty Lee heard a cold voice from not far away. As he turned around, he saw a guy with vertical pupils opening his third eye. It was also a vertical pupil, and there was a destructive light shooting out from it. "Damn it!" Ty Lee cursed. The energy around him trembled, and he broke free from the spatial seal. However, before he could continue to teleport, an even stronger spatial seal fell, and then a black dragon rushed toward him. It was Mansur's attack again. Pfft! Ty Lee dodged quickly, but he was still grazed by the energy. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fled. The others also ran quickly, leaving behind dozens of corpses. Looking at the fleeing crowd, the whole team began to cheer. Mansur threw the long rod behind him, and it was taken away by a soul-devouring clan member. Everyone cheered for their victory. However, the gazes of many soul-devouring clan members behind them fell on Wuxia and Mansur. The two of them were only ranked 20th and 22nd on the commander ranking, but their cooperation just now was enough to make Ty Lee vomit blood. It should be known that although Ty Lee was ranked 2nd in the Azure Sky domain, in other domains, he was definitely qualified to be 1st. However, the two people besides Yichen, who were not ranked high, were actually able to threaten him when they joined forces. While they were rejoicing, they were also slightly worried. The battle ended quickly. Not long after, Ty Lee returned to Guston's side. "How could you be so fast?" However, before Guston could speak, Ty Lee coughed out another mouthful of blood. "You're injured." Guston looked up at Ty Lee and asked, "Who hurt you?" Ty Lee wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and said, "I was hit by the energy shock. It's not a big deal, but those guys didn't follow the rules at all. They made us suffer a great loss." Guston frowned and asked, "Didn't follow the rules? What exactly happened?" Over 500 people from the Royal Sky domain came this time. Moreover, they were all fully prepared. As soon as we started fighting, they unleashed their full strength and killed several of our people on the commander ranking. This is the weapon I obtained from them. It's a top-quality king-level weapon." Ty Lee took out a 7-colored weapon and handed it to Guston. Guston took the weapon and examined it. He said, "Although it's not at its peak, it's indeed a top-quality king-level weapon. They have a few of these weapons." "A few? There are several hundred of them." "One for each of us," said Ty Lee. "One for each of us." Guston was slightly moved. He held the 7-colored weapon and examined it for a long time before asking, "How are the casualties?" "Close to 100. Even though he had expected this, his eyelids still twitched when he heard this number. It seemed that he had reached the limit of casualties. Other than this 7-colored weapon, there was also a guy holding a black weapon. His battle prowess was not strong, but with that black weapon, he was able to push me back. Other than that, I also saw a black-robed young man. He was only in the middle of the 9th tier, but from where I saw him standing, he was actually standing in front of Sydney. He seemed to be the leader of the humans. Tiley described what he saw this time. Guston asked. Did he make a move? Tiley shook his head and said, No, he didn't. Those soul-devouring clan didn't make a move either. Guston was somewhat puzzled. That's strange. Since they came together, why didn't the soul-devouring clan make a move? And Sydney, that sly old fox, was actually willing to recognize someone in the middle of the 9th tier as his leader. Don't you find it strange? Tiley said. I don't understand either. Why don't we go and take a look? Chapter 1732. The failure this time did not anger Guston. As a powerhouse on the king ranking, not only did he have no weaknesses in his combat strength, but he was also very smart. Under the covetous eyes of many forces, he could not let his people face the cultivators of the Imperial Celestial region who had supreme-grade royal weapons alone. The real trouble was not before they boarded the ship, but after they boarded the ship. Although they did not have the experience of boarding a ship, they still had the experience of seizing treasures. It was impossible for the entire ship to gain something. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zichen signaled for the team to continue forward. The rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any obstacles until they reached the edge of the Azure Sky region. After passing the Azure Sky region, they arrived at the Jintian region. The dragon ship stopped in this region. Lei Long, who had awakened and broken through, easily sensed the direction of the dragon ship. Then, Lei Long guided everyone forward. Not long after this journey, they encountered other forces. When the two sides met, they did not say much. They did not even speak. The word kill was enough to solve everything. The energies shook violently. The people who came attacked with their full strength, and there were immediately casualties. Soon Manshur exploded with power and swept out with his black staff. However, the team that had just arrived turned around and left without any hesitation. What's going on? Looking at the dozen or so corpses on the ground, Manshur was puzzled. From the beginning to the end, the battle was over in less than a minute. The black rod in his hand had not even warmed up yet. Throwing the black rod back, Manshur deactivated his transformation state and walked back to Zichen's side helplessly. But a moment later, some rustling sounds came from the forest. By the time everyone noticed it, many people had already appeared in their sight. No, they were not people, but skeletons. All of them were skeletons. Their bodies were made of bones. Some of the bones were as white as jade, and some emitted colorful light. In their skulls soul flames burned. They held bone weapons tightly in their hands and rushed over. These skeletons were also a kind of foreign race. After they arrived, they did not say a word and jumped over. Another battle broke out. Bang! A 7-colored weapon directly shattered the bones of a skeleton. The cultivator holding the 7-colored weapon turned and rushed to the next target. However, the scattered skeletons suddenly reassembled, and a bone blade pierced into the cultivator's chest from behind. After that, the skeleton man nimbly pulled out his bone knife and rushed forward. He grabbed the opponent's 7-colored weapon and fled into the distance. Only by destroying the souls of these skeletons can we truly kill them. Not far away, Zhang Yongxi's voice sounded. Beside him, the soul flame of a skeleton was extinguished. Drink! Manshur shouted loudly and entered a berserk state. Whoosh! The scattered skeletons quickly regrouped. They didn't want to continue fighting and turned to run. However, as they fled, there were also some powerful existences who tried to kill the human cultivators and steal their 7-colored weapons. Before Manshur could explode, the skeleton man had already disappeared from his sight. After that, Zichen and the others encountered several waves of attacks. Every time, they would retreat after a fight, never lingering in the battle. Although everyone on Zichen's side had a 7-colored weapon and didn't suffer many casualties in each battle, the number of battles was increasing. In just one day, they had encountered 5 waves of battles. 3 people died in one wave, and 15 people died in 5 waves. This was very unusual. At night, Everyone stopped to rest. Manshur, who was depressed, came to Zichen's side and sat down. He complained, "What the hell are they doing? I haven't even fought officially today." Wu Xie glanced at them and said, "It's obvious that they're here for the 7-colored weapons." 7-colored weapons? Manshur was stunned at first, then he said angrily, "So that's how it is. No wonder they left after a fight. These damn guys are really good at scheming." 7-colored royal weapons were supreme-grade royal weapons, and there were hundreds of them at once. The existences from other regions naturally coveted them. Zichen said, "There may be more attacks at night. You guys split into 3 groups and take turns to fight." Zichen took 7 dragon-shaped weapons from the soul-devouring clan and revealed most of his trump cards. Sure enough, these forces launched many attacks at night. They never lingered in the battle. As long as they killed one person, they would take the weapon and run. They specifically targeted the 9th-level late-stage cultivators who were easy to kill. That night, they launched a total of 6 attacks and left more than 30 corpses. On Zichen's side, 15 people died. Including the day, they lost more than 30 people. The team of more than 560 people was now left with 518 people. During this time, Zichen did not fight, nor did the soul-devouring clan. As for the cultivators who came to attack, there were no existences on the king ranking. With the Thunder Dragon's guidance, Zichen and the others did not take any detours at all. They went straight to the dragon boat. Tai Li led the human team back. After several days of fighting, there were only 85 people left in the original team of more than 100 people. Among them, 72 were powerhouses on the king ranking. The remaining 13 were just lucky. The war of attrition ended here. The other teams would come back one after another. Tai Li walked to Gustin, who was in the middle of a discussion, and said, "Big brother, we've found out that there are 7 dragon-shaped weapons among them. The soul-devouring clan hasn't attacked yet, probably to preserve their strength. As for that middle-aged man, who is also the puppet leader, everything is under Sydney's control." Gustin nodded. As long as he was sure of this, he was no longer afraid of those from the Imperial Sky region. However, the dragon-shaped weapons mentioned by Tai Li that were extremely powerful moved him. Then he asked, "Everyone, the 7 dragon-shaped weapons are not weak. Are you interested? Save one for me." A soul wave spread out, and a skeleton man with colorful light around him spoke. He was a king-level expert in the Jintian region, ranked 9th, Bone Demon. Without seeing the power of the dragon-shaped weapons with their own eyes, no one could imagine how powerful they were. The other existences on the king ranking did not seem to care. One of the middle-aged men said, "We'll talk about this later. Gui once spread the news that there's a dragon soul. When will he arrive?" Speaking of Gui, Gustin's expression turned serious. He said, "He's in the Jintian region. It's quite far from here. It should still be some time. The dragon's soul is the key. We can't make any mistakes." The middle-aged man said, "I'll send someone to help." Gustin said. The skeleton warrior from before, Bone Demon, raised his bony hand and said, "No need. I'll arrange it. Wherever there are skeletons, there will be people from our side." After Tai Li reported this, he immediately left. The 5 people gathered now were all cultivators on the king ranking. Gustin was ranked 10th, the weakest. Bone Demon was ranked 9th. The middle-aged man who had just spoken was called Lu Jintian, ranked 3rd on the king ranking. He was also the strongest in the group. As for the other 2, one had a fat head and big ears. His name was De, ranked 7th. The other was relatively thin, but he was very tall like a bamboo pole. His name was Shou Ping, ranked 6th. Speaking of the dragon's soul, it was necessary to talk about the ancient dragon boat. This dragon boat had appeared many times, and every time, it summoned cultivators. However, because they did not know anything about the dragon boat, very few real cultivators boarded the dragon boat. Last time, Long Fei was the strongest. Unfortunately, he suddenly changed his mind at the last moment. However, after that, they learned some secrets in the depths of the dragon boat. Therefore, many cultivators who were preparing to leave stayed and waited to board the dragon boat this time. Thinking of Long Fei again, Gustin said mockingly, "That idiot Long Fei must not have expected that there are so many secrets in the depths of the world. If he knew, he would definitely regret it to death." Dei, rank 7th, glanced at Gustin and said, "You should be glad that Long Fei is not here. Otherwise, with the grudge between you two and Long Fei's temper, you would have lost the chance to board the dragon boat." Gustin said with slight anger, "Dei, are you saying that I'm not as good as Long Fei?" Dei said indifferently, "The scar on your face that can never be healed is the best proof. Humph, that little bit of power can cause permanent damage to me. I deliberately did not recover. I want to remember the humiliation of the past. This time, I will first kill everyone in the Imperial Sky region. When I enter the depths of the world and find another opportunity, I will go outside and kill Long Fei." Looking at Gustin's confident appearance, Dei said in a strange tone, "I hope your dream comes true. However, I'm afraid that even if you have an opportunity and can break through, you will still not be a match for Long Fei." Lu Zhentian, who was ranked 3rd, interrupted the two of them and said, "That's enough. Both of you, cut it out. Right now, what everyone needs to worry about is not Long Fei or the Imperial Sky region. Instead, it's Yuan Jia and Yuan Hua." When the other four heard these two names, their expressions immediately became unnatural. Yuan Jia and Yuan Hua were ranked 1st and 2nd on the king ranking. The two of them were twin brothers from the Broken Heaven region. The elder brother Yuan Jia was ranked 1st, and the younger brother Yuan Hua was ranked 2nd. However, the two of them often fought. It was said that the younger brother Yuan Hua was not satisfied with the king ranking. Haven't the two of them disappeared for a long time? Gu Mo's movements became unnatural. Even his soul flame began to tremble. The others were the same. The two brothers had strange personalities and were hard to fathom. They never had any friends. Moreover, because they were both on the king ranking, they were found by Yuan Hua and inevitably fought. Although they were all on the king ranking, they did not gain the recognition of the two. Both sides had unpleasant memories. However, it was said that Long Fei had a good relationship with the two. Lu Zhentian said, 20 years ago, I saw them once. At that time, they were fighting. I took a look and left. Those two lunatics, how many years have they been fighting and they are still fighting? Gustin cursed, but his expression was tense. Gu Mo's soul flame trembled slightly. Then, he said in surprise, we found Gui. He will be here soon with the dragon's soul. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they secretly hoped that the two lunatics would not come. Half a day later, Gui came. Chapter 1733. It was a black dragon, nearly 1,000 meters long. Waves of dragon might swept out, scaring away the birds and beasts. Gui, ranked 4th, stood at the dragon's head. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his robe billowed. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he looked very dashing. Yes, it's a real dragon. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the scene. Their eyes lit up. Gui's feet tapped lightly on the dragon's head, and his body rose into the air. He pointed at the dragon boat not far away and said, Go! Roar! With a loud dragon roar, the black dragon flew toward the dragon boat. In the other time and space, the ancient dragon boat had a great power and looked very extraordinary. However, since it reached the shore, the dragon boat had restrained all of its aura. The whole boat was full of bones, full of the smell of decay. It looked very dilapidated, and there was nothing special about it. The black dragon turned into a beam of light and disappeared outside the dragon boat. Then the dragon boat trembled, and dragon might spread. Thunder drums sounded, and the battle song reappeared. It was about to set sail again. This abnormality lasted for a while. It's done! Looking at the dragon boat that had left the ground and was floating steadily, Gui smiled proudly in the sky. He said, The quota is limited. It can only accommodate 800 people. More than 200 people from the Royal Sky region have come this time. All of them need to board the boat. You can distribute the rest of the quota. There are only about 500 places left. When the experts on the king ranking heard this, they couldn't help but frown. This was a little difficult. Although they had been exhausted from the battle and the number of people had almost reached the acceptable range, almost every team still had about 100 people left. All in all, excluding the Imperial Sky region, there were no less than 15 teams in total. That was a total of 1,500 people. But the quota was less than 600. Who should go and who didn't? The black dragon entered the main dragon boat, causing the world to tremble. Zichen and the others, who were not far from here, immediately felt this change. Especially Zichen, who felt it most clearly from the summoning battle song on the dragon boat. What happened? Manshur and the others also felt it and looked around vigilantly. Master, it's the dragon boat. I can feel that a dragon's soul has already entered it, Lei Long said telepathically. As expected. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes, and then everyone sped up. The squads that had gone to waste had all returned. There were more than 1,500 of them, and they were all staring at the 5 powerhouses on the ranking list. On the other side, more than 200 cultivators from the mighty Heaven Realm were excited. They could board the ship at any time, all they needed was an order from their lord. As for the other spots, the 5 powerhouses on the king list were in a dilemma. Obviously, they had no choice but to let anyone go. Looking at the 4 of them who were silent, Gustin said, "Since there are limited spots, why don't we let the people under our names go first? This way, the spots will be more or less filled." When the 4 of them heard this, they nodded slightly in agreement. Obviously, this referred to the people they trusted the most. For example, Gustin would lead the humans he trusted from the Azure Sky domain. The Bone Devil, on the other hand, was the skeleton clan from the realm of Heaven Shaking. Hearing that the 5 experts on the king ranking had been assigned, the first on the commander ranking of the other clans all frowned. A human expert said, "Lord Gustin, I don't think it's appropriate to do this." "Oh, it's inappropriate." Gustin turned to look at him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Since there are limited spots, I think we should assign the spots based on battle strength. We shouldn't be so arbitrary." Another human expert on the commander ranking stood out. He was from the realm of Shattered Heaven and ranked 3rd. He was ranked 3rd because Yuan Jia and Yuan Hua had taken the 1st and 2nd spots. Assign the spots based on battle strength. Why don't you and I compete? Gustin said coldly. Of course I can't beat you, my lord, but I can still beat them. This person looked at the excited cultivators of the Azure Heaven domain behind Gustin. Those who were stared at by this person immediately stopped smiling and looked very nervous. Gustin glanced at the other 4. They were silent and didn't say anything. He cursed in his heart. Old fox. No one was willing to give up these spots, because one more person on their side would be one more force. Since they didn't want to give up, but they didn't want to say anything, he would be the villain. He looked around and said coldly, "If I say that anyone who doubts me will be killed, do you have any objections?" Many experts in the group heard this, and their pale faces became even more unsightly. In the battlefield of despair, those on the king ranking represented the ultimate battle strength. No one dared to ignore their threats. Everyone was unwilling, but they didn't dare to refute. "If no one has any objections, then it's decided," Gustin said finally. "It's decided. Have you asked us?" "It's decided." Suddenly, a voice came from afar and a group of people walked over. It was Zichen's group. Even after the battle, they still had more than 400 people. Gustin narrowed his eyes and immediately looked at the person who spoke. He asked, "Are you the one who doubts me?" "Of course. Why can't we get on the boat?" Manshur stared at Gustin and walked over without fear. Manshur's attitude made the others stare in disbelief. They could see that Manshur was only at the middle 9th level, but he dared to speak to an expert on the king ranking with such an attitude. Was this confidence, arrogance, or seeking death? In most people's eyes, it was the latter. Speaking to an expert on the king ranking with such a disrespectful attitude was courting death. You're courting death. Before Guston could speak, Ty Lee shouted angrily and rushed toward Manshur with a violent aura surging around him. But as soon as he moved forward, he stopped. In front of him, the leader he thought was a puppet stepped forward and stared at him. In that instant, Ty Lee actually felt a sense of life and death crisis, and subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Get lost. You're not qualified to speak here. Zichen's tone was cold. As a leader, he couldn't let Manshur take all the blame. He had to stand up. Zichen's unyielding attitude was also very puzzling to the others. Could it be that Sydney ordered him to come here to die? Ty Lee's expression changed as he guessed. He had always believed that the leader of the Imperial Sky Region team was Sydney. Guston was also puzzled by the situation. The other 4 experts on the king ranking looked at Zichen curiously. You're courting death. With so many experts on the king ranking present, Ty Lee naturally couldn't lose face in front of a mid-9th level. He shouted angrily and rushed toward Zichen. Energy surged around Zichen. Golden light shone as he displayed the 9-star Thunder King physique. As the 9 stars merged into one, he suddenly threw a punch. The punch collided with Ty Lee's attack and exploded with a loud bang. A ripple of energy spread out in all directions. The expressions of the nearby cultivators changed greatly, and they quickly dodged. Ty Lee took 2 steps back and neutralized the violent energy. He looked forward again and saw that the mid-9th level was still standing in the same place. He didn't even take a step back. Ty Lee's expression changed, and so did the cultivators around him. Even the expressions of the 6 experts on the king ranking changed. Those who could stand here were definitely top-notch experts. The situation where they fought above their level was almost impossible. But now, Ty Lee was forced to retreat by a human cultivator who was 2 levels lower than him. Although Ty Lee didn't use his full strength, it was a hasty attack. It was impossible for his opponent to use his full strength. Such a scene was very shocking. You don't have the right to speak here. Get out of here. After the attack, Zichen waved his hand indifferently as if he was shooing away a fly. He didn't take Ty Lee seriously at all. Ty Lee's face was filled with anger. He was extremely unwilling to be humiliated in front of so many experts. Most importantly, he still had many tricks up his sleeve. So, he took a step forward, killing intent flashing in his eyes. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically and he immediately retreated. Someone walked out from the front with a dragon-shaped saber in his hand and handed it to Zichen. Zichen only held the dragon-shaped saber lightly with his right hand, but the aura around him immediately changed and became extremely dangerous. Ty Lee's retreat made Guston feel embarrassed. He said coldly, "How dare you teach my people a lesson here? Who do you think you are?" Long Fei. Zichen stood with his saber and replied indifferently, "I'm not Long Fei. Remember my name. Zichen, number 1 on the martial ranking of the Imperial Sky region." Guston was full of disdain when he heard the first part of the sentence, but the second part made his expression change. Number 1 on the martial ranking. They were also number 1 on the martial ranking. Of course, they knew the conditions to be on the martial ranking. If he wasn't bragging, being able to push Long Fei down proved that he had the battle strength to match Long Fei back then. And back then, Long Fei was ranked 8th on the king ranking. In such a situation, there was no point in lying. Moreover, Ty Lee's initiative to retreat explained a lot. Guston, who had never taken the Imperial Sky region seriously, had a fluctuating expression. He was skeptical. If the other party really pushed Long Fei down, it meant that he had the qualifications to enter the king ranking. However, the king ranking didn't change. Suddenly, Guston thought of a question and asked, "When did you enter the king ranking?" "A few months ago." Guston's suspicious face was full of seriousness. The other 5 cultivators on the king rank also looked at Zichen solemnly. The king ranking wasn't like the martial ranking. As long as one's strength changed, there would be a transition period. This transition period was also called the comprehensive testing period. It was to test one's overall battle strength. This period was at least 1 year, and at most 10 years. For example, Sydney was number 1 on the martial ranking of the Soul Devourer clan. After using the Soul Devouring divine ability, his soul attack was completely on par with Gustin's. However, he couldn't enter the king ranking because his physical body and energy were weak. Similarly, the Lion Man expert of the Dax clan had a strong physical body and energy, but his soul was weak. He had a weakness that was obviously weaker than ordinary people, so he couldn't enter the king ranking. Chapter 1734. Regardless of whether Zichen could enter the king ranking or not, just the fact that he had replaced Long Fei was enough for these powerhouses on the king ranking to treat him seriously. Gui, who had been watching the show from the side, was no longer calm at this moment. Who would have thought that as soon as Long Fei left, another person who was not weaker than him would appear in the Imperial Heaven domain? Now tell me why you won't let us on the boat. Zichen held the dragon-shaped long saber and stared at Gustin. I'm willing, Gustin responded coldly. His expression gradually changed from disdain to seriousness, but this did not mean that he was afraid of Zichen. Zichen sneered. He raised the dragon-shaped long saber in his hand and slashed forward. A saber light shot out from the black saber. With a loud dragon roar, it went straight for Gustin. Without saying a word, he attacked directly. His target was a powerhouse on the king ranking. Zichen's boldness was shocking. Gustin pointed forward with 2 fingers. Dots of finger light appeared and went straight for the saber light. Whoosh whoosh. The finger light fell on the saber light, making a sound and quickly dissipating. However, there were so many finger lights that they kept consuming the saber light. By the time the saber light reached Gustin, it had become very fragile and directly exploded in front of him. The 2 of them had just tested a simple move. But when they looked around, there was no trace of other cultivators within 100 meters. When a powerhouse on the king ranking made a move, even the aftermath of the energy could kill. Zichen's expression was still calm. He said lightly, Since you made the decision on your own, I'll make it clear today. None of you from the Qingtian domain should go on the boat. Gustin was not as easily angered as he thought. Just now, he could see the depth of the other party's strength. At least the other party's combat strength was not weaker than him. Hearing Zichen's words, he said lightly, You think you're qualified? The 2 of them confronted each other and refused to back down. The other powerhouses on the king ranking stood aside and watched the show. The cultivator from the realm of Broken Heaven, who was ranked 3rd, stepped forward and said, Sir, there is a limit to the number of people who can enter the dragon boat. There are a total of 800 people. Among them, the realm of Mighty Heaven, which has the dragon's soul, occupies more than 200 spots. The rest of the spots will be divided among the others. Zichen frowned and said, Are you kidding me? Such a big dragon boat can only accommodate 800 people. Up in the sky, Gui sneered when he heard what Yifetian said. Brat, the quota is only related to the dragon's soul, not the size of the dragon boat. 800 people is already a lot. Why don't you take out a dragon's soul as well? I'd like to see how many quotas you can get. Gui was rather proud of himself. Putting aside the fact that he was ranked 4th on the king rank, just the fact that he was able to take out a dragon's soul was enough to make him proud. A mere Royal Sky region is lacking in resources. They don't even have many experts, so how could they possibly have a dragon's soul? Gustin laughed. The ridicule in his voice was extremely obvious. The other experts on the king list remained silent, but the cultivators from the Green Sky domain and the Mighty Sky domain began to laugh. The Imperial Heaven region has always been at the bottom of the 7 regions. Since when did a mere Royal Sky region dare to behave so atrociously in a place like our Green Sky region? A Royal Sky region without Long Fei can also be called a region. Mocking voices rang out one after another. The cultivators from the 2 regions appeared to be very arrogant. Zichen chuckled and said, Since you guys want to see it, then I'll let you see it. The rest of you are just frogs in a well and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." After saying that, he waved his sleeve and a silver light flashed out. The silver light instantly expanded, illuminating the surroundings. The dazzling lightning light was so dazzling that many cultivators couldn't help but close their eyes. Immediately after, a powerful aura was released. This aura carried a terrifying dragon's might, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Roar. A loud dragon's roar resounded throughout the world. The dragon's might spread, and the dragon boat not far away began to tremble. When everyone gradually adapted to the silver light and raised their heads, they were all stunned by the scene in the sky. Even the few experts on the king list stared at the sky in a daze. There was a dragon there. It was a thunder dragon that was thousands of meters long, and its body was shining with the light of lightning. It was sacred and majestic. If Gu Yi's black dragon that was thousands of meters long was compared to a true dragon, then the thunder dragon's true form was a divine dragon. Whether it was its size or aura, it was much stronger than the black dragon from before. The reason why the experts on the king list lost their composure was because they felt a dangerous and fatal aura from the thunder dragon. Seeing such a thunder dragon, everyone was extremely shocked. Especially the cultivators from the two regions who had been mocking them earlier. They were even more dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. On the contrary, the cultivators from the other regions cheered when they saw such a powerful thunder dragon. The black dragon from before could already accommodate 800 people. If the thunder dragon was stationed, wouldn't it be able to accommodate even more people? The cheers woke up the others who were in a daze. These cultivators' expressions immediately turned ugly, especially those from the mighty sky region, because their advantage was no longer there. Gu Yi's expression changed slightly, then he smiled and said, "Since there's a stronger one, then let's just replace it. I'm happy." But the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he blurted out, "Why can't I summon my dragon soul?" In the sky, the thunder dragon said, "Don't worry. Just kill it." "No," Gu Yi immediately said. It was extremely difficult for him to find a true dragon. It was equivalent to a powerful ally, and he couldn't lose it. The reason why he agreed so readily just now was that he wanted the thunder dragon to be stationed and the black dragon to help him. But unexpectedly, he suddenly lost contact with the black dragon, and he couldn't forcefully summon it now. The thunder dragon ignored Gu Yi and looked at Gustin. Its majestic eyes looked down at him and said indifferently, "Kid, I don't like you." As soon as it finished speaking, wind blew and lightning surged. Bang! Gustin sensed danger and raised his hand to block, but a bolt of lightning exploded in front of him. He was sent flying hundreds of meters, and his body crashed into more than 10 towering ancient trees. Everyone's expression changed, and they were all shocked. Gu Yi, who had been about to make a move, stood aside and didn't dare to go forward. The thunder dragon's gaze swept around, and everyone retreated. After Gustin landed, he didn't dare to go forward. The thunder dragon looked back at Zichen, nodded at him, and rushed toward the ancient dragon boat. It floated in front of the dragon boat, and its dragon head faced the huge skull head. After staring for a while, it opened its mouth and inhaled. A suction force instantly landed on the dragon's head, and with a series of painful dragon roars, a black dragon was forcibly pulled out. Under this suction force, the black true dragon couldn't resist at all, and its strength was rapidly drained. Its body kept twisting and struggling because of the pain, but it was useless. Gu Yi wanted to save it, but he didn't dare to. He looked around and saw that the other strong cultivators were watching all this in silence. Obviously, they had tacitly agreed to let the thunder dragon enter. They all felt the threat of death from the thunder dragon. If they didn't let the thunder dragon enter, the following journey would be filled with all kinds of dangers. Pun! In the continuous struggle, the black true dragon's body exploded, turning into pure energy that was swallowed by the thunder dragon. Seeing the black true dragon being forcefully swallowed, everyone was shocked. The dragon boat floating in the air fell back to the ground again because of the disappearance of the black dragon. The thunder dragon didn't immediately enter the dragon boat, but turned to look at the strong cultivators on the king ranking. The strong cultivators on the king ranking changed their expressions, and they immediately retreated, fearing that the Thunder Dragon would kill them. Swoosh! The Thunder Dragon didn't kill them, but directly entered the dragon boat. Boom! The dragon boat trembled again, and a powerful and violent aura spread out. Thunder drums sounded, and the summoning war song spread in all directions. In an instant, many strong cultivators heard the sad summoning war song, but some didn't hear it. The dragon boat floated up again, and then a message entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. No limit. Zichen smiled faintly, turned to the crowd, and said, "Let's go, get on the boat." Behind Zichen, more than 400 people cheered and flew toward the dragon boat one by one. Zichen also strode toward the dragon boat. "Zichen, how many spots are left?" It was a skeleton cultivator who spoke. It was the Bone Demon. "How many do you want?" Zichen looked at the Bone Demon and smiled. The soul fire in the Bone Demon's head shook slightly, and he was a little excited. Zichen said again, "You can have as many as you want, but I have the final say in the boarding tickets." The 4 strong cultivators on the king ranking nodded slightly, understanding the meaning of Zichen's words. Zichen walked toward the dragon boat and said indifferently, "Don't say that I don't care. The Qintian domain and the Weiyan domain are limited to 50 spots each, and the other domains are free to board. You can board now. Don't worry, there are enough spots." More cheers sounded. The cultivators from other domains looked at Zichen gratefully, and then boarded the boat one after another. The cultivators from the Weiyan domain and the Qintian domain, who were very excited, were all dumbfounded. Gui and Gustin, who came quickly, happened to hear Zichen's words, and their faces changed dramatically. Gui immediately said, "Zichen, wait a moment." After that, Gui didn't continue to speak. He obviously wasn't silent. Instead, he was communicating with Zichen with his soul. Gustin was angry. Sure enough, for these people, there was only benefit and no difference in their stance. Speaking of which, he was also a little regretful. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have targeted the Imperial Sky domain. He was too anxious and couldn't hold back. Sure enough, after the voice transmission ended, Gui showed a satisfied smile on his face and nodded to Zichen. "Everyone from the Weiyan domain board the boat. The Qintian domain still has 50 people." After that, Zichen boarded the boat. In an instant, the originally proud Zichen's expression changed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. When he landed on the bone boat, Zichen didn't realize it, as if he was absent-minded. "Zichen, what's wrong with you?" Manshur went forward and gently pushed Zichen. Zichen came back to his senses and shook his head. "Nothing." After that, he looked at the people on the boat and shook his head. His expression was actually filled with sorrow. The moment he boarded the boat, he lost contact with Lei Long. After boarding the boat, he lost contact with the battlefield of despair. He could only see it, and could no longer feel the rules there. In other words, after boarding the boat, he couldn't get off. The dragon boat began to shake. Gustin naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He picked out 50 of the strongest cultivators and boarded the boat. In fact, Gustin could have taken anyone on board because Zichen couldn't control the dragon boat at all, and couldn't decide the number of people on board. Unfortunately, Gustin didn't know this at all. Zichen only knew all this after boarding the boat. Chapter 1735. The dragon boat was very large, and it was a huge space. All the forces gathered together and dispersed. On the dragon boat, only by staying with the existence of the same place could one feel safe. Buzz! The dragon boat shook and slowly floated up. After that, it left this space, arrived at a different space, and began to move forward. At this point, the ancient dragon boat, after many years, once again moved into the depths of the world. Unlike the dragon boat that entered the depths of the world when it came, it didn't have the same momentum as before. It quietly moved through the different world. The surrounding space was the same, and the road forward became very boring. The people who were very curious at first gradually lost interest in the void space. It was quiet all around, and there was no danger. Everyone couldn't help but guess why none of the previous people went back alive since there was no danger. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger. The dragon boat moved forward in the space turbulence, which was very dangerous. The colorful light belts that floated by from time to time were a fatal threat to cultivators. No living creature could survive here. Everyone couldn't understand why no one went back alive after the dragon boat had sailed so many times. It should be known that there was no danger in the space and time of the dragon boat. The accident didn't happen outside the dragon boat, but inside the dragon boat. Rays of light appeared on the dragon boat without warning and fell down. These rays of light fell on the cultivators, but there was no danger. Instead, they illuminated them. In the eyes of everyone, it was like some kind of mark. Zichen's team had more than 400 members, and most of them were marked, with more than 100 of them. On the dragon boat with more than 2,000 people, there were more than 700 people with such marks. Seeing such an abnormal light, Zichen immediately stood up and looked around. After the light fell, there was no danger around. All of this was like a prank. But when Zichen turned around and looked at the cultivators marked by the light behind him, he found that their faces became very ugly, and some of them even looked desperate. Zichen frowned and asked, "What's going on?" A cultivator at the peak of the 9th tier said, "Sir, didn't you hear the sound transmission just now?" "What sound transmission?" Zichen was puzzled. He hadn't noticed anything unusual just now. He looked at the others around him, but they were also shaking their heads, indicating that they hadn't noticed anything. The Peak Ninefold Realm cultivator continued, "Just now, a voice sounded in my sea of consciousness, saying that I don't belong to the summoning crowd and am not qualified to board the ship. And the dragon ship will not accept a person like me who is not qualified." "That's right. I also heard the same voice transmission." "Me too." The other cultivators spoke one after another, indicating that they had heard the same thing. Zichen became more and more confused. If they weren't qualified to board the ship, why didn't they inform him in advance? And after Thunder Dragon entered the dragon boat, Zichen clearly sensed a message from the dragon boat, which was that there was no quota limit. Zichen asked, "Did the voice transmission say anything else? For example, how to obtain this qualification?" The 9th layer peak nodded and said, "Yes, as long as you kill someone who doesn't have the qualifications, you can be considered to have gained recognition." Zichen looked around. "The contents of your voice transmissions are the same." More than 100 beings who had been marked nodded one after another. They looked at the others around them, and their expressions became extremely complicated. Zichen became more and more confused about this rule. You have to kill someone to be qualified. What kind of logic is this? Then, did it say what will happen if you don't kill someone? Then you will be expelled. Outside was the space turbulence, and the space ribbons floating in it from time to time were extremely lethal. The only result of expulsion was death. Just as Zichen was pondering, the advancing dragon boat suddenly stopped. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. At this moment, an emotionless voice sounded in everyone's sea of consciousness. "The dragon boat has made an emergency stop. There are people who are not summoned on board. What the hell is going on? Are they really going to fight to the death?" Zichen's face was suffused with a touch of anger. He turned to look at the other regional forces, where there was already a small commotion. Those cultivators who were not qualified to be marked took out their weapons one after another and looked around vigilantly, with dense killing intent surging around them. The dragon boat made it clear by docking that if they didn't follow the rules, they would not continue to move forward. A battle was inevitable. At this point, Zichen looked at the group of more than 100 people who had been marked and said, "Remember, you are a group. You have the most people and the strongest combat power. As long as everyone cooperates with each other, you will definitely be able to come back unscathed. Go." There was only one way in front of them. The more than 100 people had to fight even if they didn't want to. Many forces were scattered all over the dragon boat. There was a large open space in the middle, which was the best place for a battlefield. Just as all the forces were worried, Gustin and the people from the Azure Sky domain stood aside and watched the show. Because of Zichen, he had only brought 50 people up, and these 50 people were all experts on the ranking list, so they were qualified to participate in the battle. The reason why the more than 700 people present were not qualified was that they were not on the list. Everyone was in the 9th tier, so naturally, none of them were easy to deal with. The battle broke out in an instant. On Zichen's side, everyone took out the same 7 colored weapons. For a moment, the 7 colored light flashed and killed many people. Pfft. But in the process of the battle, one person sent the 7 colored weapon into the body of his companion, and killed him in the chaos. After that, the cultivator was delighted to find that the light of the mark on his body disappeared. In surprise, he turned around and walked over. Zichen looked at him indifferently and said coldly, "Kill him." Manshur walked forward, his eyes full of killing intent. "You idiot, you actually attacked your own people at this time." Seeing Manshur walking over, the human's eyes were full of horror. He shouted, "He's from the alien race. I killed the alien race, not us humans. Who the F***ck is talking to you about us?" The angry Manshur punched the human's head, instantly breaking his defense and smashing his head. Then, with a look of disgust on his face, Manshur kicked the human out of the dragon boat. A spatial turbulence happened to hit him and directly tore his body apart. The crowd, who had been panicking just now, calmed down again because of Manshur's move. They joined forces to fight the enemy. Some of them had the same idea, but they had to give up the idea. Facts showed that humans were the smartest. In addition to Zichen's side, in the other battles, many humans also took the opportunity to kill their alien race companions. It seemed that at this moment, they had regained the concept of race and began to fight to the death with the alien race. But they were so smart that they were tricked by their intelligence. After these people returned, none of them had a good ending. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, in order to ensure that the voices and thoughts of the team were unified, no one was allowed to break the rules. This kind of desperate battle lasted for a whole hour. The winner lived, and the mark on his body disappeared, and he was truly qualified. As for the loser, he died. Swoosh! But before the crowd could clean up the battlefield, many of the corpses on the ground disappeared, and even the blood stains were gone. The whole ground became clean, and only the weapons fell to the ground. Some people saw the opportunity, and immediately went forward to snatch the weapons. Among them, the 7 colored weapons were the most popular. Zichen's people all withdrew. There were more than 100 people, and when they returned, there were only 70 left. Nearly half of them were killed or injured, but it was still the most of all the forces that returned. At the end of the battle, everyone was qualified, and the dragon boat continued to move forward. Those who were qualified also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the hearts of the experts present started to feel uneasy. If there was a qualification battle earlier, what would happen next? Sydney and the others approached Zichen and asked worriedly, "Will there be trouble next?" Zichen closed his eyes and said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? As long as we are a piece of iron, no one here can do anything to us." Sydney and the others were also relieved when they heard this. After the previous incident, everyone knew that the danger may also come from the dragon boat, and none of them dared to be careless. They continued to refine the dragon crystal and strive to improve their strength. In this constant and unchanging space, it was difficult for everyone to feel the flow of time. After an unknown period of time, the light that had appeared once before descended once more. This time, not only did it cover those who had risked their lives to obtain the qualifications, but it also covered some powerhouses on the ranking. These... Zhang Yongxi stood up and looked at the powerhouses on the ranking. His expression changed and he said, "The last 20 on the ranking?" Everyone looked over and found that the Soul Devouring Clan, Dax Clan, and Imperial Sky Region's humans had an additional 60 powerhouses. As expected, they were all at the bottom of the ranking. It was the same for the other regions. What's going on? Manshur frowned. Everyone, congratulations on obtaining the qualifications. Unfortunately, only those in the top 100 can continue to advance. Now, for the sake of those few rankings, let's fight. That emotionless voice sounded again. As if to prove to everyone that this was not a joke, the dragon boat stopped again. What do we do? Seeing the dragon boat stop, the people who were marked showed flustered expressions. Fight. Those who die will disappear, and those who live will stay. In the distance, Tylee and the others smiled proudly. This was the ancient dragon boat. From the beginning until now, no one had been able to return alive, and no one knew what had happened in the process. Up until now, they hadn't even seen an enemy, but they had already lost several hundred powerhouses. And now, several hundred more. But was it really as the other party said, that it only accepted the top 100? Zichen frowned and didn't say anything. He felt that this was just the beginning. Chapter 1736. All of this was probably a conspiracy. Those powerhouses who boarded the ship might not have reached the depths of the world but died in this constant infighting. Vaguely, Zichen remembered what old man Schenker had told Lungfei. This was a test and choice for human nature. Once they boarded the ship, they would have to face one choice after another. Previously, they chose to abide by the rules, and now they also chose to abide by the rules. What if there were more choices? In the face of this battle, no one was watching a good show anymore. Everyone's expression became extremely solemn. Under their own eyes, the cultivators who came here died one by one, but they could do nothing about it. This battle lasted for a long time because only the top 100 on the list could enter. For example, Zichen's 3 forces had 3 lists, so they could guarantee 300 people. The significance of this chaotic battle was that the various forces would average out 100 people on each side. The tragic battle finally came to an end. On Zichen's side, more than 130 people went out, and 80 came back. More than 50 people were killed. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the previous mark appeared again. This time, it covered the last 50 people on the list. The voice sounded again, threatening to only take 30 people. On the dragon boat, everyone was no longer calm. If such an endless battle continued, it would eventually be everyone's turn. Zichen finally understood the meaning of constantly making choices. When he came to the dragon boat, he had made 3 choices, and these 3 choices were to give up. He first gave up those who were not qualified, then gave up those who were not on the list. Now he was going to give up the last 20 powerhouses on the list. What would happen next? There would be more battles, and he still needed to make a choice. After the last 50 people died, it would be the first 50 people. If it were Shang Guanhong or Dong Qing who participated in the battle, what would he choose? Would he also give up on them and let them die on their own? Boarding the dragon boat was not an opportunity, but a danger and a conspiracy. How could this be a human choice? It was destruction, real destruction. He wanted to spread the news that the ancient dragon boat was a shocking conspiracy, and he must not be fooled, but it was not realistic at all. Compared to the others, Zichen had one more thing to worry about, and that was Lei Long. Was he still alive after entering the dragon boat? Under such circumstances, a group of powerhouses once again made the choice to give up. The last 50 powerhouses all walked out and started a new round of battle. Fortunately, they could still choose to work together since they had to fight to the death. Thus, in this battle, Zichen's side still had the numerical advantage. The people who came back alive had numb expressions. They didn't feel any joy, because the next battle might be between the last 70 and the top 50. Gustin, who had been very pleased with himself, stopped smiling. Their expressions became very serious. During this time, one could hear angry curses, but at this time, what was the use of curses? Zhang Yongxi walked in front of Zichen and said anxiously, "What should we do?" We have to think of something. We can't keep fighting like this, right? At this time, Zichen did not panic. He seemed to be quite calm. He found a ray of hope in this situation of certain death and said, "The current battle is based on the forces. If this continues, it will be very advantageous for us." Judging from the current situation, this was indeed the case. Zichen still had the most people on his side. If the battle continued, as long as they continued to work together, they could kill everyone, including those powerhouses on the king list. But the premise was that everyone had to cooperate fully. But would things really be arranged like this? Another ray of light sprinkled down. This time, 50 people were on each list. However, they were not the last 50, but the top 50, including Zichen. Swoosh! Swoosh! After being marked by the light, everyone stood up, and killing intent began to surge around them. In particular, the powerhouses on the king list were full of dangerous auras. Don't be nervous, everyone. Congratulations on passing this level. Next, the second floor of the dragon boat will be open for you. There are many small spaces there, with a lot of cultivation resources and refining resources, enough for you to use to strengthen your combat strength. But unfortunately, only the top 50 can receive this treatment. The bottom 30 can only stay here. If anyone feels that this arrangement is unfair, you can also challenge the top 50. As long as you win, you can enter. There was some commotion in the crowd. Some of the cultivators who were ranked more than 50 were obviously tempted. The next challenge is a one-on-one battle. No one else is allowed to help. Once you win, your mark will be changed. 51 and 50, with a difference of 1 rank, there was a chance of winning. I'll give everyone 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, if you want to challenge, step forward. As the voice fell, several people stepped forward. On Zichen's side, 2 members of the Soul Devourers, 2 humans, and 2 members of the Dax tribe stepped forward. As for the other factions, some powerhouses who were very confident stepped forward. Zichen did not stop these 6 people. They were fighting for him. The battle then began in the center of the dragon boat. It was nothing more than another slaughter. On the battlefield, everyone gave it their all. After 2 hours, the outcome was decided. 5 of the 50th ranked had died, and 3 of the 49th ranked had died. Only these 8 people had succeeded. The other challengers were all dead. As the mark changed, the second floor appeared on the dragon boat. A staircase made of skeletons extended up. After the battle, those who had been marked were faced with a new test. Because no one dared to say whether the second floor had everything as promised, they were all hesitant and did not immediately board the boat. I forgot to say. You only have 20 breaths of time. If no one boards the boat after 20 breaths, it will be considered as forfeiting. As the voice spoke again, the powerhouses no longer hesitated. They all rushed to the second floor as quickly as they could. Everyone rushed up one after another, leaving behind those below the 50th rank. They anxiously watched as these people disappeared. The moment before Zichen boarded the boat, he glanced at the remaining people. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. The staircase to the second floor had disappeared, and all connections between the first and second floors had been cut off. The voice that had disappeared earlier spoke again from the first floor. Everyone, you can cheer. I've already helped you send the strongest away. Only 1 person from each floor can enter the depths of the world. Compared to the powerhouses on the upper floors, you are all lucky. The difference in power between you is not that great. Fight to your heart's content. I only want the strongest among you. The cultivators on the first floor paled. They didn't expect such a situation. There were hundreds of people here, and they only wanted 1 person. It was obvious that what was about to happen next would be the most desperate battle. How was this a land of opportunity? It was clearly a death elimination camp. Everyone successfully entered the second floor of the dragon boat. There were large rooms here. Walking into one of them, one would find that there was another world here. Each room was blessed with spatial technology. The area was very large, and there were many resources placed in rows. Among them, a set of refining equipment was the most obvious. The blazing earth fire was still burning, and next to the refining equipment was a bookshelf. There were many ancient books on the bookshelf, mainly recording some refining methods. These were the top refining methods, which could be considered to be lost in the battlefield of despair. As everyone continued to flip through the books, they were all shocked. If these things were taken to the outside world, they would definitely be worth a lot. In addition, everyone also saw many cultivation resources, such as a large number of supreme-grade spirit crystals, as well as many dragon crystals, and some other resources. There are dragon crystals here, but why is there no dragon origin? As soon as Wuxia's voice fell, a 2-meter square pool appeared out of thin air in front of them. The pool was filled with dragon origin. Oh my god, there really is dragon origin! Everyone was shocked. Manshur looked at the dragon origin, then at everyone, shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, there are too few of them. It can't help everyone break through. It would be better if there were more. The next moment, the 2-meter square dragon origin expanded to 1,000 meters in size. The amount of dragon origin contained was beyond imagination. Everyone was completely stunned by this scene. Manshur shouted, "It's true, this is actually true. Oh my god, this is really a treasure land." Wuxia also had a look of disbelief. Can there really be anything I want? Are there any dragon-shaped weapons? Give me some? Dragon-shaped weapons appeared in front of them again. There were 7 or 8 of them, and they even saw the Dragon God Bow and Dragon God Arrow among them. Manshur pushed Wuxia and said, "Look at you, what's the use of dragon-shaped weapons? I want Emperor-grade materials. Give me more, I want to refine an Emperor-grade weapon." Whoosh! Many Emperor-grade materials appeared in front of everyone's eyes, each of them emitting a colorful light. It was very beautiful. Wuxia continued, "Idiot, why don't you ask for an Emperor-grade weapon instead of an Emperor-grade material?" In the next moment, several sovereign weapons appeared. Each of them exuded a powerful aura that suffocated the onlookers. These are Emperor-grade weapons? It was the first time that everyone had seen an Emperor-grade weapon. They all widened their eyes and looked at it carefully. Zichen's eyes narrowed, and he looked very surprised. Manshur said again, "Heavenly Thunder Wings! I want the Heavenly Thunder Wings! They're very cool!" A pair of Heavenly Thunder Wings appeared in front of him, and the power of lightning flowed on the surface of his body. Like Zichen's, the Heavenly Thunder Wings had 6 wings. Wuxia curled his lips and said, "I want the Star Illusion Dragon Spike!" The Star Illusion Dragon Spike had the special effect of ignoring defense, and it was once a saint-grade weapon. It was powerful and extraordinary. Then, the Star Illusion Dragon Spike appeared. It was exactly the same as Zichen's. It had a unique appearance and extraordinary attack. "I want the Book of Destiny!" The fortune teller's eyes lit up. "I want the complete heavenly energy!" Shen Tian now said, looking a little excited. "I want—" Everyone was excited. They could get whatever they wanted. It was very magical. Looking at the people who were having fun, Zichen shook his head and said, "All right, stop playing. Is this fun?" Then, Zichen waved his sleeve, and everything that happened just now was gone. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.